Stakes players, it's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 888poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now, this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stack you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog.
Okay, Dinu. That's the only bit Scottish I know. Welcome to Glasgow, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember Portsmouth earlier this year, if you remember where we were set up, considering we're normally in a nice soundproof booth, hidden away somewhere in the back room, like Gordon the Gopher and all that malarkey. Glasgow, we're near the pit.
Feel a bit like Harry Potter as well.
I've been. Oh yes. If you saw the setup that way, and you know what Harry Potter does, you know where he lives, you'll understand. But we're set up and we're ready to go, and we've got the game going on, and we've got the high roller. Welcome to Glasgow. It is our first time. in Glasgow and Merchant City. And everybody who walks past can hear us speaking, but we don't mind. We're ready and set up. Morning, everybody in the chat. We'll catch up with that. Jay's here. How are you, young man?
I'm good, thank you. Been here a day now.
Yes.
It's not as cold as I thought. I got off I thought there was like some interchange of weather where you get off the train and it's just hit by ice. But it's been pleasantly warm up here. I haven't had to bring the coat out
sunshine.
yet. Yeah, a bit of sunshine. Been nice.
Bit of sunshine.
Great location. Casino looks great. So
Beautiful,
looking forward to it.
beautiful casino, let me tell you. Absolutely beautiful. And welcomed with open arms yet again. All these new places that we're going to, literally welcomed with open arms, and it's great to have you. Lime Ricky, good morning and welcome to you for the next 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, live streaming. Hope things are well, and we'll catch up with the chat very shortly to see what happens in this first hand and who we got at the featured table. So we're on. We are on. This is a high roller. These are the chip counts. Overnight. Stato, Andy Hume, who won the big one in Coventry. He won the UK Open for £220,000. Chip leader, over $1 million. And he literally said this morning, it was embarrassing how many times I had aces. So, Dan Gormley, one of the local lads, doing well. And Jack Hardcastle up here as well, because he'll be like when they went down to Portsmouth.
Does he only do north and south?
Well, Jack stayed at... DD stayed at Jack's, didn't he?
And now...
So obviously role reversal, and
Switching
now on
around.
the settee.
Makes sense.
You know what I mean? So, but nice to see Cameron Williamson back as well. Will McClure, Matt Davenport, Matt and Sinead in the building as well. Robbie Bull, TJ,
Both
all
of
the
them
way
here.
up.
Both
So
junior
plenty coming.
and senior here.
So this one is a biggie. It is a £1,650 buy-in for the high roller. And we will get the runners and riders. So the opening stages of the high roller will bring you the details. We had 17 entries making it through yesterday.
Yeah, a total of 72 entries.
Very nice indeed.
We had 12 that joined the party today for day 2 buy-ins.
Not bad. That's not bad, nearly doubling the size of the field. So good afternoon, Lime, and everybody in the chat joining us these early stages. Wherever you may be, let us know where you're watching from, because with the 888s it's usually very cosmopolitan and all over the world. A lot in Canada watching, usually watch. I think Lime's still in Costa Rica, or she might have gone back to Canada actually.
There's blind on blind action here between Matt and Liam. Matt turns best with his pair of sevens, flush draw to go alongside it. Interesting one from Liam here with a deuce. I'm assuming we're going to see check on a lot of rivers here. Effectively turning the bottom pair into a bluff blind on blind as Liam. If we do go after it here, we'll probably specifically be targeting a jack. Does just take his showdown with the deuce. And we're going to be behind to the 9-7 of Matt.
Lime's in Costa Rica at the minute, going back to Canada in 3 weeks' time. Missing all the snow. Just get there for spring.
That's how to do it.
It's officially, equinoxially, the first day of spring today.
We didn't have a single bit of snow over the winter, did we? Well, nothing that sort of settled,
No.
but we've had loads of rain.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. Why?
Why?
I have no idea. I hate rain. But on a plus side, in the last 7 days, 4 rounds of golf.
Really?
Yes.
How you been playing?
4 rounds of golf. I'll show you. I can't tell everybody, but I can show you. So you know I'm not lying, because they're all recorded. Right. So we shoot.
82,
Then we shoot.
83,
Then we shoot.
82,
Then we shoot.
83. Consistency.
Oh, and I did a front 9.
40.
There you go.
There you go. Welcome, chatters. Plenty coming in.
It's been lovely.
How are we doing? Valorant, AT Poker Team, System, Pedri, Orange on YouTube.
What about what the Nightbots told us?
I'm just about to read it. We are giving away $15, $25 tickets today. Ongoing promotion. So I guess we'll have to go to some keywords.
15.
15's a lot.
$15, $25 tickets. We love this. Why, Ricky's going to be busy. Did we see Lime this year?
No, we haven't. Last time
Do
we
you
saw
think we'll
Lion.
see her in London?
I hope we do. I hope we do.
I think we've got a London leg. The next leg is Barcelona, which is the 8th till the 18th of May. That's the next big one. That's the next 888 Poker Live. That's in Barcelona in May. But our next one actually is to the Newcastle. And Newcastle is going to be the 1st or the 6th of April. First time again for a long time for me. I'm guessing first time for
Yeah,
you.
first time I've ever been to Newcastle.
Newcastle. So an 888 going to all these places where we either used to go or we've never been. And the next UKPL is going to be on the 1st of April. In a couple of weeks' time, it is going to be Newcastle. So we're looking forward to that.
They couldn't have put it on last weekend for us, could they? The Newcastle leg.
Oh.
That would have been some party.
Oh, wow. Imagine that in the club.
Would have timed it well.
Whoa. Newcastle United winning the first trophy in 70 odd years.
Deserved it too as well.
No, completely. Completely outplayed them. But did you see the Wheelstone Raider?
I did not.
You know the Wheelstone Raider?
Yeah. You got no fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's turned up at Wembley. There's a guy doing in interviews, like wandering around with a microphone, doing all little spot things. Sees the Wheelstone Raider. So he sees the Wheelstone. If you don't know the Wheelstone Raider, he's a very famous fan of a non-league team, and he always says, "You want some? You want some?" He's about 2'7". He's like a rake, and he's just an old fella. You want some? He's famous, and he got famous for doing it. So they started going to these little videos. This fella's video. What do you think the game's going to be? How do you think the game's? The Wheelstone Raiders. Do you want some? He said, No, I'm retired now. Now we don't do that anymore. Newcastle fan, he says. Newcastle. He's got the shirt on. So the Newcastle fan. So it was the League Cup final last week. So he says, "Come on then, prediction." He says, 2-1 Newcastle. I went, okay. He says, first goal scorer. He says, Dan Burns, header. First goal scorer, Dan Burns,
Header.
a header, and Newcastle won 2-1. That's a prediction.
Yeah. That was.
That's a prediction. Brilliant stuff.
You would have done all right on the scorecast for that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, he was 50's first goal scorer. Wheelstone Raider. You can watch it on YouTube. 2-1, he says, and Dan Burns has scored with an header. And he did exactly that. Good afternoon, Valentin. Good afternoon, Lauren. Come on, Uncle David. Lauren's watching. If he gets to a final table, Lauren, make sure you write a nice list of what Uncle David can buy you. Chen on the feature. Chen. With Matt Davenport, the UKPL winner last year.
Should be getting amongst it here. King Jack suited. Pretty clear open for Matt. Starts the hand with 40. Whoa, what's happened to old Ian on the outer table?
Whoa.
Well, if there's ever a place to spin for him, Tower, it's probably this
His
specific feature table.
His table.
So I'm guessing Ian ran into some trouble on the outer just before he moved over here to the feature. Now an opportunity to spin it up with a 10-8 suited. And just going to be a call for Matt. Already forced in.
Two left.
Ian with 2 live cards.
Yeah.
It's 2,000 left. You're going to take them back, yeah. Because it's our favourite hand. I think it's 11. Oh, no, it's 13. It is dodgy. Apologies.
You weren't here.
This is a professional stall. Oh, yeah. Look how live. Sorry, Matt.
No, it's alright.
In advance.
I don't know. Yeah, 72. What? 12% paid? How many
12 and a half.
percentage? 12 and a half. So we're on the bubble.
So Ian with a 10-8, unfortunately needing to hit a 10 or an 8. And it's a 2. Ian Simpson with his 2 bigs. What did he start with today? Oh, it was a day 2 bang. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So he dropped down to 2 big blinds. Ian Simpson busting out as a day 2 bang. Hi, Ravi. Ravi chef's in India.
Hey there, Ravi, mate.
Hope things are well. Have a nice holiday. And we'll see you soon. Next event for us, the 1st or the 6th of April in Newcastle.
Yeah, so Ian Simpson was actually the 4th out today, out of table. Carnage, Dale Wilson, Michael Caine and Ricky Murphy all busting just before Ian. So when that number updates, it should say 25 right on cue. 25 left in the high roller.
He's in Goa, it's 34 degrees, with a shisha and a whiskey. Living the dream, let me tell you.
What time's it in Goa?
Is one of them shishas a bit like a vape?
Yeah, it's a bit like a vape. You wouldn't like them, Tao, trust me. People blowing smoke in your face, it would send you over the edge.
They're big, aren't they?
They are
Stupid
big.
pipes, aren't they?
They're like big vapes. They wouldn't be for you. They wouldn't be for you.
Sure, dear. Look at them in bottles. You carry bottles with him,
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Pipes this long and all sorts. First time I saw him, I thought somebody was doing snake charming. So blind on blind here, Dean
With the tens. Goes to the bet on the King 8, which is going to be end of hand. Fine limp though. Can get behind it for sure. 14 bigs to start the hand. 10s blind on blind. Seems way too strong to just open shove. So leaves us with the avenue of complete, or maybe raise not all in for like 2.5 BBs. But I think both those options, either complete or raise not all in, going to be better than jam in that given scenario. How doing, Kev? Good afternoon. Welcome to the 888 Poker Live in Glasgow. Right on cue.
Right on cue.
Keith Littlewood's tuned in.
Yes, Keithy baby. How we doing?
Hi, Tower and Jay.
Look at
Laptop
that.
broke, so can't work. Going to spend the day with you guys. There you are. And
And
there
right
you
at
are.
the top. Look at that for a start for Keith Littlewood. The Mad Turk, we said he was going to have a good crack at it this year. And Alex, Matt Davenport there as well. Rob Duras. Just surprised Rob Duras is not in 4th.
Yeah, usually is, isn't he? But there are the names for the MPL. Points.
Adam Wilkinson's here today.
He's been here all week.
He's playing, he has. Stato's here as well, with his big win.
Stefan Lazar's here, I've
Thomas
seen.
Clack's here. Steve Barnes is here.
Dale Wilson's here actually
Wow.
as well, I've seen. Alex Rizvi's here as well.
How's he not here?
So the only ones that aren't here, I think, are Keith, the Mad Turk, and old Monty at the top.
To be fair, Keith's had to work.
He don't have to work. He's made hundreds of thousands playing
Work?
poker this year.
Work? I had no idea he did work. So, something Scottish.
Something Scottish.
When you walk into a cafe and you want to order a sandwich, what would you say? So your best two, your combination in the morning, what would you have?
Could I please have a sausage sandwich with hash brown and a bit of mayonnaise, please?
Do you know what they do up here?
Go on.
They only reverse it, so you have to have a roll bacon. Huh? You walk into a shop, into a cafe in Glasgow, and you order a roll sausage or a roll bacon or a roll bacon sausage.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea. I says, can I have a bacon and sausage sandwich? She went, you mean roll bacon sausage?
Doesn't sit right with me, that. Doesn't sit
Telling
right.
you, every cafe you go in, that's Scottish.
And I wonder why Mother Nature is making it cold up here all the time. Maybe if they got their words around the right way, Tower, it would roll bacon.
Yep.
Roll sausage.
Yep. You don't ask for a bacon roll. I'm telling you. Yep. How bizarre.
And in the talk about the Scottish breakfast, Lethia comes to the table, takes Ian's seat in the 2 seat.
Yeah. All the ambassadors in the building this week and all the staff. There's Hemmer taking all the pictures as well. We'll see you, Navarro.
I've just realised something in the booth as well, Tower. Outcomes.
In the booth? Hang on a minute.
We're sat here.
Are you going to call it a booth all week?
Under the stairs. So you've got a nice big blocker, your side of the booth. So you're telling me Friday, Saturday night, people, I'm going to be getting all the riffraff because there's a nice big gap here for people to walk in and go, what are you doing?
Look, Anton Deck. Can't help it. Sorry.
Why can't you put it this side?
Can't help it.
Conveniently placed.
Anton Deck. Morecambe and Wise. Laurel and Hardy. Laurel, Hardy. Anton Deck.
So it's going to be me who has to answer that question that we had to answer 100 times in Portsmouth. What are you doing, guys? Anytime what are you guys up to? Tom not going to call the 9-8 suited. Robbie gets the reshove through with the ace-queen.
Seen footage of the casino, it looks absolutely beautiful. It is a lovely, lovely casino. One of the nicest things as well is you can tell that they have a lot of social. You don't have to gamble all the time, you don't have to play the pit all the time, you don't play poker all the time. There's plenty of players to come, sit, chat and eat.
Yeah.
It's great. Come on, the Cammy Williamson. Yeah, nice to see him back in the casino. Oh, Cammy did tell me that he was on his way. 24 out of 72. Good turnout for the high roller, 72.
Chen with the queens. Robbie 6-7 suited on the button here. Not quite deep enough to think about free betting it. Even flat seems kind of dicey. I may fancy a call with position. Just going to let it go. Feel like 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited definitely gets in 7-8 suited, 6-7 suited maybe slightly too low down. So just going to be a raise and take for Chen.
So that's the updated the NPL that people keep wanting flashing up. So you go to news agents, you need a drink. What do you ask for?
If I need a drink,
Yeah.
I never ask for anything. I go to the fridge and I put it on the counter and I go, how much is that, mate?
If you say
I know. When have you walked in a news agent and gone to the bloke front? Yeah, I'll have a Coke and a bottle of water, please. You go get it yourself.
That's true.
You put it on the counter.
That's true. But what is a bottle of Coke called?
A Coke. Coca-Cola.
Fanta? Iron Brew?
English Iron Brew. I don't know.
Juice.
They've got it all wrong up here. I don't know who's in charge, Tower, but they've got it all wrong. Who's in charge?
Juice. If you walk to the counter with a can of Iron Brew, just that juice, sir. Juice.
What? So any fizzy drinks juice? Is that
Any
what you're
drink.
saying? Any drink.
Any drink. No, any fizzy drink. Any fizzy drink is juice.
Okay.
But mainly Iron Brew. Because most people drink Iron Brew up here. Yeah. Take a bottle of Coke, there's your juice.
So I'm going to jump back to it here. All in, bottom versus big, 12 effective of Dave, 4s versus King Queen. Guessing this went raise call from Liam.
Come on, Dave. We've got Lauren watching. Faded so far.
Yeah, still King of Queens and 10s needing to fade. Oh, even more now. You've got some counterfeit outs there. Jack's working.
Dave needs to see anything lower than a 10. And does. He gets the full double to 155. Liam down to 3 big blinds. (888) Poker Live Glasgow. Welcome along. Wherever you're watching from, we're on all day till we crown a champion.
No, actually, that's a lie. It is.
Usually Lime, it is after the first break is when we have the confirmed prize pool. Obviously with day 2 buy-ins, just counting numbers, making everything's right, making sure everything's right, and then usually second session we have the confirmed prize pool out.
As soon as we get it for you, we'll let you know.
What did we get? 72 entries, so I reckon we'll probably have 9 paid, Lime. That's my guess, which would be final table.
I'd like 8 paid.
8 paid?
Yeah, because then you're on the FT bubble. They have the final table with the bubble. Aye, aye, Mr. McGauley, how are you doing? Nice to see you. You're good. Yeah, if there was 8 paid, the final table would be 9. That would be the pure bubble, whereas 10 would be 2 tables of 5.
But then the very annoying thing about that, we don't have a final table bubble no more. So we'll have 2 tables of 5, dilly-dallying, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the other table to play a hand.
That's true.
So I think 9 would be...
That's true.
So Dave with the 3-bet here, Ace King suited. Going to go for the 3-bet call. Try and induce something from Chen Chen. Freeze here though for Chen Chen, can't really do anything. Dave starts the hand at 25, just shy of. Freeze just got to go into the muck for Chen Chen. And that is what we have coming up. Are you pulling the same face for the same reason I'm pulling that face?
What match we going to?
I don't know.
We could go to a match.
We could. Do you fancy it?
Oh.
It would have to be early kick-off though, because we'd be cutting it fine.
Oh no.
Yeah, we would.
No. It's bloody international
it is
week.
international.
There's no football on.
We could go watch Scotland play
Oh, wait till
Liechtenstein.
we get the treble Saturday, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Bonnie Rig Rose, Annan.
Lossy mouth.
There you go. That is the streaming schedule for this week. Day 2 High Roller is on now. We've got day 1D tomorrow of the main event, and then Saturday day 2 starting the main event, and then Sunday we start at 1:30 for the main event, crowning a champion.
Okay.
Looking forward to the fight. They get on the. See who's at home. See who's at home close by. We could end up going to Queen of the South versus Stenhouse Muir.
Imagine. It's a Liam. Losing that flip to Dave. Looks like Dave going to be taking the rest of it. King 9 in for 2.5 bigs. And David ISOs for just shy of 30.
Does Liam spin and get some chips back off DD or not? Queen 3. Liam needing a king or a 9.
Robbed of the 9 of spades as well. So 5 outs.
Well,
Jumps in front. Still needs to fade though. Aces, jacks, spades, all working for DD.
And it's not, it's 2 of clubs, so Liam gets some chips back off DD. Scotland are at home to Greece in the Nations League.
That's on Sunday though.
Oh.
We can't go Sunday.
Oh, well, we're off Saturday, Jordan. What's the point in that?
We got Clyde at
That's
home.
like saying Liverpool are at home on Tuesday.
We got Clyde at home on Saturday, or Partick Thistle versus Rafe on Friday night are the options.
We're not Friday night, it's only Saturday.
Well, we got Clyde versus Bonnie Rig at 3 p.m. Saturday.
Bonnie Rig Rose, my favourite team. How far's Clyde away? 20 minutes up the motorway. Oh, fancy it.
It will be, because the game will finish about 5. We're live on air at R5 Towers. We'll be cutting it fine, wouldn't we?
We need a morning kick-off.
Yeah. Jack 9 suited from Matt. Decides against it. Fair amount of reshoves at the table. A couple of stacks that can just move all in over our open, so does decide against. Going to leave room for David to open A7 off in the cut-off. Tom Hall here knows that Dave will open potentially wide from this position, but 10-8 suited, nothing we can really do. As Tom into the muck.
Into the muck. Morris is watching from round the corner in Cumbria. Was there an earthquake here overnight or something? And Cumbria moved? It's about 3 hours away.
No, it's not. It can't be, because that was my last stop before I got to. No, it went Cumbria, Motherwell, Glasgow on the train for me. So it was the one before Motherwell.
Motherwell?
Yeah, we stopped in Motherwell.
Did you say hello to Dave?
I didn't know, but yeah, we stopped in Motherwell. That was the one before we got into Glasgow, so it can't be too far away.
Certainly not round the corner. And then he's off to Tenerife in May. Nice one, Morris.
Robbie, couple of 8s under the gun. Raises to 12k. Similar spot that Tom Hall just had for Dean. Nice looking prospect, but can't really do anything off of this stack depth. Doubt we're going to see Chen get involved. King 9 off in the small against gun. Expected to hit the muck. Matt Davenport swiftly does the same in the big blind.
I like late reg, whatever, it's fun. I won't play stud because it's so hard to track. So like dead cards, you know. But
1 hour 45 from his house to Glasgow. Or 1 hour 20 in a fast car.
just a more wholesome environment.
Yeah.
I watched that as well. I like it. That's what I'm saying.
I really enjoyed it. I barely had a clue what was going
I
on.
can barely watch Hold'em and now like watching the mixed games. It's so intriguing. It's not fun.
Matt with a 10-8. Makes up the blinds. Robbie gets a free flop with the Queen 5. Jack high flop. Jack 4 6.
Could go either way as Matt. Difficult blind on blind spots, but important question to ask. Can we fold out better? Maybe 10 high. Folds out some queen high, king high type stuff. 3 to a straight both ways, but Matt decides against, goes with check. Going to check again. And as Robbie here, just queen high, probably one that does want to show down, blind on blind. Don't get called by worse once again, and just get the continues from better. That does river second pair.
Nice to see Robbie Bull back at tables. There in Coventry, the big one.
Now Matt's going to have a bluff at it with the 10 high, maybe try and dislodge some 4x, 6x stuff, king high type stuff.
Yep. Line, keyword, 9 minutes. Give them a bit of chance. We've got lots to give away. We've got loads to give away. Robbie, loads to give away. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a keyword at 1 o'clock, if that's okay with you. First one of the day. As Nightball told us, we have $15, $25 Championship Series main event tickets to give away today.
Aaron and Parabellum, welcome.
Hi, Parabellum. Hope you are well. See, that's also something else. When we're sat here under the stairs,
Yep.
we're going to hear so many bad beat stories.
Oh.
We might need to have to get a
We
bucket.
might even hear some without wanting to hear them. There
Oh,
might just be a
that's what I
couple
mean,
having
that's
a
what I'm thinking.
chat there at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because there's a little square bit we can stand and just tell you a story. Oh, listen to this. So, 1 o'clock, we are going to give our first 2 tickets away. We have plenty to give away today, thanks to the 888 family. $15, $25 tickets to give away today. We will start at 1.
Interesting one here for Matt, one that may actually do a bit more calling than free betting. Matt is going to go for the aggressive route. A nice one to play some flats with when we're suited, when we're higher up the ace-x. Like Chen should open ace-deuce through ace-9. He should open king-10 down to like 10-7 suited. So the flat does keep in a lot of hands that we dominate here with position going post, but maybe Matt just wants to get this heads up versus Chen. Would be interested to see what Matt would do if we were met by the 4-bet with this particular combo, but not going to get that far. Chen just going to take 3 with the suited queen 10.
Queen high flop, queen 4-3.
Does find that 3 outer on the queen high board. Matt just with ace high, a few back doors to go alongside it. Can already start pressuring some of like the 5s, 6s, 7s. However, what I will say, at like 40 deep, cut off versus button, like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, all this stuff just wants to jam, which is kind of interesting. So like we start eradicating some hands that we potentially try and get some folds from, if not flop then turn, like the pocket pair stuff. And Matt is still going to see bet here. Like Chen shouldn't really have any offsuit queen X, ace queen once again, cut off versus button, probably wants to get in pre. Maybe like ace jack is the offsuit. It's kind of interesting. Assume we're just calling here, but interesting what turns Matt's going to be barreling, what turns Matt's going to be giving up. Wow, goes for raise, okay.
Well done, Chen.
Surprised to see this, Sour. I thought against Matt,
I just called.
Yeah, just keep some bluffs in. Like, Matt's going to free bet stuff like ace 7, ace 8, ace 9 as bluff, stuff that's drawing to like 15% equity, potentially keep that in the pot, but Chen just happy to run his top pair there and then.
Afternoon, Dennis. Yes, the keywords are just on 888 Twitch. We are streaming on 4 channels this week. We're on 888 Twitch, 888 on YouTube, and also Grosvenor Poker on YouTube and Facebook. But all the giveaways, because we've got our amazing Lime Ricky sat with us with the keyword will only be given out on the 888 Twitch channel. So 888 Poker TV on Twitch. You've got 3 minutes to switch over if you want to try and get yourself in. Or can you just watch it? Here we go. Yes, only on Twitch. So I've been told. That's what I got told. If you want to confirm that for us, Lime, that the keywords are just on Twitch. Thank you very much indeed. So anybody watching on, if you prefer to watch on Grosvenor Poker on YouTube and Facebook, then you can flick back straight after if you want to put in, but there we go. 888 Poker TV on Twitch is the only place you can get the $25 tickets.
Just open jam here for Robbie. Into 2 shallower stacks. 8s for Liam, won't be going anywhere.
Absolutely not.
In the big blind, out the way quickly. Let's just see what Robbie was shoving for here.
Attention all visitors to 4D1B of the main event. Your seat draw is now on display. To all visitors to 4D1B of the main event, please take your
Just the 17 big blind open shove on the button.
Here we go. 10 to 10.
And you don't lose with 8s at the 888.
Absolutely not.
Just veiling aces, only 2 left in the deck.
Probably an 8 on the turn. Oh, a little bit of drama. 5 on the turn. Now fading 5s and aces.
Oh my word!
Wow, Robbie Bull.
What a filthy run out that is.
Oh man.
Oh, that's a dirty one early on in the day. That is dirt.
5-5. Yeah, as Lime says, if we do a J or a Tower thinks, probably not, but we might get given some kind of token or ticket for a future event. If we do that, we'll let you know, Lime. But most of the giveaways will be on Twitch, and most of them will be the old keywords. And the keyword is coming straight after this next hand, so get ready, because Lime will be ready to give us the keyword, sending Jay a message, and we will be on it in 30 seconds time. So if you are on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, you've got yourself a chance of winning a $25 ticket. There is 2 up for grabs.
This is the final call. All players registered for Tier 1B of the main event, please take your seats. The phone will begin in 1 minute.
Is that Jab Ricardo? Yes, it is. The one and only Tom Hall. Such a nice lad. And Lucia's Ace Jack of Diamonds. Ace Jack of Diamonds. Oh, tough with a chip stack, probably in the muck.
No, I got a call.
We have to call,
yeah,
do we?
Yeah, got a call. I feel like Tom here as well. Like he doesn't open shove stuff like aces, kings, and queens tower, even jacks, which is kind of important. These want to raise call, even some ace king.
And can he open a little bit wider because he's under the gun?
And like ace king suited wants to raise call, but Tom should shove stuff like jack 10 suited here, queen jack suited, ace 10 suited.
Oh, okay.
Like it's just one that Luthere's going to have a real tough time folding.
Yeah.
Just simply because part of Tom's range wants to just make it too big. So the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace king suited, stuff that dominates us heavily, probably just wants to make it too big, which is kind of an important factor. But we see Luthia, rough shape.
Just ran into it. He's on the blinds next hand as well, makes a difference from the gun range.
Your opening lines today are 100,
And here we go.
The big line ante of 100 dealers. Please begin the deal.
3 or a deuce clubs.
Not even a red card in sight for Luthia. Looking good for Tom.
Is it not dangerous to pull it out loud?
No draws, just needs to fade a jack to double, or Luthia hitting the jack will take out Tom Hall. And it's not. So Luthia down to 5 bigs. Here we go. Are you ready?
And on that note,
Get yourself ready for the first keyword of the week.
and kind of fit him, this is the keyword. Would have loved to see her win the pot, but unfortunately it's gone to Tom Hall. But the first keyword of the 888 Live this weekend, guys, is Luthia.
Lucia, Lucia, Lucia. There you go, get your keyword in.
And it's for 2 tickets. So we are picking 2 people from this one to win themselves a $25 token for 888 poker.
Go,
Ticket
go.
/ token.
Only a couple of minutes. Lime will give us the countdown.
And we have 15 $25 tickets to give away today. Breaking the bank.
So with a late start on Saturday, I've been invited to a round of golf at North Berwick
Are you going to ask me if I would like to come?
at 7:15
I
a.m.
will come and play. I will come and play. You laugh at me. I'll come and play. I'll rent some clubs.
How do we get there?
Where's North Berwick?
Top end of Edinburgh.
Yeah, leave.
I don't have a car. You don't have a car.
I've actually just remembered I've got plans Saturday morning. I'm not joking. I've just remembered I've got plans Saturday morning. We're going to jump back to the table because Luthia's all in for her last 4 big blinds, just under. King 4 suited. She's out in front. Is Tom going to be taking all these chips? Oh my word.
7, Jack 8, Jack 7, hitting 2.
So
He's taking the lot.
going to need some runners here. It's Luthia. And that is not one of them.
No, he's just taken the lot off Luthia. Good job we got the keyword in. Unlucky. Lucia taken out by Tom all of them. So get your keywords in. That is the keyword, Lucia. Meet the Monster says, where have they put you, Jane Tower? We feel like we are Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
We are under the spiral staircase, on the ground floor, where everybody walks upstairs and looks at us.
Yep.
And wonder what we're doing.
Yep. Exactly that.
And we're in the open air. It's interesting. Going to be interesting for 4 days because apparently Friday night and Saturday night here is busy. So here we go. Luthia is the keyword for 2 tickets. So thanks to Tom Gill for the invite to North Berwick, but unfortunately at 7:15 with no car and no clubs. It'll be a tough one.
Did you not bring the heli up? No? Did you leave it?
Nowhere to park.
Left it in
nowhere to
Blackpool?
put it. Nowhere to put it. Argyle Street's quite busy.
Buying for this one was $16.50, Liam. £1,500 plus the juice.
You've got less than a minute to get into the keyword. We have got plenty of you guys in already, so well done to everybody for getting involved for the $25 tokens today. There's 15 to give away. And last chance, says Lime. The feature table's upstairs, Dennis. It's upstairs if you are coming in the building, walk through and it's on your right hand side. It's actually a decent place for the feature. It was just us that we struggled to accommodate.
Yeah, going to jump back into it here.
Straight back into it.
Dean shoves for just shy of 10. Matt calls off 4s. LP versus Big.
Dean Lyle needing a 2. Well, Matt's going to take him out.
A little spade.
Spade with a 2 of spades now playing. Any spades about? And it's not, it's the 8 of clubs, so Lime's going to do the draw. Right now, get ready guys, there's going to be a countdown and then the name Luthier will be irrelevant after that. Lime will count us down and we have 2 $25 tickets for 888 poker events. Here we go, the countdown is on. I love this, we're counting down to 5 and 4. Here we go. Are you ready? Who's got the first 2?
Here we go.
We go.
Congratulations to Systems 18 and congratulations to Anfek.
Systems 18 and Andfek. Congratulations.
Lime will be in touch. She'll let you know how to get.
You basically need to make your whispers so you can get a message. If they're on private, please unset them. And I don't know how to do that, so you'll have to, if you need help, shout. And we will help. 19 players left. Is there a redraw at 18?
There should be. We have it now, don't we? Just a 2-table redraw when we get to the final 2 tables. 16 should be, right? As well. 8-handed we are in the high rollers.
Ah, right, okay. Awesome.
So D-Lyle, we just saw
Simon's here.
On the feature table bus just before him, Andy Hawksby out as well. So that number should be at 19, and it is. Queen Jack for Robbie here from gun is going to open. We are just sitting 6 max here, so effective low jack. Seems fine from Mr. Ball. Dave Doherty out of the way. Over to Tom. With the 9s here. And at 22 tower, 6-handed, may just be sending the lot in here. Like, going to have some pairs like the jacks, queens that maybe we want a 3-bet call. Feel like 9s is one that could potentially just send here for 22 bigs. And here it comes. And Robbie not doing anything with Queen Jack off.
He is not. No, not North Berwick, as in Berwick in England. North Berwick is north of Edinburgh. It's about 40 minutes from the Maybury Casino in a car. Or if you're driving Tom's car, it's about 20 minutes. Because he has got an unbelievable Ferrari 365. So yeah, North Berwick is part of all the peninsula with all the golf courses. North Berwick's a beautiful, beautiful place. Near the Renaissance. Where they have the Scottish Open, and near Craigie Law, where I've played. That's nice, that's a nice golf course. Craigie Law.
We surely, there's got to be a golf course within 10 minutes of us here. We're in Scotland, the home of golf.
Oh, we are.
So surely one of us can bell up a course, say, have you got a tea time? About 12 o'clock Saturday. Maybe a little earlier.
Maybe a little earlier with you.
What? Well, all right.
You're going to be working at 5.
All right, about 11 then, half 10, 11. You got some clubs. Can we rent some clubs? Have you got your clubs with you, Tower?
No, I ain't got my car and I ain't got my clubs. It's a tough one.
See, you're pretty good at golf. For me, it don't really matter what clubs I use. It's I would love a round up here one day.
We'll make twice more.
Has to be electrified. You have to play. Yeah, you have to
We're
play.
in Edinburgh.
Yeah, Chen
Twice.
out of line open on the button here. Don't just need to open any two when folded two. 7-4 off seems slightly too wide. And now Mr. Davenport in with the punishment, but does have the goods. Going to be a snap fold from Chen. Once back on him. Going to be a snap fold from Chen once back on him. He's not thinking about doing anything here, Tower. We see a lot of Chen Cheng on streams. He's just one that likes to use his full 30 seconds. Whether he's folding, calling, really does like to slow the game down. The clock is your friend. If you're playing less hands on your table, potentially more going on the outers, more bust outs, more collisions, all that type of stuff.
19 from 72. No live poker in the month of March for CFO. Is that due to Ramadan? That's tough, that, you know.
No live poker.
No, Ramadan. Ramadan's tough. Can't have a drink of water between sunrise and sunset. It's tough. It's tough, it really is. Nice one to see, folk. Will we see you at the Irish Open? Will we see any 888ers at the Irish Open as well? Ian Simpson, ambassador for 888, former champion of the High Roller and of the Irish Open, and also Dave Doherty, seat number 3.
Yeah.
Champion of the Irish Open 2 years ago. He's won 2 seats up to now for the Irish Open, playing Friday the 18th, so he's coming for the final weekend. Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
When do you get there? The 11th, Tower?
9th.
9th?
Yep.
What, you go for setup?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm there on the 9th.
The 9th?
Yep.
You don't even start till the 10th.
Correct.
What are you doing on the 9th?
Got to be there.
I guess you got to be
Got to
there.
be there for start.
Yep.
11 a.m. Thursday morning. I am there on the 9th, hosting the Irish Open, which is a super privilege.
Yeah. Maybe there myself, a CFO.
Do 888 new qualifiers for the Irish Open? I know a lot have.
I know there's a lot of different providers that just give this option of satellite into some of the big events around the world. I know on Grosvenor Poker, plenty of sats running for the Irish Open up until that event takes place. This time Chen got an actual hand. This is his 3rd Open in a row. Sometimes from the table's perspective, if you sat there, it does look like our opponent may be opening too wide, too many hands. Maybe potential for people to attack lighter. Just a call with the ducks from Terry in the small blind.
Flop time. Well, we flop bottom set. So TJ Jr.
Yeah, not the best board here for Chen. Like, we still have deuces, 4s, 5s, but Terry has deuces, 4s, 5s. He has ace 3 suited. He seems to still have some like 6s, 7s, 8s over pairs that don't want to get him 40 pre-flop. He's just going to come out firing here with the queens. One nice thing about the fire, we do get calls from all the ace high stuff, like the suited ace X of Terry, the ace 10 off, ace jack off. the stuff with a will draw 2 overcards. Terry just flattened the ducks, keeping some bluffs in of Chen.
Turns a 10. Still looks pretty good for Chen with the queens, the overpet. Terry checking again. Do we see check back?
I think we're fine to go for another bet here as Chen. Like, sometimes that subconscious bias is there. We can see Terry's got a set, but he's going to have like some 6s, 7s, 8s. He's going to have some heart draws, potentially some ace-5, ace-4, ace-2 suited. Yes, he's got the 9 combos of sets, the 4 combos of ace-3 suited, but when he's going to have countless combos still in there of hands that we are ahead of, I think we could have potentially still gone for another street as Chen, but goes for the check back. Maybe not wanting to be met by a meaty check raise and be in a horrible spot with the ladies. And I guess he can just comfortably call a river bet as well. I feel like versus big blind, I would have played more check backs on the turn, facing small blind, where they're not going to have like the 6-3, the ace-3 off. Maybe go for more bets on the turn as Chen, but went for the check back. Now 32k on the river. Pretty easy call. Maybe even thinking about raising tower, because this is like a 1-chip snap for Chen.
Yeah.
But it does just go with a call.
Yeah.
Against Terry, small size.
And then puts in the 32. As he has to do so.
Yeah, can never fold that spot against that size. Like Terry may value bet worse, like 10x of hearts, ace-5 suited, this type of stuff. Pocket 6s, pocket 7s. Thought it would just be a nice quick 1 second 1-chip for Chen, but maybe entertain the idea of raising perhaps.
Attention all bids registered for tier 1B of the main event. Your seat draw is now on display. All bids registered for tier 1B of the main event. Please take your seats. The tournament will begin in 3 minutes.
Lines 4-8. Lovely setup upstairs. Great setup upstairs. Hope we get to come back with the clubs next time, Jay.
Yeah.
If we get the call that we're definitely coming back next year.
How many years we've been saying that for though with the clubs?
I know, but I'm thinking if we do come back, because there's an NCP upstairs.
NCP?
Yeah, National Car Park.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where if you park in and you come into the casino, you get your stamp, your car park ticket validated by the casino.
Nice.
In you come.
Hey there, Mr. Spinks. Gary Spinks in the chat.
Gary.
Good afternoon, lads. Spinksy here, watching the live stream with you in glorious sunny Derby. Not long now until the Irish Open. Let's have it. See you there.
Yeah, nice one, Gary. Look forward to seeing you over in Dublin. It's not too long now, is it? Hope there's going to be plenty of the 888ers out there. I know Ian Simpson will be there, former champion. And if anybody of the more ambassadors go, then it'd be great to see you.
We've also ordered a life-size cutout of yourself, Spinksy, to put at the right side of the feature table for the times you're not there in Coventry.
I can't believe somebody nicked your spot.
Someone nicked his spot.
Somebody nicked your viewing spot in Coventry. I nearly come out and started a fight.
Always stood behind the telly, peering over, seeing what's happening.
And always on the left-hand side as well. Spinks's spot, that's what it's called. Yeah, it's called Spinks's spot.
King 7 suited for Matt, treats himself to an open. We are 6-handed, so seems perfectly fine. Low jack / gun. Dave here, King Jack off. Not really much to work with 18 bigs. Like if we wanted to continue as Dave would have to make it like 34, 35k. But that's what you're generally going to see. Facing the gun open into the muck. Tom won't do anything with 9-3 in the small. Chen Cheng.
The Galaxy of Aces, over $300,000 in prize.
That's, yeah, I'm worried it's like 3 in the circle like
18 players left. Drop one on the outer.
Saturday.
Do we know when London is? Have we got dates for London?
Yes, we do.
Is it like Octoberish?
It is.
Oh, we're frozen.
10th to the 20th of July.
What?
10th to the 20th of July.
The 888, big one.
We have got dates. I've definitely seen the dates for it
Yeah, I've
somewhere.
not seen them. I don't know why.
I'll tell you where I've got the dates on my work calendar. I'll tell you when it is.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Oh, there it is. 4th till the 14th of September.
There you go. I knew it was on there.
Yeah. 4th till the 14th of September. I don't know why we froze, but we have frozen. Hello. Hey. We'll get the camera fixed, especially for the next
Giveaway. We'll do
Yeah.
we'll do a tower things. Give away some tickets soon.
Are you doing a Tower Things?
Yeah.
Are you?
We're starting with you.
Where are we doing it?
After the commotion we had in Coventry.
Yes.
Some of them questions.
But where are we doing it? On what platform? On all 4?
Across all 3.
So we have to do it?
Line put in the chat earlier that across all 3 platforms is fine for the tower thing. So.
Aidy Quinlan, just over 3 weeks to the Irish Christmas. Can't wait. Look forward to see you, Aidan. Looking forward to being over there as well.
Is the Irish Open, does it always fall on Bank Holiday weekend, that
It's
final?
always Easter.
Always falls on that
No
Bank
matter
Holiday?
when Easter is,
Yeah.
the Irish Open is.
The thing is, I've never made the Monday sour, so I don't know. I'm usually home Sunday
I
night.
see. No, it's always Easter weekend. Obviously, Easter changes
Yeah,
due to
so
the equinox and the
Irish
moon and
Open
all that.
changes, yeah,
So
okay.
the Irish Open dates do change.
Makes sense.
But the final day of the Irish Open is always Easter Monday.
Okay. Yes, we've got Tom here with Ace Jack. I feel like one that can comfortably go bet here. Button versus Big Mac going to have some Ace X, some Queen X. Like even stuff like Deuce X of Hearts, some 3-4, 4-5 of Hearts, now Jack 10 of Hearts. A lot of combos out there to get a second street from Tom. Ace Queen, Ace King shouldn't be a thing for Matt. Just a nice hand here to go for 3 streets with Button versus Big. However, not going to be getting another street from the King Jack High, in my opinion. Feel like this is where we'll lose Matt Davenport from the hand.
Any more results, Aidan, in the last month or so? Have you satellited into the Irish Open? Have you got any tickets?
Top right of your screen. 18 left.
Yes.
Out of 72. So we go to the 2-table redraw. When we lose 2 more, we will have prize pull out after the break.
Talking of Christmas, we need to get this. I'll text PK. We'll need to get that sorted. I need to be able to sort it out on what to do and how to press it. He did say something like that, and it didn't work. We'll get the comms sorted, please.
Ace do suited for Tom. Nice one to attempt to steal.
Is the feet? Sorry.
No, it's okay.
No,
Go on.
no. I just said somebody was in there saying is the feet stuttering. Hopefully not. Give yourself a quick refresh if you're on Twitch. and let us know.
Interesting one here for Matt. Ace-king suited. Slightly too much to jam, such a strong hand. 30 bigs, yes, we're out of position, but want to try and induce something here from Tom, like against an ace-5 suited, against like a queen-jack suited, like hands that can potentially go for the 4-bet rip in terms of a bluff LP versus blinds. And ace-deuce of hearts, maybe not like the prime combo, but if we are going to pull some 4-bet bluffs in the form of a jam, we do like choosing some suitable ace stuff, but we prefer having the ace-5, the ace-4 suited. Maybe if we just shove any suited wheel ace, we're definitely going to be overdoing it. So we'll see what Tom comes with. But I feel like ace-5 suited obviously going to be the prime candidate. We also like some suited Broadway stuff, like some queen-jack suited, some king-jack suited, to go for the 4-bet send. But he's going to take this avenue here as Tom, which I'm surprised about, Tower. Generally,
Ace-deuce.
we are getting a nice price in position. But in general, I'm shocked to see this.
Where are we in this hand with an ace-high flop? Ace-5 jack.
Not much Matt's worried about here, Tal. I'm going to be in a bit of a quandary as Matt's sitting here thinking about hands that Tom's just going to call here. Maybe like some stuff that wants to take his price, like a Jack-10 suited, like a 10-9 suited. Like I expect stuff like 7s, 8s, 9s just to send pre. I expect stuff like Ace-Queen, Ace-King, Ace-Jack suited potentially just to send pre. So kind of interesting what we're working with, thinking about Tom's range from Matt's perspective. Like I'd never assign him this tower. I'd never give him the ace-deuce suited, the ace-3 suited. I expect these hands to just potentially fold, or maybe once in a while go for that low-frequency 4-bet. But now we get here, going to be a real problem for Tom Hall, because we have top pair facing a capable opponent, and Matt will find some bluffs from stuff like King-Queen, Queen-10, King-10, something like a King-8 of spades that now turns a nut flush draw. And then obviously Matt's value range just going to be the Ace-King, Ace-Queen, Ace-Jack, pocket jacks, Ace-5 suited, Ace-4 suited that were bluffing pre. These can still be in there for value too. Let's see what Matt's got in mind. Less than a pot size bet tower here. 0.95 SPR.
I'm a bit like you. Where is Tom in the hand with the ace-deuce?
This is why it's kind of interesting, like from Matt's perspective, because we know Matt, we know he'll think logically about each given spot, and when Tom peels the 3-bet off of this stack depth, it's kind of interesting what we're trying to assign him as range. I just expect this stuff to fold pre, maybe go for a low frequency 4-bet once in a while. I'm probably just going to give him stuff like Jack-10 suited, Queen-10 suited, these type of holdings.
If Matt checks, can we expect Tom to...
No, Tom will just knuckle back 100%.
Oh, not now. No! Not now, he's not knuckling back.
Oh my word.
Wow.
What a ridiculous river. One thing that is kind of good for Matt being the 3 of spades is we assign Tom that range that calls the 3-bet pre off this stack depth. I'm going to believe, I know we can see he's got ace-deuce suited, but I was sat there as Matt. I would think Tom would have a lot of this Jack-9 suited, Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack suited, King-Jack suited, and Jack-X of spades is so real. So if we check here as Matt, and Tom does go for the all-in, which he will, maybe there's some hero folding going on here from Matt. I know it's less than a half pot back, but when you think about Tom's range, if he has like an ace-10 that didn't get aggressive pre, ace-10 suited, he's just going to knuckle that back. If Tom's got... Well, Matt has gone for the jam, and Tom's going to call it off anyway. But
yep, he's already shown him the deuce. Oh, can't believe it.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough one for Matt. Pretty rough one. maybe Matt feels like ace 10's there to get heroed by ace queen. It's very hard for Matt to get called by worse Otat. Ace queen wants to shove pre, 30 effective LP versus blinds. So we literally target ace 10 suited, ace 9 suited that may be in there. And that's about it. Is Tom really heroing like a king jack of hearts? That just folds turn anyway, so...
That is leaving Matt pretty short, 29,000. Pretty grim run out for Matt Davenport.
Really interesting river jam from him though, Tower, because where are we getting paid from? Ace 10 suited, is that going to hero? Ace 9 suited, is that going to hero?
Tough one for Matt.
Enjoyable hand to delve into though. Really nice one to cover. So the pill of the free bet with the ace deuce for Tom working out on that occasion. Close one for Dave. Like king 9 suited, definitely open. 6-handed is still going to open the king 6 suited here. Nice raise fold combo, one that we can try and steal with. Just comfortable decision facing a free bet. We can just get out of the way, and we still actually get some value from big blind. Like Terry going to defend 6-7, 6-8 suited, stuff like that. 10-5 off though, not going to be getting involved. It's going to be a nice little pickup for Dave. What you want to be doing? You're not really getting much distribution. Well. Here comes Terry. 10-5 off.
10-5. No, 7-3-9.
I was just about to say, this is how we keep afloat, these sort of marginal opens, just picking up steals. Just keeping that head above water. Looking for that 2-table redraw. Just a c-bet from Dave. Got some very nice backdoors over card, which is clean. Goes for half pot. Sizes up slightly. TJ out the way. Oh, we're back.
Fixed it!
You fixed it, yeah.
Fixed it! I did it! I thought I was going to ask you. Oh, we were talking about the Irish Christmas.
Yep.
I was really upset last week.
Okay.
We weren't streaming when Cheltenham was on. I want to ask you how you did.
I didn't back a single race.
What?
Didn't watch a single race.
What a
didn't
waste
back
of a
a single
story
race.
that was. I got right excited.
I was locked in last week. I was playing a lot of cash. So
okay.
5 days straight, I was playing basically.
Did you?
Last week? Yeah, literally. So it was
You didn't have a bet?
It was a grindy week. No, did not have a single bet.
I was
down.
expecting all kinds of stories.
No.
Sorry, family.
Didn't have a single
Sorry,
bet on
888
Cheltenham
family.
this
We're
year.
expecting all kinds
No
of
stories this year. No lucky 63 without a place this year.
Can't believe it.
How you doing, Mr. Gardner? Anthony Gardner in the chat.
Nice to see you. Still doing a bit of TV stuff as well.
Oh, is he?
In the old, I'm sure he was on the Tottenham Fulham or something like that. I'm pretty sure he was on the field, on the pitch with the old microphone. Nice to see you still doing a bit of TV, Anthony. And hope to see you at the table soon.
No, I didn't even touch it, Tower.
Wow. What I also want to know is this year there's only 34 runners for the Grand National. Which is in 2 weeks' time.
I've never...
It's the lowest field ever, apparently. And I don't know why.
I don't know either.
There's normally 40.
Yeah, there is.
And now there's 34. So I don't know what the reason is. But the winner of the Gold Cup, which was the favourite for the Grand National, he's not in it.
Oh, is he not?
So I don't know why. I don't know what's happened.
Well, going to jump.
Anybody horsey out there?
Going to jump back to it because Matt's all in here with the ace-9 suited, or at least he will be all in. He's only got 1k back. This is always going in. Matt will see he's out in front.
He is in front. Just needed to fade king or a jack, and he'll get himself a double up to 78,000. And near 10 bigs.
Is there any sort of like benefit at all? I was like, if I somehow do leave the one chip, you get
It's a great card to see. King and jack of diamonds no good now for Robbie. So just the 4-outer to fade from Matt.
And does. Just the nuts. Back up to 10 bigs. Dan on YouTube, or Dan YouTube, said it's horse welfare. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that.
And you should see at the bottom of your screen as well, guys, we
Oi.
have a prize pool confirmed.
72 runners, 1,500 buying, £32,830. First place, play the final hand and lose it, 21,550. Get to the FT. Ninth, and you get £3,080. So 9 get paid, as you said. Yes, Anthony Gardner's, he'll be in the crack, Dennis says. Looking forward to it. Lucky enough this year to be hosting the Irish Open, doing a lot of floor videos.
It's just that one event every year that I even look forward to it more than Vegas. I don't know why. It's just
Apparently I'm not working, according to Jane.
you're not working. It's a hobby. I'm not having that as work. You walking around with a microphone, chatting to your mates. It's not work. You're doing what you usually do when you finish work. The only difference is you got a microphone in your hand, and some blokes following you around with a camera as well. But it's not. I'm not having that down as work. This is work. When you're walking around chatting with your mates, it's not bloody work. I'm not having it. It is. You're chatting with your mates. Most of the time, you pull people that you know and people that know you, and you have a chat, you have a laugh with them. It's a hobby. Maybe you got to do a bit of work if a stranger wins something that you don't know, and then you got to have a chat with a stranger. Maybe that's a little bit work. Okay. But I'm not having that you're going over there for work. Mooching about with a microphone is not work.
So dire strains. There you go. Smart man, getting paid for doing what he does anyway. Looking forward to it. Really am. And Grosvenor and 888. We're taking a lot of people out there. I know Grosvenor Poker have got 60 qualifiers so far. Queen Eye flop for Chen. Gut shot for, in fact, open ender for Tom.
Yeah, kind of an interesting one for Tom, and one that we can potentially go for raise with tower right off the bat. Power suits as well, heart, diamond. Like, it's not that we raise it full frequency, but when like selecting our up and downs, our gut shots to raise, sometimes the ones that we're going to choose, the ones with like the suit, the heart here, for example, we can start bluffing heart turns, we can bluff heart rivers.
There is the race.
But then it gets interesting. Let's say if Chen had like 150k less tower, then we play no raises at all as Tom, because now Chen has that stack depth that can just shove us in, and then we have to fold our up and down and relinquish our equity. So like, it's kind of interesting. When we actually get shallower with hands like this, we just play flat. And then like we start check raising stuff like king six of diamonds, the overcard free to flush, free to straight. But when we get deeper, then we can start raising our up and downs, our gut shots, stuff like that.
Well, the king of hearts turn is probably better for Tom.
Yeah, much better for Tom. Yes, Chen still has the like ace x of hearts stuff for sure that opens. But having the king of hearts out there, he's also going to open stuff like king seven suited, king 8 suited, this type of thing. So much more favourable card here for Tom. He's going to have more combinations of flushes. So now decision point for Tom here. I would have much preferred to see like a deuce of hearts or a 3 of hearts, something that may not have too much connection with Chen's range. Chen can still have some king queen, he can still have some ace king with a heart that wants to call once, king jack with a heart. That is going to knuckle it over.
Yeah, good check.
Pretty clear check back for Chen here. Don't want to reopen the action for Tom.
Check back, as you say, and the 3 of hearts. We just get there for Tom.
Tom on fire.
We check calling.
He may even block tower. Would be if he checks. Yes, it would be check calling unless met with like a huge size in. But may go for like a little smallish bet here. Try and get a hero from like a queen, non-believer. It looks like has gone for the block option.
Nigh on impossible to call.
We beat 8-6 no heart, we beat 8-9 no heart, we beat 9-6 no heart. That is it, tower. So
oh, it's cool.
yeah, it's cool.
Wow,
He's
it's
getting
cool with the queen.
His price is nice. He's getting 8 to 1 on a call. Only needs to be right 12.5% of the time. Even less than that actually. 8 to 1 on a call. The price was right.
Dan on YouTube says Gold Cup winners are not really because the turnaround's too short. 3. I thought it was always 3 weeks. Maybe not. So there you go. When is the Grand National, by the way? It's on while we're. I think it's on while we're in Newcastle. So we'll have to have your lucky 63 during the 3-day. Well, won't be a lucky 63. Yeah, it could be. We're on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I think it's on during the Newcastle Festival.
I didn't realise horses needed that long to recover from one race.
What, 3-mile race?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What? But what about Mo Farah at the Olympics? He's got to run 10,000 metres. The next day he's got to run it again in the semi-final.
Well, that's his choice.
I know, but I'm just saying it's a long time, 5 weeks for recovery.
Yeah, that's true.
You've got these marathon runners that run a marathon, have a day off, run a marathon, have a day off, have a marathon, run a day off, run a day off, have a day off.
Makes you wonder how they do it and why.
It's a long old time.
What about the guy that did like 3 marathons in a day?
Yeah. That was Eddie. Was it Eddie Izzard who done that? I believe.
Unbelievable.
I guess the horse isn't getting the old ice bath treatment and massages and all of that like the athletes would be. "40 minutes to go until we hit the first break of the day, guys. Been stuck on 18 for a while now.
Yep, 9 getting paid. So 18, 9 prizes.
Nice sight to see for David. A couple of kings in the cut-off. Shouldn't be open jamming. This is the one that wants to fall into the 2 big blind range. Like, we will have some open jams from cut-off, but going to want to split our opening range into 2 here. We're going to want to have open jam for 15, and we're going to want to have 2 big blinds. And the way we select it, the 2 big blinds is going to be the really strong stuff, the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace-king suited, the ace-queen, these type of hands. And then we balance that out with some stills, maybe some stuff like ace-6 off, a suited king deuce from cut-off. And then our open 15 big blind shove range is going to be like some king-queen suited, some ace-10, some suited ace-x, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 5s. And Chen's all in with the ace-queen suited, going to jump back to the chat box in a second.
that wins the chat today. So ace queen for Chen, Dave. Fading aces and queens, and we've got the queen on the flop, so more outs for Chen to take out Dave Doherty.
Jack of spades is a fun turn.
Does DD manage to hold?
Jack of spades for the neutral, no. 9 of diamonds, so just the ace or the queen to fade, and Dave Doherty going to be doubling up.
And there we go, so DD doubles to 320. 32 bigs, now the blinds are 10k.
A very good point from TM in the chat box. Says Mo Farah doesn't have to do it with a 5-foot Irishman on his back. That needs to be an Olympic sport, surely.
Oh, brilliant TM. Hi Andy McKenzie. All right lads, how are you enjoying Glasgow? Loving it, thank you. See you tomorrow for the main. Managed to go into the oldest pub in Glasgow last night, a place called the Scotia, where they did an unbelievable stout on cask called Ghost Town.
I've had Ghost Ship.
Oh yeah,
I've had Ghost Ship. Yeah, I've had
Ghost Town in there, in the Scotia, just down about 40, about a 5-minute walk away, just over a 5-minute walk away from here. Oh man, what a drink that was. And Nova Scotia in Canada watching on the live stream. Yeah, it's called the Scotia.
Got a bit of jam for Matt. 5 bigs, blind on blind, queen 10. Not going to get much better than this. There's the all in. Robbie will have to call pretty wide. We'll have some folds though. Queen 5 off, just shy of 6. Kind of a grim one for Robbie to find here. Like suited queen, would definitely call. Raggedy offsuit seems kind of meh. We call any king here, we call any ace, we call suited queen X, we call stuff like jack 10, 10-9 suited. But these sort of offsuit high lows, just shy of 6 bigs, it seems like a real rough one here for Robbie Ball. Couldn't fault him for either. He's going to make the call. And Matt in good shape. You got to remember, it's down to just the 2 bigs after that ruthless river card against Tom Hall. Could be back to 12.5 after this run out.
Can he get there?
It's never easy.
What we've seen, here comes the 4.
4s and 5s for Robbie Ball. Well, now a catalogue of chop outs. Spades covered though by Matt.
There's a 9 of spades. So double up for Matt. There we go again. Now on 12 bigs.
I think we've got to squeeze another keyword in before the break.
I think you're right.
Because we've got 15 to give away.
Bang on the hour again. 11 minutes.
Yeah, we'll do on the hour.
Yeah.
Sounds good. 2 o'clock. Think of a word for us, Lime. Let us know in the chat box. Yep. 2 o'clock, we will go to another keyword. We have 15 tickets to give away for 888 Poker today. I can't see this one lasting past 9, 10 o'clock, so we will need to get them out in quick fashion over the course of the day.
Like it. How did we do last night, Andy? Andy McKenzie was in the building yesterday. I think he was playing the satellite yesterday. Here's a see you tomorrow for the main event. And Annette, how are you doing? Town and Jay, how are you both well? Looking forward to watching the stream as always. Next 4 days we are on. Show you the streaming times. No golf this week, no clubs, no car this week. No clubs, no car. Up on the choo-choo.
Surely Agis McTavish has got to come and say hello. We're in Scotland, Agis.
We're in Glasgow. And if McSwall is watching, Stu McNally, who won a nice event last week in the Aliyah.
He's on the outer table, isn't he?
Is he?
He's sat in this one.
Well, he lives on the same street as the most famous pie shop in the country.
And he's not brought us any in.
And he needs to have a word with himself. Because he lives on the same street of a very famous pie shop that do ham hock and cheese macaroni pies.
Oh.
Mac and cheese and ham hock pies they do. McSwally, we need a word.
Deja vu for Tom Hall. 3-4 hands ago, found that the Black Kings got him again. Makes it 2 bigs from Gum.
So Tom with the Kings, no action.
Won't be getting any. Oh, the old whip in the big for Dave Doherty into the muck.
Agis was here last week. Might take a trip down again. And Cat was going to play the Saturday this evening, but seemed to be booked up. Oh no! Might see you over the weekend, I am sure.
A6 for Dave here. Bottom line. We'll be continuing. I think Tom slightly covers us now. It could be one that goes for the raise. Bit of both going on maybe. Some complete and some raising. Kind of a grim hand with playability. The A6 off, so more than happy to take this down here and here. Just getting Tom to fold like a 7-10 off is a win in itself. Got some resistance.
10, Jack, 6, flop. DD up to 293.
And board preferred for Dave. Has all the sets, the overpairs. Tom not going to have aces, kings, queens, jacks or tens. All available in the range of David Doherty here. Like usually when we have middle or bottom one that could potentially go for a check. And that's exactly what Dave does. Over to Tom. And so difficult to range players blind on blind. Like Tom going to defend any 2 suited cards with position. He'll probably defend like offsuit and gap down to like 8-6 off perhaps. And then just going to have all these perhaps stronger hands. Some like ace-10, some king-queen. That just keeps some of the dominated stuff of David in there. 24k into 74 to kick things off. Just north of 30%. Pretty clear check call for Dave.
Turn, which is the 8 of clubs.
Yeah, real horrible turn to see here for Dave. If we were in front on the flop, this turn is going to jump a few of Tom's combos in front of our stuff like 8-9, 7-8, Queen-9, Queen-8, sort of these gutted up and down type things that now either make a straight or a pair. We will be ahead of some stuff, maybe a hand like a Queen-5 of spades, Queen-5 of diamonds, overcard, 3 to flush, 3 to straight, that Tom wants to stab flop with, target some ace-high stuff at an ace-5, ace-4, this part of David's range, but we do see the check behind.
And a 6 for Dave. Is that helping? If the river card we want to see to help, that is it.
That is the nuts tower. The way this hand is played, Tom can never have a better hand here. Doesn't check back 2 pair, doesn't check back a straight on the turn, so we can chop. Tom can have a6 as well as played, but Dave in his head here should just recognise that a6 is just always the best hand. Just because of the turn check back, Tom's not going to be checking back turn with any straights, any two pairs. Maybe the one is queen nine of clubs, but what one combo? There you go, dire straights. Right on cue in the chat at the same time. And like the good thing for Dave as well is not that Tom doesn't have anything. Like his Jack X and his 10X want to start checking turn as well, like the Jack 9, the 10-9 that went for some value on flop. Potentially going to be hands that we target to get called by here. 72 into 122. So 60% for Dave. Tom not insta-folding, so seems something along the lines of a 10, maybe something like 8-9, queen 8. A jack wouldn't be able to fold this river tower once checking back turn, so I feel like it's an 8 a lot of time here for Tom, like an 8-7, an 8-9, a queen 8. Something along those lines, maybe a 10 with no kicker, like a 10-7 suited. Pretty confident never a jack here for Tom. I think that's already paid.
More time right to be used.
Yeah, I don't think 9-7 of clubs is one I would check max A, just because the 3 out of 9 on the river kills our hand completely. Go behind to queen XN. I feel like the top end one would be the one that
Well, he's flicked it in.
would
go. The call.
Yeah, would go for the check. We'll never know what Tom had, unfortunately, but
10x.
You reckon 10x? I reckon queen 8. I'm going to go with queen 8 for Tom there.
Maybe a 10-9. Maybe. We'll try and ask him.
Max Ellie said, he sent me a text, it was defo 9-7 of clubs. Then he's just mucked the best answer. Just straight beats trips. And I doubt Mr. Hall is going to muck a straight against trips there. It can be done, for sure. There's always a time where sometimes you misread your hand, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say Tom did not have 9-7 of clubs there and muck the winner. I didn't back a single horse at Cheltenham. Haggis asked me how I got on at Cheltenham. I was just locked in on the cash game grind last week, really, just playing a lot of cash, long hours, sort of finish a session, go to bed, wake up, get ready, go play again, repeat for like 5 days. I was locked in last week at the tables. So Tom, 12 big, suited jack, seems good. Blind on blind versus Chen. Going to shove really wide here as Tom. Suited jack on this occasion. Chen, king, queen, clear call. Good start. Just fading runners. Oh, a runner has become available. We're off to Motown. Jackson 5s. It would be ill, but it's clean for Chen. A roller coaster session for Cheng Cheng. He's been up to 450. He's been down to 120. Back to 25 bigs, just north of a quarter of a milli. And on that note, we are going to be going to the key word, guys. Just waiting
T-boy.
for the T-boy.
Here he is, walking in with a tee, and so Things you have to do to keep him smiling.
And we
What do you
have
think you got
got
to do to keep him smiling?
another two $25 tickets to give away for 888 Poker online. All you have to do, nice and easy one, it's a keyword, is just write the keyword into the chat box and it's a random draw. And the keyword for the second giveaway of the day is roller.
Roller?
High roller.
Not roller. Oh, right, okay.
Like high roller.
Roller. L-O-L-L-E-R.
R-O-L-L-E-R.
I like it.
Roller.
Go, go, go.
And on that note, what timing?
What timing? We've got a redraw. Two-table redraw. Roller, roller, roller.
And that is because after losing Brian Taylor on table 13, we had a double knockout on table 12. William McClure and Nicholas Swan both exiting the field. So we're actually going to be down to 15.
Oh.
We are going to have a table of 7. We are going to have a table of 8.
Billy McClure. We've got Robbie Bull. We've got Jack Hardcastle. We've got TJ. We've got Chen Chen.
Relation to Troy? Remember him, Troy McClure?
Troy McClure, no.
From The Simpsons. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from, yeah.
I do now. Hey, I'm Troy McClure. Hey, so get your name, get roller typed in. And yes, it has to be on Twitch. Andy McKenzie. It has to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. We'll give you a couple of minutes. All the giveaways are monitored by Lime, who's our amazing moderator for 888 at every event that we do. So all giveaways will be, unless we do a JR Tower Thinks later in the day.
Which we probably will.
Which we probably will do to separate it a little bit. But the giveaways of the keywords have to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. We're not streaming on Grosvenor Twitch this week. It's just 888 Poker TV on Twitch. This week, we're back for the GKPTs and everything else that we do on Twitch then, but 888. So if you do want to get in and you want to win yourself a $25 ticket, the roller has to be named in on 888 Poker TV on Twitch and nowhere else. Just for the giveaways.
So table is set, guys. Quick run through who we will have at the feature. In 1, Terry Jordan going nowhere. Chen Chen moving to the 2 seat. Magun Fu in the 3. Dan Gormley in 5. Robbie Ball in 6. Cameron Williamson in 7. And Jack Hardcastle completing the lineup in the 8 seat. The outer table is going to be Thomas Hall, Craig Conway, Stato, Laurenis Jakutis, Adam Wilkinson, David Doherty, and Mitch Johnson. And Matt Davenport. So we've got a cracking final 15 left. We are going on break in 22 minutes. And you have your last chance to write roller in the chat if you want to win one of these $25 888 tickets for online. So get your guesses in, guys.
Get him in. Go on, Cammy. Good to see him. Cammy Williamson back at the tables.
Okay, we are ready.
We are ready. Gladiators, ready. Here we go. It has to be on Twitch, Gary. Told you all day long. Unless you've just joined, then the next one you'll be able to join in. 888 Poker TV on Twitch.
Well, Mr. Gormley has been getting to work today because somehow he is up to 1.6 milli.
Wow.
So been some...
That has to be a hand against Stato, doesn't it?
Ongoings on the outer tables.
You think?
Mr. Gormley up to 1.7 milli.
Here we go. Congratulations.
Peckish Whale, 11. And Paul STHSE. I don't know how to pronounce that. So well done to you two. Paul and Peckish Whale going to get you a $25 ticket sent to your 888 account.
Peckish Whale are 1 for once. Get yourself in. By the time we set up, we were really late setting up yesterday, Garrett. so it would have only been an hour stream. So we decided that because of the setup taking a lot longer than normal because of the situation regarding the table and the commentary box and where we were going to go and everywhere, then we just for the last hour and a half we just decided against it, and then coming back for 4 full days of great action from Glasgow.
Yeah, could be some carnage here. Potential problems for Cammy. Like Jack goes for the free bet here. Ace, Queen, start the hand. 24 effective. At 24, we're happy to free bet get in. As soon as we start getting deeper, Ace, Queen plays slightly more flats just to keep that dominated range in. But at 24, we do just want to go for the free bet as Jack call off the 4-bet rip. Pretty standard one. And as Cammy here, it's kind of interesting, Tao, because we much prefer shoving something like Ace-5, Ace-4, rather than Ace-Jack here, because Ace-Jack doesn't ever get better hands to fold when we call we need to win a flip or find a 3-outer. So, like, from Cameron's spot here, so much better to shove suited wheel ace, Ace-5 suited, Ace-4 suited, something like that. Ace-Jack may actually fall into some call remits, but against Mr. Hardcastle may be difficult to not 4-bet send here when you know your opponent's capable. You know he's going to find stuff like Ace-9, Ace-8, some King-Jack perhaps. These type of combos wouldn't surprise me to see the 4-bet send come in. It's a really tough one for Cammy, but I wouldn't fault him for 4-bet jamming here. But it's probably better to fold like to jam like Ace-4, Ace-5 suited tower, because we get Jack to fold like his Ace-8, Ace-9 off that a 3-bet bluff cut off versus button. But looks like Cammy here going to find a very good... No, he's not. I was about to say going to find a very good fold, but there's the all-in. Does go for the 4-bet send. Quick call from Jack, and Cammy going to need some help.
He is indeed. Jack Hardcastle up to 6-3-5 with a big blind at 10.
So Jack fading Jacks.
Oh, Cammy. Delightful flop for the Cammy. And now fading a king as well with a 10 on the turn. So a queen or a king to fade. Oh, that Cammy gets a full double, and it's a 3. A little bit of luck that you need at this stage with 15 players left and 9 getting the money.
Can't really fault him. It's a really tough one facing Jacks. Like, I'd definitely shove Ace-4, Ace-5 suited there. Like the Ace-Jack's just one of those that we never sort of get better to fold. I guess maybe we flush out some equity of like some King-Queen, stuff like that, but even Jack might even 3-bet call that. So it's kind of an awkward one with Ace-Jack. I guess we just pick up Jack's 3-bet a lot of the time. Player dependency, all of that. But you can just get there.
You can just get there. You can flop a jack and double. And that's just what's happened. Oh, you're right, Gareth Wright's coming up with the healthy stuff.
You lad.
See, we go to Portsmouth.
Yep.
We enter a new audience.
Yep.
And they all start to know the talk.
I know.
How good is that?
I know, yeah, it's great.
I've never ate so much fruit in all my life.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, Gareth. Look forward to seeing you.
So just under 20 minutes to go, guys, and then first break of the day should only be 15-20 minutes. We'll make you aware of how long that's going to be. Dan Gormley, the big mover first session, not sure what was occurring on the outer table. And now going to get to put the pressure on. Opens to 20. Yeah, I like that fold a lot there from Cammy. Kind of an annoying one with the 5s from hijack. Ooh, there's Jack here with 4s. Kind of an awkward one as well. Same situation. Does have slightly better position than Cammy had. He's going to have a look, and slightly deeper than Cammy as well. So maybe more inclined to call when we flop that set. Potential to win a big one against one of the chip leaders. Now again in with the defend with the King Queen.
A7-7 flop.
Checks over to Jack here. We'll be aware though, like when Dan opens, like if he has some suited ace-x, they will start playing some check out of position to Jack. 3 of hearts on the turn. And after check through on the flop, wouldn't surprise me if we saw Dan go for a delay here. Like we expect some leads from Malgan the time he has some 7x. Ace-x probably wants to check again from the big blind, but wouldn't be surprised if check to Dan here we saw a delay. Like Jack's going to have some king 10, some king queen, some king jack that we can potentially fold out, but we're not going to get that opportunity. Interesting lead here from Malgan. Does get it through. Ace 3 of hearts for Jack. Afternoon, Master Grogu tunes in on Twitch.
Oh, the master.
Bad timing, sir. We are going on a break in 13 minutes, but should only be 15-minute turnaround and then back
Yes.
with the final 15. Just going to be a raise and take for Jack. Yes, we're chip daddy as Dan, but can't defend any 2. 9 do straight into the muck.
All good. Mr. Josh Manley turning up.
Where's Easty? I need to see Easty.
He's hiding. 100% you will not see him. There's no way Easty's going to go, hi Jane, is it? Hey, you're beautiful, how you doing? I like pets. So 15 $25 tickets given away today. We've done 4. The Master Grogu.
God, this is like a throwback table to like the first high roller after lockdown tower.
Yeah.
Like Robbie's gone missing the last couple of years, plays a bit bigger. Jack doesn't play as much. Dan Gormley used to play all the time during lockdown. TJ Jr. as well, as we just come out.
Somebody told me you wanted to see me.
Yeah, our Liverpool getting
Oh,
on.
you may see it.
I've literally been blacked out the last few weeks. I'm assuming you're still on for the quadruple. I'm just assuming you're still on for the 4
Do you want
trophy.
me to show you the league table?
The league table's fine, mate. The league table's
Do you
fine.
think I care about anything except the league?
I'd prefer Europa League over the league. We're going to have a better season than you. We're going to have a better season than you. We're going to have a better season than you. Spurs are going to have a better season than Liverpool this season.
absolute disgrace.
Spurs are going to have a better
nothing.
season than Liverpool.
nothing.
Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
I'll see you boys around.
Absolutely, East is here.
Us two bickering already.
Absolutely, Tottenham Liverpool. It's going to be good fun this week. He's got the smallest camera I've ever seen.
I didn't even know he was recording me.
He's got the smallest camera I've ever seen.
They're going to jump back into things. Big Pot Brewing, already 20 bigs in the middle, open from Malgan. Dan goes for the 4.5x free bet, up to 9 big blinds, out of position, and Malgan making the call. Seems pretty standard.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 8. Third board.
Expect Malgan to check this one back. Dan just aware, like all this suited Queen 10, Queen Jack suited, even like King Queen off can come along. This stack depth, small versus button.
Jack on the turn for Malgan with the ace jack. Takes a commanding lead from Dan Gormley.
Not really a good card for Dan, like some King Jack suited, Jack 10 suited now getting there, Jack 9 suited as well, button versus small. It looks like he's going to go for the delay.
65. Oh, 115. 60%.
And after turning this Jack, got to stick around as Malgan here, but maybe Dan with something else in mind here, Tal, with the Ace King. If he's betting turn, wouldn't be surprised to see the unload on the river. He's sizing for exactly that, because we're going to have 430 in the pot, 366 in Malgan's stack, so 356. So Dan potentially setting it up here. And just because we've checked flop doesn't necessarily mean we can't have some Queen X. We can still have some kings and aces as well. Is it in there? If I'm going to be really picky, prefer having like the king of spades or king of diamonds, just because then we block that king-queen suited combo that could potentially be in there, but decides to shut it down. Yeah. And the ace-jack going to be good for Malgan.
Back up to 786. Keith Littlewood says, Jay, should we have a Europa League bet? Seems like your first and second favourites.
Drop me a message if you want, Keith. You got my number.
How many's left in it?
Let me know what you want. 8.
Remaining in today's High Roller Event, please take your seats. You have 3 minutes.
We've got to win 3 games and we win a trophy. Well, technically we've got to win 5 because 2 legs, ain't it?
Oh, right, yeah. But you know, you're going to have to win 3 of them, but don't lose
Yeah, that is true.
Who Man United got?
Man United have got Atletico, they got Bilbao.
Atletico Bilbao.
We've got Eintracht Frankfurt.
You must be favourites.
Frankfurt, decent team.
Keith, don't make it too big.
Frankfurt, decent team. I take it Haggis McTavish supports Rangers, says see you in the final, Jay.
Well, Rangers still in it as well?
Yeah, Rangers still in it.
Wow. Wow. Oh, look, I might even start watching it. So Jack with the queens.
And we're deep, Tower.
We are very deep.
Gone.
60 bigs, 72 bigs. Malgan 3 bets to 60.
Gun versus cut off here, and Jack
4 betting.
Coming in with the 4 bet. You can see 150. And now, as Malgan, ace king suited. Is he going to run it here and now? Are we going to have a monstrous flip approaching the first break of the day?
Wow.
So Malgan never folding here, Tower, but once Jack 4 bets, gun versus cut off, there has got to be some alarm bells in his head, and there we go. He's just going to land on flat. Like, it's just a disaster if we go for the 5 bet jam, we get snapped by aces.
In the High Roller Event, please retake your seats. You have 1 minute remaining on your break.
10 high flop, 10-3 deuce. Clean for Jack. Very clean for Jack.
Yeah, small size here, Tower, 4 bet coup. Doubt we're going to see anything big here from Jack. Goes for quarter pot, 80k. That's kind of annoying, not a diamond in sight, but 5-1 with 2 clean overcards. Backdoor Will, backdoor Broadway here for Malgen. Again, against quarter, I feel like we still need to come along and see a turn here with position. Like ahead of some of Jack's bluffs as well, maybe like a King Queen, King Jack suited, an Ace 5 suited, something along those lines.
Four of spades on the turn brings in the 5s as well now for Mausen.
It's actually a really bad call because one of Jack's bluffs, like the Ace 5 suited, if it's ever in there, we are going to find some 4-bet bluffs. One of the candidates can potentially have.
Those dealers in the main event, you have your blend level 100, 300 with a 300 big blind Andy 133 in the main event.
And now with just 80% pot left, looks like Jack is going to send the lot in, and it's a snap fold from Malgen. Jack back to north of 800, closer to 900, 895. Hardcastle on the move. The bubble will be 10 players left. We're going to have 2 tables of 5 when we're at 10, 9 places paid. Prizes coming across the bottom of your screens. Me and Keith Littlewood are on.
You're on?
We are on.
Well, you got a 10 on?
5.
£5 on whoever, what is it, whoever lasts longest?
Yep.
What happens if you both go out to the quarters?
Well, then it's no bet. They have to win. Your team have to win it. Sorry, no, it's not last longer. Your team have to win.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
if Europa League champions are nor Spurs nor Man U, it's no bet from me.
Right, got you.
But we're on.
And it's Rangers who's got Atletico Bilbao, and Man United have got a bye because they're playing Lyon.
Oh,
Whoever they are.
Leon. That's where we got Hugo from. So Queens for Terry, opens to 25. Doubt we're going to see much happen here from Robbie on the button. Ace 9 off for Jack. Going to be defending from the big.
King High flop, King 6-7.
Like Queen seems like one okay to check. Better to bet like 8s here that need a bit more equity denial than something like Queens that only real bad turn that can roll off for us is an ace, especially with the Queens and Diamonds. But Terry just going to go for the C bet on the King High board.
Into the bin, there you go. Deal of change, could well be the last hand.
Yeah, I remember we beat Frankfurt a couple of years back in the was it Champions League, Richie Burner? I thought it was Europa. You might be right though. We used to be in the Champions League all the time, didn't we?
It says Champions League.
Yeah, but I thought it was Europa we played
right.
Frankfurt. But as I say, I could be wrong. So Annette's boy is Nathan. Is home early from school because they've closed early today. So I've got to say hello, Nathan. But you've got to do your homework, mate.
Why have they closed early? What day is it? Thursday. Was it Thursday afternoon shopping?
Do your homework.
Get your homework done, you. Fancy shutting early.
I know.
On a Thursday afternoon. Unbelievable, Nathan.
Get that homework done, then you can play Minecraft or whatever it is. Whatever the kids do.
After your Roblox or whatever it's called. So make sure you do your homework, please. Thank you.
Ace do suited for Jack. Makes it 3.5x. Gets that through. Going to take us into the final hand.
The sesh. How long do they give you homework-wise? Is it until it's finished?
I have no idea.
Or is it like an hour extra? Because you're at school for 8 hours normally.
Something like that.
And then they give you homework to do it
Yep.
when you're back in.
Yep.
Well, that's another couple of hours. When do they want you to eat?
School dinner
Play?
time.
You know, when going out straight after school and playing outside, getting some fresh air and running around a bit, that's not a thing anymore. Like, you got to blame the teachers for giving them homework. I blame the teachers for all the kids getting putting weight on. Too much homework, I say. Robbie Bull with a 10-9 of diamonds, 13 bigs.
Just good enough to definitely shove Jack 10 suited, like fist pump jam Jack 10 suited here. So 10-9 suited seems like it has to go as well for Robbie.
And in it does. The triangle is in. Oh, no, not what you want to see when Cammy's got the boots. Wow, Robbie.
Jam's going to be fine, unfortunately. Can't account for someone waking up with it behind. And
No.
Cammy here just got enough tower to play flat with aces.
Oh, okay.
It's one of these stack depths there that we want an ace queen, a pocket nine, something like that to ISO behind.
No.
But we're not getting any of that.
We are not. Robbie Bull needs to find some decent flop cards. Cammy.
21% equity. We've actually got more equity than we'd have aces versus kings. So 10-9 suited. Gut shot available.
We've now got queens working. Luckily, the queen of spades is still working. Oh, well, let's chop it up.
That would be fun.
We gotta chop it up. No, 6 of hearts on the river. Cammy takes out Robbie Bull on the final hand of the session.
Yes.
We'll see you in just under 15 minutes for the next session of the High Roller.
See you in 15.
See you in a bit.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players, it's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888 Poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888 Poker, made to play.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 888 Poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stat you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our full equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI simulated for a 5,000 game sample. In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing 3 things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000 divided by 1,000 equals 5. That means you made $5 per game. Now to find out your return on investment, or ROI, divide that profit per game by your average buy-in. $5 divided by 10 equals 50%. So in this case, you would have a 50% ROI. Understanding your win rate and ROI is crucial for evaluating your long-term success. As you can see, learning and applying these simple math calculations can not only increase your edge, but also help you get a better understanding of your overall game. What other poker math calculations do you want to learn? Let me know in the comments below.
Do you get frustrated trying to play against super aggressive players? What if I told you there are ways to exploit them? I'm Vivian Saliba, and in this video I'm going to share 5 tips to help you to play against overly aggressive players. Don't fight fire with fire. If someone is batting weaker hands more than they should, if they're bluffing more often than they normally should in certain spots, you shouldn't get out of line yourself and start making super aggressive plays. Instead, it is better to play tighter and wait for the right moment to engage in a pot together. Slow playing your strong holdings is the best way to win chips against a bully at the tables. Adjust your ranges. Aggressive players are likely to overbluff. This translates to an imbalanced ratio of potential value hands they might have to complete air holdings. Having this in mind, you should consider widening up your calling ranges. Against someone who is batting way too much in most spots, you should incorporate calls with middle and even bottom pairs sometimes. This exploitive adjustment will work much better when playing a heads-up hand against the overly bluffy opponent. So you should be careful with the other players at the table, because every time you deviate from what you should be doing, people can adapt and punish you. Don't feel intimidated. Playing against someone unpredictable that will often put you in tough spots can be intimidating and even discouraging. But don't let the fear of facing difficult decisions interfere with your game. Knowing your opponent's tendencies is an advantage, and it is your job to make the best decisions with the information you have. It is true that sometimes you'll be put to the test, but this is what poker is all about. Prioritize position. Having position in poker is always an advantage, but being the last to act against someone who is frequently too aggressive is even better. Have in mind that an aggressive player may check raise you more often than you would experience against a regular opponent, so think twice before placing a bet. It is important to think beforehand about all the possible scenarios and already have an idea of how you will react according to your opponent's moves. Don't level yourself. You must be careful not to place yourself in tricky spots just because you're playing against someone who is too aggressive or that isn't following any proper theoretical guidelines. Be careful playing huge pots with hands that might be dominated. Just because you told yourself that your opponent's range is too wide doesn't mean you will outplay them. Not giving in to someone else's mental pressure at the tables is harder than we realize. Your goal is finding out how to navigate and how to respond to their tendencies and weaknesses without compromising your own strategy. So there you have it, some important things to keep in mind the next time an overly aggressive player sits down at your table. Stay calm, don't give in to their pressure, and look for opportunities to exploit their play. How do you adjust to playing against an overly aggressive player? Let us know in the comments below.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy.
100k from you here. Yeah. What about me? Use the phone while you're not in the hand? No. Not on the table at all. Can't be on the rail. Can't be on the
I think ace jack's just like bigger in combo. It's like, no, that's fine. I've got like nines. I've not got my head also. Yeah. The problem is, it's just like healing, free bets, messing with the it makes peel a lot less attractive. But as long as you didn't think I was just doing like live reading, I was genuinely just looking at the board. I'm just trying to do that snap, to be honest. Yeah, just doing snap, and I'm like, I can't even free bet calls like ace jack suited and ace.
Small blind, big blind, 6k, 12k, please guys.
And I have passed.
Hey, we are back. We are back. 888 Poker Live in Glasgow. We are back with 14 players. Another 2 hours of poker, or when we hit the final table / money, whatever comes first. We have another 2 giveaways this session. Going to do another 2 keywords. So 2 $25 AA tickets to give away. We kept the tables the same. We have had someone come over because of the Robbie Ball exit last hand before the break. 14 left. So quick rundown. Terry Jordan in 1, Chen Chen in 2, Malcolm Fu in 3, Lauren S. Jacutis joins us in 4, Dan Gormley in 5, Cammy Williamson in 7, and Jack Hardcastle in the 8 seat. Let's do it. Deuce for Jack in the cutoff here. Goes with the open. Terry just calls the ace 10. So the final 14 players. 9 get paid. Yeah, I think we'll get to a final this session. Line may go close, maybe like 10 left on the bubble or something in 2 hours. Comes up. Yep. Top right of your screen tells us how many's left and how many played. 14 out of 72. Nine deuce flop. Jack flopping best, but Margin with the flush draw. It's an interesting one three-way for Jack because like our hand probably does want to bet to just flush out equity. And to be fair, cutoff versus button. Like the boards that we actually get the most bets on are the 9-9 boards that contain 2 9s. These are actually one of the boards that we actually get more bets on, cutoff versus button in general. There's a lot of checking going on, but the 9-9 boards are actually ones that we can heighten that frequency. And I think with the ace deuce anyway, as Jack ace deuce no heart, just seems like one that wants to bet. Forget about cutoff versus button, doing a lot of checking. Feel like it's one that just does want to flush out some equity and gets called in 2 spots, so not going to love that as Jack. He is not. 8 of spades on the turn. Still in the lead. Does stay in front here as Jack, but surely got to be knuckling now. Once we get called into positions, both players can plausibly have a 9 in range. Does Terry feel like he needs to start bluffing the ace 10? Checks it back. And 6 for Malgin. So Malgin with the 6. Still see it being checked through. It should do. It should get checked through here, Tal. Once we go three-way to the turn, like, got to be a bit worried about some potential 9x stuff out there. Yep. 6. 6 announced by Malgin, and he takes it. Takes a small pot. Would have 6-6 it. Blinds are now 12k. Dan Gormley, chip leader.
And once again, guys, on the hour, 15 minutes time, we're going to give away another two $25 tickets for 888 Poker.
Boom.
A line will come up with a keyword as always.
Keyword, baby.
And then a bit later in the day, we will do, maybe we'll do two today, one Tower Things, one
That
J
sounds
Things.
good.
Keep it small.
That sounds good. Excuse me.
I don't think one of our viewers, Noodaloo, is on the table. I think Chen Chen was just tucking into his noodles.
Yes.
And Dire Straits made the comment in the chat. Now everyone's like, who? Who is it? Because I know Terry, I know Chen Chen. Laurenus I've seen about as well, just usually not clean shaven. Dan Gormley I know. Jack Hardcastle I know. So the only person it could be is seat 3 potentially.
And everybody raving about the F&B over in Glasgow as well. Open 24 hours. The F&B. Get what you want when you want. It's got a fantastic reputation as the food here in Glasgow. And tucking into his noodles. Flop time, Jack, Queen, Deuce. All spades.
Yeah, both catching their kicker here. Still could see a small c-bet here from Dan. Mono board could go for like 17k, quarter pot-ish. Slightly less, 15. And Longness here. Only working with 13 bigs back tower, so it actually wouldn't surprise me if he went for it here and now, when we can credibly rep some bluffs potentially, some 8 bear, ace of spade, king of spades that wants to run it. It's just going to continue calling.
Well, the 4th spade and the 9 of spades on the turn. So Dan checks back, off to the river. Not heard this one, 7 of clubs, river.
No need to bluff for Laurenus, and I think all the same for Dan. Still beats enough staff. We beat some worse Jack X. It does go check, check.
It does indeed.
Poker Mel.
Oi, oi.
2 hours to go, and then out of office is on for me. Going on my holidays to Glasgow tomorrow.
Awesome stuff. See you tomorrow, Mel. Honours all it is to Glasgow. Whoever says that. It looks like a beautiful city for what I've seen, and we're going to walk around this morning for half an hour in the sunshine. One thing I have noticed about the central little bit that I've seen,
Yep.
you would never go hungry in Glasgow.
Oh, you wouldn't? No.
Oh no.
It's
Oh no.
food everywhere.
You would not go hungry.
You're not going to struggle for choice either. You pretty much anything you want. Location is great.
As
for
long
us.
as you order it correctly. Can I have a roll, sausage
I
and
will
bacon?
not be
please?
saying that. Roll sausage, roll bacon. That is. It's like you've bought the butcher's version of Monopoly. Jack with a king jack of hearts opens to 24k. Dan just defending the ace jack suited here, like not really one we want to free bet, get 4 bet. World of trouble when we start the hand. 65 effective with jack.
Queen high flop, queen 7-3.
Nice board for jack to continue on, wrap around that queen, free to a straight flush, also blocking some of this king queen, queen jack type stuff that can still be in Dan's range. Ace jack for Dan, prefer a spade on board, but facing this size, gonna need to be coming along. 16 into 66 from jack. So against quarter, pretty clear check call with the ace jack high.
Seven of spades turn.
Would have been a lot of turn cards here that jack would get to barrel. This 7, not one of them though. I feel like we are just going to be waving the white flag on this card. An ace, a 10, a 9, a king, all these potential turns, a heart that we could have barreled on, but the 7 much better for Dan's range here, so have to knuckle it back.
5 spades river.
And now just awful for jack, so now even 4, 5, 5, 6, 4, 6 all jumping in front of us, so nothing we really beat as jack. Do we think that we can start dislodging some 3x, some 5x? Do we believe that Dan Gormley is going to go for some value of his own with a queen? Like as jack here as well, we can still have value hands. We check back potentially some queen x once the 7 rolls off this deep against Dan.
Check it back. Yes, high from down, they're going to take it. Get Easty on the feature. Easty's not in the high roller. Easty's going to be in the main tomorrow.
Yes, he is. Do you ever play PLO 8, Jay? Yes, I used to play it a lot more. About 4 years ago, I used to play a DC game regularly.
Is that high low?
Yes. Right. I play a couple of tournaments in Vegas, but not really any cash. I'm trying to think. Other than DC, if I've ever played PLO high-low cash.
Vegas?
Yes.
They've got rid of your favourite game.
What game?
The flip game to win a bracelet.
No, they haven't.
They've got rid of it.
All in flipping go. The flipping go.
The flipping go's gone.
What?
It's not even in. Win one hand, double your money. Not in.
Wow.
They've got rid of it.
I'm not happy about that.
And Gary Moore's watching from Gran Canaria. Very nice. Hope it's not raining because Spain and the Canaries have had lots of rain. And gets back to play the 888 Newcastle. Lovely stuff.
Nice one to defend for Cammy.
King high flop, king jack 5, 2 diamonds. Cameron flopping best.
King high board, going to have high frequency bets on his jack. And goes for the bigger size here. Already putting the pressure on. 3/4 pot. Maybe just accounting for playing for stacks already. We go 3/4 here. Cammy calls, suddenly 170 in the pot. We can then go for just under pot to get it in by river. And look at that, just a jack out the way. Wow. The power of the big bet from early position on the king high board. Cammy not defending middle pair, facing one bet there. Was sizable from jack, north of 3/4 pot, but even still, thought jack 10 would be coming along.
Can we get a count on the outer tables? Unfortunately not. We didn't grab the chip counts from the break. We'll try and send a couple of messages, see if we can get some chip counts as we're down to the final 14. See how the guys are doing.
Things
Send a line to the floor.
things have changed for Chen. Can't open this one anymore. We did have the chips just before the break, but it was a bad hour for us. Things are just going to have to tighten up slightly. 5 spots off the money now. It don't matter where you go, Tal. You just seem to know everyone, don't you? Scotland, Portsmouth. I bet GUKBT Blankenburg, you're still walking past saying hello to people in the street.
Oh, Dennis just walked in with Kevin Frame. Recluse got a bit of Adam. I saw Adam posting on social this morning. Anybody want to chuck in off? Sold 50% himself for the high roller. Oh. Oh dear, there's one of them. There's one. Top man. Shame it weren't his wallet.
Got to be careful down here. We might need hard hats.
Absolutely. Somebody said you might get showered in beer sat here. Didn't realise it'd be headphones. So Wilco did put a post up this morning. Good way to do it. Good way to get playing. So 14 players left, 9 get the money. Scrolling across the bottom of the payouts for this event, 72 runners.
Lauren, that's it from the hijack, 20 picks. Pocket Jack's going to be wanting to open. Ace deuce off here for TJ Jr. Just slightly too shallow to think about free betting this one as a bluff. It's just going to defend instead and C3. Check, check, flop. 7 of hearts on the turn here. We'll have a lot of probes on this turn as Terry wants check, check, flop, but we need to be selective with what hands. He's going to go for it here with the ace deuce. Personally prefer to have a gut shot, an up and down, like 8x, 9x, 4x, 3x, something like that. I guess we have the overcard. Like, much prefer this lead with like ace deuce than jack deuce suited. Like, still got some equity versus a queen, perhaps. 9 of diamonds on the river. And now is TJ, after probing turn, not really going to get a better river to bluff here. All our 8x completing, and we can still have some value bets that are already there on the turn, stuff like 6-7, queen 5. And now half pot, 55k.
55k from Cedric.
Jacks, real tough one for Laurenus here, Tower. Just because of this river that's rolled off. Like, if it's a king, if it's an ace, if it pairs the board, we're going to have a much easier call. But Terry going to have some 8x, going to have some 9x at start bluffing turn. Like, 9's just going to shut down river. But the problem is we beat this 4x, we beat this 3x, stuff like king 4, stuff like ace 3 with the dummy end gut shot. The problem is when Terry goes half tower, he could still potentially value bet a queen here after check check flop if he's got like a king queen, a queen jack. For this particular size, I feel like he can eke into some 1 pairs for value. Whereas if he goes larger and like just repping 2 pair plus, becomes more difficult. But Laurenus is going to pay it off with the jacks.
Very nice indeed.
On the 4-liner.
Terry down to 2-1-3.
And after this hand, guys, we are going to be going to the next keyword.
Oi, oi. Are you ready, Lime? Have we had the message?
Not yet, but
Not yet.
I know that I've said that. I will have a message within 30 seconds.
You will. I think we forgot to remind Lime that we were doing it at 3 o'clock. How bad if we did? Yeah. Keyword on its way.
I blame 888 for giving us too much to give away. We got
15 tokens.
And I got the keyword. That will be coming up after this hand.
Thank you very much.
We have two $25 tickets for 888 poker.
Attention. There's a minute after hand in progress. You will be on a 15-minute break. That's 15-minute break after hand in progress.
Chen on the defend with the King 9 suited.
Ten, 6, deuce, all diamonds.
Check, 15k, hand over. And then we'll go to a giveaway.
Like it. Delayed check.
Little quarter pot from Dan. Somewhere around there, hand over. Goes even smaller, goes for the old 1BB. Going to be the same result. Good night, King 9.
In the bin, Chen. Sling him in. Keyword on its way. King, he's going to delay fold. A delayed check, delayed fold. Come on, Chen. Get him in the bin. We've got a giveaway to do. In the bin. Flipping heck. How often were they ever not in the bin? Never.
Well, I guess we are 5 off the money, although 5 in this field still probably an hour and a bit. We've got a long way to go. But anyway, I have got two $25 tickets to give away for 888 poker, guys.
Sorry if it's loud, there's a break.
We are doing a keyword. So I'm going to say the keyword. Lime's already given it to me. You just got to type that in the Twitch chat and then it's a random draw. Twitch chat only. No YouTube, no Facebook. Twitch chat only. And the keyword for the third giveaway of the day is bubble.
Bubble.
As we're approaching the bubble.
B-U-B-B-L-A, bubble.
You'd be good at one of them spelling bees. You haven't got one wrong yet.
Bubble. Off you go. Get yourself into the keyword. Go, go, go.
Jack 8 here for Chen. Probably complete to fold to a race.
The bubble. Close to an hour and 13 left.
Just an all-in here from Malgen. Pretty clear one. Ace-6 off. We cover our opponent heavily. There's the jam. Nice easy fold for Chen.
In the bindigo. Bubble is the keyword. Good luck, everybody. Oh, Keith Splash. So Keith Faze, I tell you, we play golf with him, played with Glen Eagles. Keith. The big event at the Ilya last week when they had the Irish tour there last week, gets himself a little interview. He's had a rhino trim.
Has he?
He's had the lot. There's no ponytail. He's had a car flick going on like that.
Did he get a 2-for-1 with Laurinus by any chance?
He must have done. Must have been a beard shave as well.
Do you know what? Laurinus Jakutis, I didn't even recognise him because he's usually got long hair down to here, a beard out here, and I thought, who's this youngster? He's not 20 years off his age, Laurinus, just having that little trim.
Well, O'Keefe, he's got the flick going on like that. He's got it twisted round like that. He's got it on nice and clean. That's how they couldn't recognise him.
There you go.
Oh. Gets himself on telly as well. Unbelievable. 1 more minute, 4. 1 more minute to get your bubble into the chat.
Gonna jam here as Chen seems fine on the button for 13. Jack 9 suited are definitely shoved, so Jack 8 suited probably gets in as well. But we are running into it. Mao Jen with the call. With 2 live cards here for Cheng Cheng.
Ten-out flop, 10-7 deuce.
Gutter working. Jacks, 8s and 9s are all viable to stay alive for Cheng Cheng.
Well, we're down to 12. Same scenario, an 8, a 9 or a jack. It's a 5. Chen Cheng eliminated. Gone. We're down to 12. 2 tables of 6. Unlucky, sir. Enjoyed his noodles, out the door. Afternoon, Lena Jane Rusden, tuning in on YouTube. But if you want to get in to the giveaways, it has to be on 888poker TV on Twitch. You've got 1 more minute. You'll have about 10 seconds when live starts counting down. Oh, here we go. Okay, we are ready. Literally 10 seconds. Happy Ray just got in. So too does Kasha. In with the word bubble. Here we go.
Congratulations, Merciless 888. You won the giveaway.
Merciless. I like that word.
And
watch
it, brother.
Yeah, watch it, brother.
Well done to you two. Congratulations. $25 ticket for 88 poker going to be sent to your account. Line will be in touch via Twitch.
Make sure your whispers are set to normal and not private. Well done, the Merciless one. And watch it, brother. Very nice indeed, well done.
So we've got 9 more to do. Lawrence here with the Ace King. Going to open on the button. 25k into the big of Cammy. King 4 of spades in with the defend.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 7-9.
Yeah, nice board. Still to continue as Lawrence here. 2 overcards, heart in hand, spade in hand, but he's going to check it back. Maybe one that we could be running the barrels with in a head on the flop already on certain turns, but not the most appetising candidate. The 8 of clubs to be throwing in the delay. So now I do agree. Probably once we check flop, one that wants to be checked back and finds Barry on the end. Won't be getting any value though. Going to be a nice easy check fold for Cammy. Lawrence should be going on the hunt for value, but won't be getting any at all.
Lawrence betting 35 on the river. You're thinking of raising?
Yeah, no.
Taking all the way down.
Like we even lose to some potential bluffs here, like King Jack, King 10 that's trying to dislodge like a 7x, something like that. Oh, he's going to go for raise. Okay, I much prefer this from Cammy. I thought he's thinking about the hero with a King 4. Personally, fold, raise, call would be my order, Tower. I'm going to make this 110 here and put Laurinus in a real tough spot. And maybe just Cammy thinking here, Laurinus going to just be capped at 1 pair Ace-X. Ace-9, Ace-Queen going to bet flop. Ace-8 probably going to delay turn, so only really Ace-7 that gets there in the form of 2 pair. So maybe just an exploit here, trying to go after Ace-King through Ace-Deuce that is going to be in the button's range. Like, we can still have stuff like 2 pairs that something like say 7-8, a 7-9 looking for the check raise, Queen 8, Queen 9 looking for the check raise on flop and turn, and then getting to check raise when this ace rolls off. These are real Grim River spots, these are, Tower, when faced with them. Just a guessing game. Is our opponent capable?
I like how they think about it, because most time you see top pair, top kicking on the river, you're just instantly calling.
The thing is, we only beat a bluff. This is the problem. Like, Cammy's not going to raise Ace-10 here for value. He'd just call. So once he raises, he either has a better value hand or he has a bluff here. And people just don't bluff this spot. That's the problem, Tower. Once this ace rolls off and it looks like our opponent has an ace, people are less inclined to bluff. And as I always say, these are the spots that are actually the really good spots to bluff, because you just get non-believers a lot of the time. You get believers a lot of the time, and they're like, no one bluffs this spot. 1 pair's never good.
But he made the call.
And he does find the hero.
He did see that call. Laurinus getting stack up to 40 big blinds with 12 left.
And the other thing from Laurinus' perspective, Tower, maybe Ace-King has to call there for the fact that the way we play the hand, we don't get to the river with a better hand, maybe Ace-7. But other than Ace-7, there's no real 2-pair hands that we get to the river with. So when we have ace nut kicker, maybe we do need to start finding some calls from here. I know it's probably better to call Ace-10, Ace-6, stuff like that block the straight that Cammy could potentially be representing, but as played, we don't really have any 2-pair plus that gets to river. So when we have top pair nut kicker, doubt we're going to be finding many better hands to throw on the cake with.
Attention, all players remaining today. Now just under 3 minutes remaining on your break. Please start retaking your seats. That's all players in the main. Please start retaking your seats. Thank you.
Cammy wants to see a flop with 10-9, so Jack lets him. Queen 10 deuce.
Snap from Cammy, snap fold from Jack. I'll make sure, Clemmy, all week, mate. I don't want no water on my head.
You know, no, it'll be electric here once I get a drink, mate.
Honestly, if we annoy someone, Tower, we could get some bucket of water thrown on us.
We could seriously get wet.
We could.
We could get showered in all sorts. Pies would be nice.
What, showering pies? So I just dropping pies down from the balcony.
There you go, Poker Mel just said, most important question of the day, what goodies do you want brought tomorrow?
Anything. Not the tablets, but I'll have pies for sure. The doner meat pies, the mac and cheese pies.
Something haggisy.
Something haggisy. Is that even a flavour, haggisy?
Haggis. Haggis is a...
So if I was in a restaurant, I didn't like my food, and I said to the waiter, "Can you tell the chef to make this more haggisy?" Would he know what to do? That is what I'm saying. Where does the flavour?
No, it's an actual thing, haggis. They do a haggis and steak pie.
Nice.
You can have haggis on the bottom. On a bread cake or whatever you want to
Just
call it.
mac and cheese pie, doner pie. Let's not make it complicated. Very nice find here from Dan, by the way. Just good understanding of once we get deeper, we're 70 plus to start the hand here. With Malgen, we can start changing the free bet range slightly. Can have this stuff in there, suited and gapped, suited and connected.
Just under 1 minute remaining on your break, dealers. If you have 3 or more players, please start preparing your bets now.
Does get the hand that dominates us to fold. Nice from Dan.
Oh, Mel's on her way. She's on her holidays to Glasgow and she's bringing in the pies. Twelve players out of 72. 9 get the money. 10 will be the bubble.
Attention players in the remaining of the blind level. Small blind 200, big blind 300 billion, 300 big blind empty. That's 333. Dealers, please begin to list.
Going to be a 3-bet coming in here from Malgen. Makes it 95k. Would have personally gone bigger here, Tower. Only an 8 big blind 3-bet. I feel like when we're this deep with Jack, could potentially go north of like the 100, 110, something along those lines, but it's just going to get this one through. Facing the ace-9 off, not really the candidate we look for as a 4-bet bluff from Jack.
Still not calling though, is he?
No. It's not calling, just talking about the size, regardless of size there. Jack has to get out of the way with ace-9. Ace-6 is kind of interesting, maybe one of these that does go for like the 4-bet click at a low frequency. Ace-9 off, just into the muck. So covers everyone behind us, Jack. So going to treat himself to the Jack 5 suited. I guess the good thing is as well, Malgen, the one that almost identical stack with, he is in the small blind, less likely to get involved from there.
Lawrence does make that call. Heads up to the flop. 993.
Seems like on first glance, just always c-betting here as Jack is going to go for the c-bet, but this is actually a board that plays more checks than you think, Tower. The 993 completely different to the 933, and that just comes down to what Lawrence defends in the big. Like he's going to defend any suited 9x, he's going to defend offsuit 9x down to 9-6 off, whereas like when it's 933, he doesn't actually really have many 3x at this part of the tournament. So Jack does just go for the c-bet, maybe with ICM, risk premium, all that malarkey, free off the money.
Just seems harder to bluff a paired board.
Well, more often than not, your opponent's with it, Tower. On the paired boards, it's hard to connect. But like on like the paired boards in general, like you'll see people like the 9-9, the 10-10 boards, just 100% c-bet. But when you strip back the spot, like we want more c-bets on like the deuce-deuce, the 3-3, the 4-4, and that just comes down to the amount of combinations of this X in your opponent's range. Like they're going to have much more 9x than they are going to have 3 or 4x. And you just generally see people 100% bet that spot when there is actually a bit of checking going on. Maybe at this stage, free off the money, we are supposed to just increase those frequencies when we cover. Terry now going to get the opportunity to open send from the cutoff, just shy of 15 bigs into the middle.
Don't go on the other way, stack folds. Afternoon, Valerie. Hope you are well. It certainly wouldn't be beer. That would be the, what goodies do we want? No. Did go into the oldest pub in Glasgow though last night. The old Scotia. I got told it was called. And interestingly enough, when you walk in there, or we sat at the bar,
Yep.
3 stools together, me, Andy and Paul. And
Where was
we
Mike?
got the- I don't know. He just said no. He just said no to a wander round.
Okay.
And then he found us. And they've got this weird tradition of pinning foreign notes to the ceiling.
Oh, I bet.
No, they did.
Oh, yeah, that's
No,
a great.
no,
Oh, come in, guys. Stick a one up there. It's tradition. It's just tradition.
They got everything.
What a business
They got
idea that is.
absolutely everything. I think what they read. I said, how did it start? He says, well, obviously when we get a lot of tourists coming into town, they'd pay or they'd try and pay in their currency or they say they change it, so they'd just give you a bit of change. And they'd stick a $1 up or a 10 cents, and then they'd end up. He said we once had a $1 million Zimbabwean note that was worth like 25p or whatever it was. So they had it absolutely clattered across all the ceilings.
Do you know what? If I ever start a pub, I'm going to start that tradition as well. What a business idea. So 9 on the turn, that's the check mark for Cammy. Just a white flag wave for Dan after called on the King 10-10. We're not dislodging King X, we're not dislodging 10X. I guess we just target the ace higher stuff to fold out. All this Queen Jack, Queen 9, Jack 9, now turning a pair or a straight. So seems like a pretty clear white flag wave for Dan. I feel like one that could check back as Cammy, but it's just going to go for the small turn probe. Gets the 6 high out of it.
So still on 12, 9 get the money. Good afternoon everybody, wherever you are, wherever you may be. The final table is 9.
Still with 12 left low. Last out was Cheng Cheng.
Cheng Cheng, Cheng Cheng Cheng, that's the way it should be. Ooh, yeah.
King 5 suited here for Malian. We're approaching the money, but we have got Dan 2 to our left that covers us and could potentially attack. Feel like can get behind the fold. However, Laurenus one that does want to open ace 10. Nice one to attempt to steal with. Still can get some value from that big blind defend range.
Thank you. Thank you. The water's in. We're not running short. Cheers, Kino.
King 3 suited. Definitely going to get some action from this one. TJ in with a defend.
Flop time 10-6-5. Check. Bet. Fold. Should be.
I was actually looking at something the other day on boards like this at this SPR, and believe it or not, although it sounds crazy, like I think Ace 10 might do some jamming tower, like just flushing out a Queen Jack, King Jack, King Queen, and then like we also jam some stuff like Ace King with the backdoor flush draw, Ace Queen and stuff like that. This was in Solverland though, obviously a bit different in live poker, but I saw some stuff the other day at like 1.6, 1.7 SPR when it's like a 10 high board, a 9 high board, a jack high board. As the opener, like we do actually have some jams for like 160% pot. We have like some ace high jams, some top pair jams. It's quite an interesting one that I looked at that just goes for what you see in general when people flop top pair in that given situation, just small bet, hand over. I think the logic behind the big jam, like 160%, is like just flushing out like a king queen, a king jack, a queen jack, something like that. It's going to be a win. Personally wouldn't defend here, freeway from Maljem, very nice, lets it go. A lot of people see the price and think, oh, I'm getting a nice price now, let's get involved with King 9, but freeway likely to have diminished equity. Nice board here for Cammy. I think we're just happy to bet once check two from Dan. No say off here for Dan. Is he just going to give up on it here and now? Like Cammy can still have some like king queen, jack 10, queen jack with the backdoor flush draw that we are in front of. The problem is like difficult to do much on turns that aren't an 8 or an ace. Like when met from a second barrel as Dan. On a lot of turns we do just have to relinquish our hand. But does want to see one and can get behind it against 20%. Tiny bet from Cammy here, so agree against B20 that we do need to take one off as done. 7 of spades turn, nice one to see for Cammy, still with an overpair to the board. But this is where it should be hand over. Second barrel coming in and ace 8 off for Dan. Gonna have to hit the muck here. And as it does, we head over because we have Mitch Johnson in the tank here, and it's Wilco who has put him in a spot. So the board reads Jack 7 ace, 10 on the turn, 8 on the river, and Wilco is all in for just over 300k. And Mitch has called, and he's laughing, so he can't like what he sees. And it's backdoor bingo for Wilco. Backdoored the straight against the top 2 pair of Mitch Johnson. And we're going to lose him out in 12th place.
Look at DD with nearly 700k.
And Wilco backdoors the straight and wins a monster against Mitch. He's going to be veering towards $1 million. So when we lose one more, guys, we will actually be going hand for hand on the final table bubble, because it is the actual bubble. 9 paid.
10 get the money. So what's that from Jack? 24, 45, 47. 10 ain't 3 flop. $48,000 from Jack. Takes the hand from Lawrence. We're on 11. Dan Gormley, big chip leader on the table. TJ Jr. on 10 bigs and in a bit of trouble.
King 4 suited for Jack and the hijack. Raises to 32. It's been opening up a little bit last 30 minutes or so, and Malgen not going to do anything with the 9-7 suited.
Good timing.
Yep, very good timing. So Lawrence here starts the hand with 27 BBs. 20. So Ace King suited, maybe 2 off the money. He just shoves against Jack out of position here, Tower. I'd personally go for like 115, something around there. But he is just going to take this option away from Jack. Maybe not wanting Jack to shove like a 7s or a 6s and have a flip.
Third of his stack. Should be in the bin, unfortunately for Dan.
It's actually grim, Tower, because it's what do we expect Lawrence to shove here for 27? Like, he shouldn't shove aces, kings, queens. We expect these are the hands that we do expect to free bet, not all in. But he will have some, perhaps some ace jack in there that we dominate. But Dan, very good fold with the ace queen suited. If Jack Hardcastle just didn't treat himself to an open with the king 4 suited there, could have been a huge double up, blind or blind for Lawrence.
So on 11, 9 get paid, 9 get the money.
Attention, all players remaining. You have just under 3 minutes remaining on your break. Please start retaking your seats. That's all
11 players left. 9 get the money. Start retaking your seats. Thank you. Just over 7 million chips in play. With the big blind currently at 16.
Joe, I've been impressed from this man as well. Never seen him before. Maybe he's local to here in Glasgow, but he hasn't put a foot wrong yet, Malgen. No, Malgen, yeah. I know Cammy, he come 3rd or 4th in GKB Edinburgh a few years back, I remember. But Malgen seems very clued up. Always refreshing when you see a new face and they don't seem to be putting a foot wrong and playing some very nice poker. He hasn't done anything special, no crazy bluffs, no 4-bet, 5-bet all-ins as a bluff. But he's just played good, solid, fundamental poker, and that's going to get you far. Flush over flushing someone gets you far as well. So if we saw the diamond roll off, which we do not.
80 spades turn.
So, Cammy picks up and down. That is in a world of hurt against the pair and flush draw of Malgen. Looks like Cammy going to start leading here. There's a bluff on this 8 of spades. It doesn't shift too much, Tower. Malgen still has Queen Jack pure. He should open 6-7 suited, I think, as well. Down in the small blind, yeah, I think 6-7 suited opens and Jack 7 suited as well. So I don't think we get to lead this turn as much as it looks on first glance. Yes, we have more straights, but at this stage, Malgen going to open 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited. Like, it doesn't shift it enough for me that we get to start playing leads. And maybe just trying to say, okay, you're going to have a lot of ace highs, you're going to have a lot of king highs that just have to fold to this turn lead. So Cami trying to fold out this part of Maljan's range, and it is just going to go check, check, and 7, 5 of diamonds. Not going to be any good for Cami. That will be pleased to see it didn't roll off a diamond. There you go, superhuman dude. Maljan plays online full time.
There we go. Very nice indeed. Next 888 live is Barcelona. Qualify online. Plenty going on. The social channels you can get involved with on Discord, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Reddit. We are off to Barcelona. Not we.
Oh, why'd you slow roll me like that?
Well, not me.
I thought it was a surprise. I thought it was in the works, and yet you just broke it to me there and then that we're off to Barca.
The Royal Week.
Ah.
888 live in Barcelona, May the 8th to the 18th. I've never been Barca. Never. It's supposed to be very, very nice.
I played EPT 2016, 9 years ago, and that was the last time I was in Barcelona. 9 years ago.
Well, the last weekend of that, we're in Leeds. So they'll have an 888 weekend in Barcelona, and we'll have a GUKPT weekend in Leeds. And I'm sure we'll mention a lot about it. Hiya, Jamie McTear. We are in the Merchant City Casino in the town. And if you want to know where it is, it's on Glassford Street, adjacent to Argyle Street. What's happened here?
May size up here is coming. Just asking for
yes,
Terry
yes.
Stack. May go for 2.5x here. I think Terry's like 8 big blinds, something like that. So may just make the adjustment of opening to 40k for that reason is coming. Just sort of deters Terry from playing some like stop and go stuff when we make it 2.5x potential for like some hands that would defend, get to realise that may now actually start folding. And Jack's got an interesting one here, Queen Jack of Diamonds, and it's just going to apply maximum pressure this close to the money. I love it a lot. Nice little jam, 28 effective of Cami now. I'm just going to get that through with the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Nicely done.
Still on 11. 9 is the final. 9 is the money.
Ace 2 suited for Dad. Certainly will be opening as the chip lead, 2 off the money. Terry goes for jam here. Understand why. Dan's going to have to call off ace-2 suited, but they're this close to the money. There may actually be some like flats going on tower off of like 7-8 big blinds with hands like this, like some suited king X, some queen 9 suited, some jack 10 suited, stuff like that. Because when we have 7 bigs, we don't really have fold equity. Maybe a few select combos that Dan may open and fold to a jam, but there's not many out there. So maybe this is one. Like there's that nuanced hands like this off of 6-7 bigs that just play flat, knowing they've not got fold equity, get to C3, and then if it comes like, for example, tower like ace 9,
Ace with 2 spades,
ace 9 4, 3 clubs, something like that, we can actually keep that smidge of equity within the tournament.
Like that flop. See that flop, and then you just get out of the way, and like you said, try again with 7 bigs. But as it is at the moment, Terry is needing a queen or a 10, and it's an 8 of spades with a nut flush.
Yeah, just the nuts for Dan Gormley. Like, take nothing away from Terry, like, unless you actually look at it. Like, in general, you see that hand, okay, I've got 7-8 bigs, I'm all in, queen 10 suited for sure. But like in these spots when there's diminished fold equity, it's actually fine to flat off of like 7 bigs from the small tower. You can play flats. Like, you probably wouldn't actually know that if you sat there at a table, you've never looked at the spot specifically, and you just think, okay, it's either all in or fold. But there's that little nuance in the small blind. When we have 6-7 big blinds, that we can actually just call the 2 big blind open and C3. And we are going to be going hand for hand.
The stone bubble. We is on the stone bubbly.
Remember the one that was like Dust Till Sun and Dust Till Dawn, but the bubble went on for like 2.5 hours. Oh, fuck, I think I remember that, yeah. And you had like kept leaving and ended up bagging like fucking 6 places.
So the stone bubble, 10 players left. 9 get the money. So JD, no DD, sorry. Having a laughing joke with one of his bezies. So Jack Hardcastle, both still in. Bit of a spin for Dave. Well done to him. Still in on the bubble. So hand for hand means both tables start the hand at the same time. When one table finishes, they will wait for the outer table to finish and then deal at the same time. So no advantage gained by either table for playing too many hands. Simon has just said next hand already, please, thank you. So no action on the outer table first hand. Some spin for Dan Gormley. 100 big blinds.
done that where you've misclicked and gone, oh, I actually like what I did.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it was good.
I was like, wow, 3x pot really is a good size.
Exactly. Then you accidentally say you misclicked. Oh, you shouldn't have said that, mate.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't have said.
So, no action on the outer table again. Means we deal again. Hand for hand for the money.
So for Dan. This is the things you wait for in poker towers. One of the most fun spots to play. Chip leader on the bubble.
Raising it.
You just have so much fun. You just get to open so many hands. People don't free bet you without the goods. People don't play back at you. One of the most fun parts of a poker tournament when you got the chips. And Jack defends the King 5. And in my mind here, as Dan, I'm already going to be thinking about tripling here, Tower. We have this 7, which is very important. Jack's going to free bet aces, kings, ace, king, of course. But having this 7 by the river potentially can fold out some ace X. We block king 7, we block ace 7, we block pocket 7s. That's sort of the key here. So Jack's going to have, like, when he calls flop, he's just going to have so many one-pair hands that are going to struggle to strap in for 3 streets. Even if he's got like ace 9 here, it's just going to be in the blender by the river. So yes, we have a pair, we have showdown as Dan, but once Jack check calls here, Tower, let's go on the run. Maybe not on this turn, because now we are really going to struggle to dislodge ace X by the river here, and even king X not going to be folding on the turn barrel. So in your head, you got the ideas about running it, but not really the turn that we're going to be running it on. But I do feel like most of the deck we would have seen a potential double barrel from Dan. He's going to knuckle it back once this ace pairs.
6 of spades, river, back doors everywhere.
And now it's Jack. Does he feel like he can go on the hunt for value against this bottom range? But kick up, not playing, difficult to get called by worse. Hard to rep bluffs as well. I guess we have queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, the obvious ones. It does just go check, check. Jack Hardcastle up to nearly $1 million. Yeah. How are we doing poker with a view?
Like it. Where is the best place to play poker with a view? The Bellagio windows? Overlooking the fountains?
I've never played poker at the Bellagio. Never played. Have you not? No. With a view.
When they had the 5 Diamond Classic, they used to actually use the room overlooking the fountains.
Did they?
Literally, that room.
That room?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't really use it anymore.
They, what's the Grosvenor in Liverpool? That's got a nice view over the docks, hasn't it?
It has. The Leos will be there in the summer. Also, the riverboat last night. We went there last night to the riverboats. I was not seen the riverboat before, so went there. That's overviewing the river as well. Very nice.
To be
view.
fair, the wind's nice for the view, especially on a Saturday.
The wind. Oh, God.
Scottish guy. Used to be back in the final table at UI.
You trying to make an ad bowl?
Yeah. Unsuccessfully. You always get someone that thinks it's a plug.
The Lear as well overlooks. Oh, yeah, I've not been to the Lear either. That's supposed to be quite nice. I'm not seeing that. Not to be fair, not had much chance to wander around. I had a wander around Glasgow last night, walked to the riverboats. So we had a couple of local drinks in the old Scotia, and where else did we go?
Karaoke.
Oh, aye. We found it. You missed it.
I saw the videos where I woke up this
You
morning
missed
in the
it.
chat.
We ended up with a karaoke bar. Boothie was there. Google a karaoke bar. I've got to do it before I go home. I'm only here one night. Get me in a karaoke bar. He finds one.
Yeah, of course he does.
We brings out the old velvet tones yet again. Nearly, yeah. Not seen nearly, yeah, unfortunately. Poker with a view. I suppose Monte Carlo's nice. Not been there either.
The old Bahamas used to have the old
outside,
didn't
they? Nearly outside.
The locks of Ike Haxton, always remember that.
The first ever $1 million free roll on Paradise Poker back in the day was in Aruba. And I don't even know where Aruba is, I must admit. But they played it online. First ever $1 million free roll, got to the final table and took them out to Aruba live. There's a guy from Blackpool won it, believe it or not.
See, Spinksy knows what I'm talking about. Great place to play poker, Mr. Spinks. One of my favourite in Vegas. So he's going to jump back to this hand, blind on blind here, complete from Jack. Malgen with the check, 9-7-3, bet from Jack, call from Malgen. And Jack turns up and down now on a complete rainbow board. Nice looking turn for us. But we got Malgen, who has picked up a gut shot to go alongside his bottom pair. Still in front of some stuff like some 5-6, some 6-8, some 4-5, sort of these gut shots that there are plenty of on the 7-9-3, and Jack getting the better hand to fold. And that should move him north of a milli.
Camry having a wander. Jack's always wandering about. His bezies on the outer table. Dave Doherty. And now Margin's having a wander as well. What's happening on the outer table? Action on our table.
If there's anything occurring and we get the thumbs up and the PK there with the camera, we will head over.
There's Wilco, bought in today, day 2 buying. The final 10. Nothing's happened. On to the next. 2 tables of 5. Money's at 9. This is the pure bubble.
Malgen here with the pocket eights. Difficult to say what potential options are here because not aware of Laurinus's stacks. Quickly see what he's working with. So starting the hand with 27 bigs, 28 bigs including his big blind. So 8s here is Malgen. Going to start with the raise, 2.5x here, Queen 9 off, in position as Laurinus. Feel like one that potentially does just get in, but we are covered. Obviously risk premium there, 1 off the money. Still feels like too good not to see 3.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 9-7. Top 2 for Laurinus.
What a 3 they are, blind on blind, even a little 9 of diamonds alongside his 2 pair for some backdoor flush insurance. Malgen with the 8s, 2 overcards we are met by. Let's just want to see bet. 30k, good for third. And Laurenus here just wants to call tower. Had way too strong blind on blind to be losing our customer.
Ten of spades, turn, up the bet. And a call from Laurenus.
I feel like a spot we're going to want to be playing check as Malgen here. Taking to have a lot of interaction. A lot of interaction with the calling range on the flop. Ace of clubs on the river. So Laurenus actually going for the check back here and may induce something from the pocket eights of Malgen once this ace rolls off on the river. Difficult to get to the river with worse now as Malgen. I guess we can have some 7x that wants to bluff, but he's going to choose to bluff with the eights here, and it's a pretty quick call from Laurenus, and we'll take it. There we go, Lauren Doherty says, come on, Uncle David Doherty.
Come on, Uncle Dave! Come on, Uncle Dave. Not in the money yet.
That channel is loud in the background.
Very loud.
Might have to.
I think that's just Joe shouting. But it did seem pretty loud in the ears. Come on, Uncle Dave. You alright, Dave?
Alright, Dave.
Of course.
Yeah.
We are indeed.
Yeah, I know.
We've got a password for the free roll. 2 hours to go till the free roll at 6 o'clock GMT. We have a live stream free roll. 6 o'clock, 2 hours to go. You can log in from 5 o'clock, so we'll give you that at 5 p.m. because we're on GMT. So it starts at 6 p.m.
Final call for all.
Cammy with the ace king raises to 35. We'll get you a lot involved in the free roll that starts at 6. You can check in from 5 o'clock. So we'll give it out at 5.
Yeah, just looking down the sheet, everything that 888's given us to give away over the course of the next 4 days. We've got $25 tickets, 15 every day up till Sunday.
Absolutely, yeah. The free roll is on 888poker. Plenty given away. Thank you very much, the 888 team.
So, how about here from Dan Tower? King of clubs, free to straight, risk premium and cammy's big. We got the overcard to the queen. We're at that sort of right stack depth to choose the free to flush, free to straight overcard. It's just going to go for call. I thought we might see the little sort of check raise to 70k there. Just going to call with some ideas on later streets, and we're not going to get many better ideas than the 8 of clubs on the turn. Turns up and down, second nut flush draw as Dan Gormley here. And if this goes check on the turn, which I'm pretty confident it will, doubt Cammy going to be betting. Dan just has a mandatory bluff on all rivers, maybe not the offsuit ace, but other than that, pretty clear bluff for Dan now. Does actually pick up showdown though, so it's kind of interesting with the 5x whether to knuckle for showdown now, beating some ace highs, some king jack, king 10, or whether to try and start dislodging stuff like 9s, 10s, jacks, well 9s and straight, stuff like 10s, jacks, some 8x perhaps. So it's actually kind of interesting for Dan now. In our head, we're probably aware we want to bluff a lot of rivers with this combo, but we do jump in front of some ace high, king high combo stuff now that Cammy can have. So it's kind of awkward what to do. does go for the lot.
There you go.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
our first all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do, man. Nothing ace-king against ace-king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco's suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
And Wilco realises that flop 4% free roll. He backdoors into the nut flush.
Can't do it, dealer. You don't like it like that.
But we are there.
We are.
So
FT.
I've just checked, it's not started live, so it's at least a 20-minute break, guys. When we come back, we're going to have some giveaways. We've got $15, $25 tickets to give away today for 888 Poker. So we will do some giveaways as the final table starts.
20-minute break.
We will have full rundown of names, chip counts. We will see you at 4:20.
Final table of the high roller on its way.
4:20, be there.
With rising blinds, ICM, or worrying about busting on the bubble. But keep in mind, cash games aren't a walk in the park either. The competition is often tougher, and you'll find fewer recreational players at the table. They also require a higher skill level to consistently come out on top, and you won't get the types of huge scores you can get when you play tournaments. The swings in your bankroll, however, won't be as extreme as in tournaments. Handling variance. Understanding variance and your threshold for swings will help you determine whether to play cash games or tournaments. The variance in tournaments is very large, much more so than in cash. Usually it's only the top 15% of the field that gets paid, so it's not uncommon to walk away from a tournament empty-handed. However, when you do cash and get a deep run, you can sometimes win a prize 100 or even 1,000 times your buy-in. Cash games, on the other hand, offer more stability. While it may feel like a grind, honing your skills at the cash tables can result in more consistent, small profits. So ask yourself, can you weather the storm of tournament variance, or do you prefer the steadier path of cash games? Finding the fun factor beyond strategy. It is important to consider which type of poker you enjoy more. Tournaments bring excitement, unpredictability, and an adrenaline rush, especially if you make the final table. It's an incredible feeling to have a deep run, and it's what keeps so many players coming back to tournament poker. On the flip side, becoming a cash game player is more consistent, and while you won't be involved in situations that will yield 100 times your investment, you will clash with your opponents for chunky pots regularly. It's all about finding what brings you joy at the poker table. Try both and see which format gives you the most enjoyment. And there you have it, cash games or tournaments, which form of poker works best for your personality. Of course, the best way to find out is to spend time playing, study the game, and soon it will become obvious to you which game you like the most. Are you a tournament player or are you a cash game player? Let us know your favorite form of poker in the comments below.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents If it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs, because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do, and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know? If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players, it's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 888poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now, this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stack you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our full equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI simulated for a 5,000 game sample. In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money, despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing three things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000 divided by 1,000 equals 5. That means you made $5 per game. Now to find out your return on investment, or ROI, divide that profit per game by your average buy-in. $5 divided by 10 equals 50%. So in this case, you would have a 50% ROI. Understanding your win rate and ROI is crucial for evaluating your long-term success. As you can see, learning and applying these simple math calculations can not only increase your edge, but also help you get a better understanding of your overall game. What other poker math calculations do you want to learn? Let me know in the comments below.
Do you get frustrated trying to play against super aggressive players? What if I told you there are ways to exploit them? I'm Vivian Saliba, and in this video I'm going to share 5 tips to help you to play against overly aggressive players. Don't fight fire with fire. If someone is batting weaker hands more than they should, if they're bluffing more often than they normally should in certain spots, you shouldn't get out of line yourself and start making super aggressive plays. Instead, it is better to play tighter and wait for the right moment to engage in a pot together. Slow playing your strong holdings is the best way to win chips against a bully at the tables. Adjust your ranges. Aggressive players are likely to overbluff. This translates to an imbalanced ratio of potential value hands they might have to complete air holdings. Having this in mind, you should consider widening up your calling ranges. Against someone who is batting way too much in most spots, you should incorporate calls with middle and even bottom pairs sometimes. This exploitive adjustment will work much better when playing a heads-up hand against the overly bluffy opponent. So you should be careful with the other players at the table, because every time you deviate from what you should be doing, people can adapt and punish you. Don't feel intimidated. Playing against someone unpredictable that will often put you in tough spots can be intimidating and even discouraging. But don't let the fear of facing difficult decisions interfere with your game. Knowing your opponent's tendencies is an advantage, and it is your job to make the best decisions with the information you have. It is true that sometimes you'll be put to the test, but this is what poker is all about. Prioritize position. Having position in poker is always an advantage, but being the last to act against someone who is frequently too aggressive is even better. Have in mind that an aggressive player may check raise you more often than you would experience against a regular opponent, so think twice before placing a bet. It is important to think beforehand about all the possible scenarios and already have an idea of how you will react according to your opponent's moves. Don't level yourself. You must be careful not to place yourself in tricky spots just because you're playing against someone who is too aggressive or that isn't following any proper theoretical guidelines. Be careful playing huge pots with hands that might be dominated. Just because you told yourself that your opponent's range is too wide doesn't mean you will outplay them. Not giving in to someone else's mental pressure at the tables is harder than we realize. Your goal is finding out how to navigate and how to respond to their tendencies and weaknesses without compromising your own strategy. So there you have it, some important things to keep in mind the next time an overly aggressive player sits down at your table. Stay calm, don't give in to their pressure, and look for opportunities to exploit their play. How do you adjust to playing against an overly aggressive player? Let us know in the comments below.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I mean, Simpson.
A couple of GUKPT slabs out the window first to try and land that on. Yeah.
Woo, final table time.
Final table.
Final table time.
So we have got here pretty quickly, to be fair. 20 past 4, Thursday afternoon, playing for £32,000. Everyone is now in the money.
Good to have a couple of the locals there.
So have a little look at the stacks and the chip counts. See what everyone is working with.
Whoop, whoop. There we go. It'll just have. There we go.
I think the two Dans are switched. It's Dan Gormley with the 1.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Jack's got $1 million as well. So.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like we've got the wrong down. Let's just check that. Dan Gormley in seat number 1. We will check that. Nice to see Dave Doherty there as well. Uncle Dave.
Uncle Dave.
770,000.
I've got an Uncle Dave.
I haven't.
You haven't got an Uncle Dave?
No, I haven't. I ain't got an Uncle Dave. I have not. At my age, I don't have too many uncles. At my age, to be fair. I had an Uncle Derek. He used to race whippets.
Race whippets?
They did.
Yeah.
They did. My Uncle Derek used to race whippets back in the day.
So just a quick rundown from the TD, and then we will be off for the first hand of the final table. Quick run through seat drawing: 1 Dan Gormley, 2 Dave Doherty, 3 is Wilco, 4 Jack Hardcastle, 5 Maljem Fu, 6 Craig Conway, 7 Cammy Williamson, 8 Laurenus Jacutus, and Andy Hume Stato in the 9 seat.
So here we go, final table time at 5 o'clock. We'll give you the password for the 6 o'clock free roll.
Yeah, we'll have to get through another few keywords as well this session, guys.
Indeed.
5 o'clock is when the next keyword will be occurring.
Ooh.
Deuces for Dan in the hijack as the chip leader, fine to open these small pairs. Only player that probably does get to open the ducks from this position. How the stacks are distributed. And Dave Doherty, 10-9 suited right off the bat. Does make the pill with the position on Dan. That's the end of Wilco.
Can I stand here? Sorry.
Jack 9 of diamonds for Jack here in the small blind. Gonna let it go. Maljen won't be going anywhere. He's 7 of clubs. Pretty clear defend freeway.
Yes, I flop ace 6-8 with all hearts. What a flop for Dave
Yeah.
Doherty. Wow, just about flopping everybody dead.
Yeah, redraw to the straight flush as well. Out of position here is Dan. Doubt we can do anything but surrender right away. Does check it over to Dave.
Imagine 7-7 with 7 of hearts.
That is filthy.
Oh.
Yeah, so no need to check here as Dave just want to start getting some value off the bat. Multi-way, mono, don't think we're going to see too big a size in. Does go for quarter. Kind of sketchy for Maljan already, but against quarter, even with Dan behind, ace 7 too good to be folding just yet. Going to have to play some turns. Although Dave does improve to a double-gutted straight flush draw now, actually a bad card for him. Potential action killer against some ace-x, some 2 pairs from the big blind. Also potential action killer against some flop flushes of Maljen as well from the big. I'm expecting to see check here tower, especially when we have the 9 of hearts along with our 10 high flush here as Dave. Whoa, this is interesting. From Malgen, leading for 75 into 193, so just shy of 40%. It's actually kind of interesting, this lead tower, once we strip it down, because Dave never calls King Jack off, King 10 off pre, which is very important. So he's only actually got King Jack of hearts, King 10 of hearts, Jack 10 of hearts, Jack 9 of hearts. Like, he's actually only got 4 or 5 combos of flushes. It's actually a really interesting lead from Malgen, because I don't think our hand actually wants to lead as Malgen, but you think about Dave's range, never peels offsuit King Jack, King 10 at a final, so therefore Dave's going to be having a lot of suited hands, like the Jack 10 suited, the King Jack, the King 10 suited of hearts. But other than these combos, Tao, there's actually not too many flushes Dave should have, because at an FT, he doesn't peel King Queen off, King Jack off, King 10 off with a heart. So like his Broadway holdings are going to be like suited hands, like the Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, so on. But the 10-9 of hearts going to be good for David on that occasion. But very strange turn lead from Malgen there, but I think I understand where he's coming from. It's very hard for Dave to have a bare King of hearts, a bare Jack of hearts, because of pre-flop ranges. So therefore, the only flushes Dave can really have is going to be flop flushes, and with the ace and queen of hearts on the board, literally only 3, maybe 4 combos of flushes there in Dave's range. So maybe that's where Malgen was coming from. It's still a7. I'd personally just check over to Dave, fold to a turn bet, but maybe add some sort of ideas of his own. And when you really do strip back the spot, it kind of makes sense. Like, very hard for Dave to have a flush there. It's flop flushes only that want to play in that manner. Maybe King Queen off with the King of hearts, but is that not more inclined to potentially go for the free bet? Interesting hand there. Did the player that went through day 1-8 last night have to sit there for 3 hours as no players left and late reg was day 2?
That I don't know.
I think once he was, I'm guessing once it was done, he was there. That was it. There's your bag, mate. Off you go. And they just closed the flight, I'm guessing. It's like King of the Hill, ain't it? Someone sat there with all the chips. Come on, who wants to jump in?
Have a go, if you think you're good enough.
Just sitting there by yourself, waiting for someone to enter.
And obviously, because he sat there, or whatever it was, for 4 or 5 levels, does he start day 2 at the levels that everyone else is going to start at? He's going to have to, isn't he?
Yeah, he would. There'll be words if we're rolling back to big blind 600 for day 2.
Imagine if you go until next Tuesday. Interesting question, Will. I'll see what the actual floor says.
Oh, yeah.
And Many made an Edinburgh sat on your table, and I'm like, this is a rough button, and then like I just get 3 bet every hand off.
Yeah, he asked for it.
And then you,
he told me that earlier. He's like, yeah, I probably should have said it. He goes, oh yeah. This is a rough button. He opened 3 times.
Had one of the floor people walking past us. So just asked them. As soon as it went down to 1 player, that was it.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah.
Flight was closed. He bagged up his chips. He went home.
See you for day 2.
still holding the grudge.
£300 ladder or something.
I don't even think it was that much.
I've waited 3 years for this day, Gormley. I will have my £300. And this comp for the next.
So the final of the high roller.
Jack getting to work here. Really nice seat to have. He's got Wilco and Dan, the 2 that are covering him in chips on his direct right. So therefore, once they fold, we just have the avenue to open any ace, any suited king, dip into some suited queens, some suited connectors. You get the idea. This is in general what you see. Final table, big stacks. This is how we want to strategize big cards, removal. Like we don't want to open like stuff like 6-7 suited. Yes, it's pretty, got good playability, but we want to become very removal based with our opens at this part of the tournament. Oh, well, that's a sight. Just the boots for Malgen.
So Malgen, no action, unfortunately, with the boots. Down the normal chip leader. Adam Wilkinson, chip leader overnight, Stato on 30 bigs. Another final table for him. Did we find out if there was an actual dinner break? There won't be, will there?
Race 40. Pass.
10-9 suited for Dan. Makes it 40k. Actually, some flatting going on here for Wilco at an FT, ICM, all that. It's not just mandatory free bet all the time. There will be some flatting going on with our strongest holdings. But it's just going to take the free bet approach. And all that comes down to, guys, is risk premium for Wilco against Dan Gormley, first and second in chips, is huge. So, say, for example, we free bet, Dan calls, it comes ace high, Dan's flopped the set, and suddenly we're out the door. It just becomes a disaster. So when you are second in chips, third in chips, and you're up against the chip leader, even with some of our strongest hands, some of the times we want to be playing some flats. And that is all just down to if there is a scenario, a cooler, a setup, whatever you want to call it, that occurs, and suddenly we're out in 9th place, coming in second in chips. We've just left all that money in the prize pool, and we're sitting there with a heap of equity before the hand started. I'm going to jump back to Dan's spot now, 10-9 of hearts here. It's a big free bet from Wilco, so probably just going to get out of the way, but if Wilco went something a bit more standard, maybe the 10-9 suited for Dan does get amongst it and go post.
Yeah, some cards you just love to see a flop, and that 10-9 of hearts was one of them. Afternoon, Jamie, by the way. Hope you're well.
How are you doing, Jamie? That's very interesting. Says the free bets he has here, he's meant to make it like 10 BBs. I'm guessing that's just going to be a super polar, though. Super polar when we go 10 bigs.
What's the plan for Vegas? See, Jamie, last event into the Irish Open a couple of years ago, won it. Vegas last year, won it. Is there any way he doesn't win? Huh?
So we've had aces, first orbit of the final table. Might as well tick off the King's achievement to go alongside it. Opens to 2 bigs for Malgen. Ace 10 here for Dan in the big blind, not going to be going anywhere.
Absolutely not.
One that prefers to call tower, yes, got a strong ace, but like it's better to free bet stuff that's getting better hands to fold, like ace deuce, like ace 3, this type of stuff. Ace 10 seems one that's just nice to make the call, C3, and off we go to the flop.
Oh, flop. Second pair for Dan, but Malgen has got the Kings flopping top set.
Like in general, a board we probably do bet range. With top set, it's one of those, isn't it? sometimes you just want to check, keep your opponent in, especially when they're defending from the big blind and just got all these combos in there that are complete whiffs on this board. But does just come for small, just north of 20%. Clear check call for Dan, middle pair, nut kicker, not going anywhere.
Turns the queen of clubs.
Kind of interesting one. It's a nice one for Malgen to get paid a second street, just because now all this Jack 10, King Jack, Jack 8, 8 9, Queen 9, King 9, all this sort of pair stuff now picking up a straight draw to go alongside it. So we get another street of action from all this like pair up and down, King Jack, Queen Jack, 10 Jack, and as well as that, 10x of clubs also a thing in there to get a street from. Dan with just a pair of 10s can't really do much but get out the way as he does. Malgen takes a small one.
Very nice indeed. Question.
What
was you doing 17 years ago today?
What was I doing 17 years ago today? So it would have been 2008.
Yeah.
It would have been March. I would have been year 9 in school.
Year 9 at school?
Yeah, I was year 9.
Flipping heck.
So what was it? 2008. Was I by any chance at Wembley watching Jonathan Woodgate lift the League Cup? It seems too late. I feel like that was February time. I feel like the League Cup years ago used to be February the final.
Really? Wow.
Did I get it right? Is that what I was doing?
I don't know. I've no idea.
Why did you just randomly ask me that?
It's a genuine question. It's a genuine question that I don't know the answer to.
Why?
I just wanted to know. You were at school.
Yeah, I was at school.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question on what you were doing 17 years ago.
I thought there was a historic event that happened 17 years ago.
There is. 17. Richie Burness says 16 years ago today was the birth of his lad. So 17 years ago would have been getting prepared for it.
You can't just, I'm just going to throw this out there. You can't just go to someone, what happened X amount of years on this day, and then that's it. You need something to follow it up with and say, well, what actually happened 17 years ago on this day, Jay, was X, Y, Z.
Well.
You can't just ask the question randomly.
Why not?
It makes no sense.
Oh. Well, Dave's going to check this. I was going to raise it up.
No, check. Suited ace-X, like we prefer checking the suited, raising the offsuit, playability.
And non-flop, 7-5 deuce.
I feel like Dan could stab this one. Jack 3 of hearts, overcard, 3 to flush, 3 to straight, fold out some queen high, king high type stuff. The sides against it.
There's the 2.
So now I'm going to try and dislodge some king high, queen high stuff. Dave has to call once here of ace high and a gut shot. Nothing really to say about this one, pretty standard. There's the call from Dave. Not the best river card to be barreling on here now. Our value's just going to diminish. Like, yes, we can have some 7x, but these are probably going to start leading flop. Some 5x makes sense. Deuce X now, hardly any out there once there's trip deuces on the board. What are we targeting to fold out as well? Question we need to ask ourselves as Dan, are we targeting the queen high, the king high? Do we think we get ace high to fold? It's gone for the 80% on the end. No, interesting spot for David Tower. One of the nice things about this spot for Dave, Dan should never have a better ace high. This hand's just going to want to check over to him. So it's not a situation here Dan's bluffing ace jack and we lose to that. So it's a situation that Dan's either got a 5, a 7, a deuce, maybe some pocket pairs that was trapping pre, or he just has a bluff here. So difficult spot on the end here for Dave, blind on blind when ranges are as wide as they are. Something that's really interesting though, when Dan covers Dave, he's probably going to start leading his 7x, maybe even some 5x on flop. Even some deuce X could be viable as well. So maybe the flop check from Dan is what is going to get him paid here. And ace high be good for Dave. I say getting paid, he doesn't really want to get paid. But I think the flop check has got Dave in a bit of a quandary here.
There you go.
Let it go.
Valerie's asked a question.
What was you doing 17 years ago to this day?
I met somebody you didn't think existed.
So there was a roll on.
Yeah, but then the hand killed.
Okay.
I met somebody you don't think exists.
Someone I don't think exists.
Paddy Power.
Look at you.
Yeah, that's me. Paddy Power. That was the first time I ever worked the Irish Open. And that is Paddy Power.
No, it's not.
It is.
He's made a living out of changing his name.
That's Paddy Power.
Okay.
That is the man himself, Paddy Power.
So that happened on this day 17 years ago.
First time I ever worked the Irish Open.
And you expected me to know that how?
No, I just asked you what you were doing on that day, just in case. And then I was going to follow it through, and then we got a hand. So there we go.
Paddy Power.
There we go. The man that you didn't think existed. Paddy Power indeed. 17 years ago today, we started working the Irish Open for the first time ever. And we're doing it again this year. I know, look how long you're young. I'll tell you what, still got it though.
Bit greyer now, but still got it.
A lot more grey. Look at that, a lot more grey.
So now I'm getting a lot of grey hairs. I'm all grey here now.
And good luck to all rails in fourth, next to Paddy Power on the right. Good luck to all rails. He's having a big operation this week. What? That is Paddy Power. It is. This guy don't think he's a real person.
That can't be. I need his birth certificate. There is no way there's actually a bloke called Paddy Power. I'm not having it. I'm still not having it. Not having it. I need a birth certificate. Picture doesn't mean anything. He could be Bob Smith. Bob
from
Smith.
Liverpool.
Yeah. Where is Bob Smith actually?
Bob Smith's disappeared.
Has anyone seen Bob Smith? Going to jump back to it here. Dan going for the free bet with the offsuit ace-x seems good. And Stato just going to get to shove in his 25 here. Jack's way too good a hand to do anything else. And just going to be an easy fold for Dan now.
Yeah, that is a cracking.
Because I always thought it was just an absolute take on like
really?
Yeah, on like Victor Chandler, Betfred, and then they thought, all right, we're an Irish firm, we're going to come up with the most Irish name ever for it. No one's actually called it, and we're going to be Paddy Power. I need a birth certificate, Michael. I'm not having it. There was a Santa Claus on the UK poker circuit a few years back. Was that?
There's somebody who looked like him.
We had King High once, an Asian lad who was his first name was King, spelt K-I-N-G, and his second name was High, H-I. King High we've had.
Yeah, good luck to Rails. I don't think he'll be listening, but got a big operation this week as well, Rails. Good luck to him.
I think this is his last one, Dennis. I think this is his local as well. I think he lives here in Glasgow. Does our deal up?
Oh, Nixon. Where's he going?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I think he's going to Australia. I think he's off to Oz.
Potentially, yes.
I think he is.
So open from Stato. Dave plays call with a suited ace on the button. Jack defends three-way, covering both. I think if we were covered here, we wouldn't be defending this one three-way, but covering both does get involved.
9-9 ace flop.
It wouldn't surprise me if Stato played some checks here tower. Yes, we flopped 2 pair with the ace jack, but Dave in position will be doing some checking over to him, and there you go. And wouldn't even surprise me if Dave checked this one back. Aware Stato, very good player, knows that Stato will check a lot of his range over, so ace-6 of diamonds here, good for us to have some top pair check backs, and there we are. Nothing Jack can really do here with the 7-8.
It's finger check.
Now, this is where we should see a delay from Stato. I think this is where we are going to start going on the value hunt. DD going to have to make the call here with the ace-6 of diamonds. We have position. Stato may start probing some stuff like 10s, 8s, even some bluffs, a hand like Jack 10 of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs. I'm blocking this as David. Can we find the chop as David here?
Can he find it? No, we can't. Stato gets the check mark.
And shouldn't really be much 9x here for Dave, and ace of spades actually a lovely one to have. It just means that ace-9 of spades isn't a thing, so there's no ace-9 suited combos tower, not a single one out there. It's not real, not there. So Dave not going to peel like king-9, queen-9 suited. He might peel 10-9 suited, the suited connector on the button, but we're comfortable to go for value here as Stato. We're targeting what Dave has, a check back ace-10, ace-8, ace-7, ace-6, this part of his range here. We're not getting the value from clubs anyway, so gonna target some ace-X here, and Dave in a real grim situation. Problem is we're getting 4-1 here on a call. We only need to be right 20% of the time. We're under-repped as well after checking back flop. A great fold.
Good fold, David.
Really, really good fold that tower. Once we check back flop, getting that price, only need to be right 20% of the time. Correctly lets it go. Much harder than it looks like, guys. Getting that price after checking back flop, the key element, and still coming to the correct decision not to pay off that river bet of Stato.
Indeed. Never see Katie won the Irish Poker Tour Ladies event. I did, and I saw the interview.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
Go, Katie.
And I saw the interview as well. It was really nice. Yes, her and Kyle are going over to Australia, so maybe Nixon's going at the same time.
12 minutes, guys. We're going to have another keyword. Got another 2 $25 888 tickets to give away.
Yeah, and then straight after the keyword, we're giving you the password to the 6 o'clock free roll. I don't think you can get into the free roll yet, which is why we're giving it out at 5 o'clock. You're now reg to get into the free roll, which we'll be giving out just after the keyword, and then we'll be in it.
So less inclined to attack chip leader opens. I like to see a middle of the pack here as well as Dave, but is going to take the ace-5 suited. It's just too good, isn't it, when you get dealt this hand? Like, probably not going to take the ace-8, ace-9 off, LP versus LP as a free bet bluff that we potentially can have earlier in the tournament. But you look down at this combo and you think as Dave, yeah, we're not meant to get after Dan as much as if we covered, but the ace-5 suit, it's just too good a candidate not to go for the free bet bluff, and it's going to get the ace-4 and Dan out of there. Nice little pickup from DD. Good couple of hands from him.
Yep, indeed. Up to 46 bigs. Craig Conway 13 bigs. Cammy Williamson 15. In danger.
So 30 minutes into the FT. In a steady start.
Indeed he does. Lines at 20k.
Couple of ducks for Wilco. I believe he covers everyone behind. Going to open from the cut-off. Got to be aware though, we need to raise call facing the big blind here. If Craig did happen to move all in, once we got 2 invested, and I think Craig's got like 180, something like that. Pair would be too good to fold. King 9 off for Craig. Doesn't necessarily have to jam. Can have a look at 3 and does exactly that.
Eight, deuce, king, 2 spades, bottom set of 2s for Wilco, top pair for Craig. Bit of action.
Wilco going to bet. I might have checked this back, Tao. I know we can see he's going to get it from Craig regardless. Craig with top pair, but I might have actually checked this one back, just looking at entire range for Craig.
You're going to see the bad news that he's drawing to less than 1%, man. Oh, taps the table. Is this the first exit? It is looking likely.
It's probably dead on the turn 95% of the time.
Well, yeah, absolutely. £3,080 locked up. Now, this could be it for Craig. 95% of the time on the turn.
Yep.
There we go.
So
taps the table.
Meaningless river. And just quads.
Just quads.
So we're going to lose Craig Conway out in 9th. £3,080 for Craig.
Well played, Craig.
When there's a will, there's a KO. Down to 8.
Well played indeed, Mr. Craig Conway. 9 for £3,080.
I'm sorry, he's got about 6 hours to have out.
You got me worried, to be fair.
I just see him getting used to it. I was like, hey, don't give up, mate.
So you're saying there's a chance.
You just come out kicking on.
Well done, Craig. Craig Conway. Death by quads. The Wilco on the charge. We have a keyword coming up, and we also have the password for the free roll that's on at 6 o'clock GMT, which is in an hour's time.
Myself on the free bet on last week as well, right? Me and we were talking about like, just was like, oh, Danny's open on the gunner. I fast free bet.
So well done, Craig. £3,080.
Danny's good chunks of chips up them wide, right? Free bet, and he's like, just harsh.
Free bets up here as well.
Just gives me the look, and he's like, oh, yeah, the worst hand to free bet. There was a 7
Probably, mate.
There was a 7 on the board.
You blocked the other 2 sevens.
So blinds 20,000, lost 1 on the final.
Thanks, Val. I'm glad someone's listening to my whip. I'm glad someone got that. It went straight over Tower's head. When there's a will, there's a KO. Wilco.
Oh yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
I missed that.
Shame
Sorry, Val, missed that one.
Thanks, Val. I'm glad someone's listening. I spend hours writing this down in my bedroom.
Oh dear. Sorry I missed it.
Hanskin in the chat. Says, I did have Queen 8 off earlier, Jay.
Wow. Fantastic. Well done, you.
That's what it looked like. Really thought it was like one of these 8X that snagged the 8 on the turn.
Well done, you. I've only got a 10. Ace king for David, raising 40.
Not any action at all though for David, raise and take. Oh no, what have you done?
I'm leaving.
Oh, we're back.
Don't blame me. Oh,
you know what? Tower
pressed the button
just
then.
pressed the button and everything went black. But after half a second, we're back. Stay away. Leave the buttons to the youngsters.
I'm doing now.
Leave the buttons to the youngsters. Woo!
Press any buttons.
I'm not leaving it to you anymore, I'll tell you that after that little
Yeah, do not press.
mini heart attack you just gave me.
Oh, here, man.
Queen 8 suited for Stato, just wants to keep the pot small, has to continue that no raising going on here against the chip leader, just to complete. And Dan is going to get to raise it up. Straight away, Dan, just making this little adjustment here, making it 4 big blinds, even in position. Just straight away saying to Stato, and I'm assuming he'd do this with like his 9-4 off, 10-3 off as well, just basically saying to Stato, we're already putting more chips in the pot, could potentially be playing for stacks by river, sir, at the Queen 8 of hearts. Too good to be folding just yet, even facing 4 BBs, and a nice looking flop for Stato, top pair on the Queen Jack 6 rainbow. And a board that we are going to have lots of bets on, I think, as Dan, even blind on blind. I know it's that age-old question, do we ever really get action from worse? I guess there's some worse ace-highs that could continue. Yes, we probably don't fold out better, but still got these sets. Queens, Jacks, overpairs, ace-queen, the strongest Queen X in range. Stato still going to have, like, sort of suited and gaps, suited and connected. Some ace-highs, some king-highs, something perhaps like a king-10 off. Important factor about this hand though, like Stato can still have some stronger Queen X, King Queen, Queen Jack. These hands probably don't want to be free betting pre against the chip leader.
Five downs on the turn.
Now decision point for Dan Tower. Obviously blind on blind here, ranges as wide as they can be. Do we want to try and target a queen or a jack to fold out by river here? We have king of diamonds in hand, which is kind of nice. We get to bluff diamond rivers. We get to sort of bluff the rivers that don't change anything in terms of the board texture. But this going to be fine as well. Just the check back. I feel like it's one of those, if we're barreling turn, we're going to want to have a lot of barrels on certain rivers. But just going to go for the check back with the ace king high. Still can have the best hand blind on blind, some sort of 9-10, king 10, king 9 in there for Stato, some worse ace highs. I think it's one of those that if we bet turn we have to unload on a lot of rivers, but if we're not happy to do that then just check back. Still can be ahead of some of Stato's range. River 2 pair. On value hunt. Third pot. Not getting any heroes from the ace high.
Just before the keyword.
Okay.
Just before the keyword. I pressed the button, by the way, sorry. Just before the keyword, the password for the 6 o'clock free roll, which is on 888poker. Get yourself into the free roll. The password is in Glasgow. Like it.
The password's in Glasgow.
We are in Glasgow. All one word, in Glasgow. All one word. The password for the 6 o'clock free roll that starts in an hour's time.
Like it.
Is in Glasgow. And now
it's keyword time.
Keyword time.
So guys, we've got another two $25 tickets to give away for 888 Poker. This one is simple. You need to get yourself over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. And then you need to type the keyword into the Twitch chat box, and then we will select 2 people at random that win these $25 tickets. And for the 4th keyword of the day,
yes,
we are going with FT Hype.
Oh,
FTHYPE, FT Hype.
FT Hype.
Couple
keyword,
of minutes.
Away you go. FT Hype. The keyword is FT Hype. The password for the free roll is in Glasgow.
Fantastic stuff from the 888 team, giving us free rolls, giving us tickets. By the time Sunday comes, I'm going to say probably about £2,000 odd /dollars that we would have given away over the weekend. Make sure, wherever you're watching from, guys, whether it be Facebook, whether it be Twitch, whether it be YouTube, hit the follow, hit the subscribe. We are going to be live throughout the course of the weekend. Lots of money to give away, plenty of action at the tables. Going to be a fantastic festival throughout. We are concentrating on the final 8 in the high roller. Up till then, playing for £32,820.
So FT Hype. Go, go, go. Eight left. FT Hype. Probably got another minute. My stream froze as Tower said the password. And it was just him going, eee. I love it. So FT Hype.
Lime Ricky says, type it again, folks. Nightbot is being slow. So Stato with a good half hour or so, doubled his stack without actually having to be all in and at risk. David, a couple of 10s on the button, clear open. $40,000. Oh, ace deuce off here for Wilco in the small. Feel like slightly too deep with Dave to have any ideas with this one, and prefer taking it from the big as well. But still, we like using some offsuit ace-x at final tables when we cover. It looks like Wilco is going to find it with the ace deuce. Love the aggression. Love the fact we got the ace in there for removal. Unfortunately for us, we have run into it. 10s now for David, and starting the hand at 45, button versus small here. It wouldn't surprise me if Dave just played flat here in position. Like if we get this in versus ace king, ace queen, or Wilco, gonna be a horrible flip situation. He can still have the goods, jacks for aces that have us crushed. Definitely agree with Dave here. Sat fourth in chips, not really wanting to tangle with one of the big chip daddies. It's just keeping the pot small. We get to go post, but it's Wilco who flops best on ace 6-3, finds that 3 outer. tens for Dave, 150 into 340. So just shy of half here from Wilco. Becoming very awkward now for David. Wouldn't shock me if he just let the tens go here and now. He is going to play the call. Still in front of some like king high, queen jack, this type of stuff of Wilco. Maybe 9s and 8s that are always shutting it down.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
I guess with position we are more incentivised to call as Dave, as Wilco will just slam the anchors on a lot of the time when called. Just going to set Dave in on the turn, on the jack of clubs. And the tens are out of there. And suddenly, Wilco, Adam Wilkinson, has got 1.8 milli. He has got over a quarter of the chips in play.
Look at that from the Wilco. 90 big blinds.
And we should be closing up this keyword shortly, guys. I'm just waiting for the thumbs up from Lime.
It'll go okay. There we go. We are ready. So here we go. The names will be coming out. Let us know who wins.
Congratulations, RPCA, and congratulations, JJ Granite.
The Granite. The Granite.
So Lime will be in touch, guys, letting you know how to claim those $25 tickets. We have given away 8 now today. We have 7 remaining, which will be given away throughout the course of this final table.
Yes.
I think what we'll do, as we got 7 left, we'll do 3 more keywords, 2 a pop, and as you're the main man, we'll do 1 tower things.
Okay.
I'll ask you something Scottish.
Great. I better start checking up on my Scottish then. Well done, JJ. The Granite. You know what to do regarding your whispers. Make sure they are checked so that you can receive a message. So there we go, RPC, get your whispers in. I got told that Ockeye the New wasn't even a phrase.
Ockeye the New?
Yeah, it's very...
Always thought an Ockeye was what you threw a dart from.
Ockeye the New, I think it means something like, yes, are you okay kind of thing. It's just a Scottish phrase that's been on the TV for years. Very stereotypical. Ockeye the New. So we are on 8 on the FT of the High Roller, 32,000 and change to the winner. Aces for Motion and 640k with the blinds at 25.
Yeah, second time he's had aces this FT.
Yeah.
Had kings as well. Very nice distribution. Now as Dan. Wouldn't shock me if he went for jam here, tower, but we're never folding 9s. Like call at the minimum. I feel like we never fold better. 10s isn't 3-bet folding, so maybe we do land on call. It's a really awkward one here for Dan.
Yeah, we made a call.
Does go with call, okay. It's just when we 3-bet jam, it's one of those, we never fold out a better hand. We'd never get called by worse. So yeah, maybe call is the way to go here for Dan. Seems like a tricky one, but even when we cover, I feel like call is best once I think about it a bit more.
Ten jack, 4 flop, 2 clubs.
Yeah, against quarter tail up 9s with position, 3 to a straight. I'd definitely continue 9s with a club here as Dan. I wouldn't even fault him for continuing 9s no club, to be fair. There you go.
Okay.
How are we doing, Gumel? Welcome to the stream, sir. We're on the final 8 of the High Roller, playing for £32,000.
Well, that's just got interesting for Dan. Picks up open-ender.
This is so annoying though, Tal, because we're just going to be met with jam, and there it is from Malgen, and now with 9s. Like, we've obviously got this equity of an up and down, but the key element here, as Dan, we're not calling to hit our straight, we're calling because we're also ahead of hands. Do we think Maljan has some ace-queen that's now double-gutted? Do we think he has some ace-x of diamonds that's now nut flush drawing? Ace-x of clubs that's now nut flush drawing? Like, it's a real tough one here for Dan Gormley, but it's a situation where we can actually still have the best hand. It's two-tone, ace-queen we're ahead of, ace-king we're ahead of. Ace-x of clubs we're ahead of, ace-x of diamonds we're ahead of, and the times that our opponent does have this ace-jack, queens, kings and aces, we can still find a 10 outer. We can hit a queen, we can hit a 7, we can hit a 9. So it's a real grim one for Mr. Gormley. On such a draw-heavy board, there are some scenarios 9s are best here, and when they're not, we're still going to have 25% to hit that 10 outer.
Tough spot.
It's really tough. Such good 9s to call with as well, Tower. The perfect 9s to call with. But then saying that, you say the perfect 9s to call with, no 9 of diamonds, no 9 of clubs. There's not much in the 3-bet range of Malgen at this stack depth that's going to contain 9x anyway, so maybe less irrelevant than first glance. But here we go, has paid it off with the 9s. And Malgen well out in front.
7s, 9s and queens for Dan Gormley. Anything else, we get a full double up from Malgen. And it's a king on the river. So Malgen doubles to 1.3 million. Dan down at less than $500,000. 20 bigs for Dan Gormley. 20 big blinds. Still in though with 8 players left.
Do you know what, Jamie? My brain obviously thought about exactly as you, but then it also thought, hold on a minute, there's not much 9x in Malgen's 3-bet range, right, from the small there, when he was sitting, what, third from bottom in chips. Like, he's not going to 3-bet bluff ace-9, is he? I don't think he is. He's not going to 3-bet bluff king-9. I don't think he is. He can't do anything with 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited at that stack depth. So, although we have the 9s that unblock the suits, is it really relevant? Is there any 9x? Is there any 9 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, ace-9 of clubs, ace-9 of diamonds in our opponent's range anyway?
It's 4 for World Cup with 1.8 million in the chip lead.
Just like gravity of how important it is.
But I'm loving this FT task. Some real hands to delve into. There's been a couple of spots to have a look at, give some opinions on. It's been a real good watch so far, and hoping for more of the same. Should just be cool here from Laurenus. We got Cammy now dwindling. I think he's got about 7-8 big blinds. Just going to call. at 18 to start the hand. Oh my word.
King, Queen, 3. Nut flush draw for Wilco. Top pair for Laurinus.
I know we can see, we can raise and get it in here, but I would most certainly be calling here as Laurinus. We got the chip leader opening, he's going to be so wide, like an ace deuce of clubs, all the way up to like ace 9 of clubs, like all this suited ace X that's just going to fold to a raise. We want to keep these hands in Wilco's range. So love this from Laurinus, not just running the top pair here and now, just recognising there's a lot of whiffs here for Wilco.
Whoa. King of diamonds.
Check, check. I'm hoping Laurinus should be playing check. And then Wilco just thinking about our opponent's range tower. We're not folding Queen X now. We're not folding King X now. And we want to keep the flush draws in, the worst flush draws that we're ahead of already. So just weighing up these things, it's a spot where I'd really like to see Wilco check back, but we're not going to get that option. We've got Laurinus putting on his leading shoes, unorthodox, but potentially going to get a streak from a hand that would have checked back, but Wilco just sends it in.
Wow, Wilco. He just sends it in with a flush draw. Not even thinking about it. Boom, have some of that, he says.
So, Laurinus could be up to just shy of a milli.
Yep.
Fading jam tarts and does.
There you go. Just fills up.
I'm not sure about that turn. I'm not sure about that turn play. But
yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Jack and Dave were just chuckling away there. Cool, man.
Then, to be fair, the lead from Laurinus is probably not a thing, but if it's an exploit and he's seen Wilco do some strange stuff like that, then fair play to the lad. Maybe got the maximum because if Wilco knuckled back there on the turn like he probably would. River comes a brick, Laurinus leads, Wilco folds. Laurinus doesn't double up, so has found an unorthodox turn lead there that potentially got him the maximum.
Right, and then the floor comes over and realises that it's sad.
Evening Gaff tunes in, says Madness turn play.
Complete from Laurinus. Stato with the check.
Ace King 3 flop. Stato flopping top. Laurinus with the jacks.
Gets better and better for Stato. 2 pair on the turn. Things you love to see. Probably going to be checking again here though as Laurinus. I guess we can get some value from a turn 5x, but our hand not needing protection with the ace and king already on the board. But Stato going to get the opportunity to bet now and going to have to call once as jacks in my opinion. Stato going to start bluffing some deuce x and 4x when he checks in the big blind. All this 8-4, 9-4, 9 deuce. All going to be in there in range. So going to have to call once as Laurinus in my opinion. Even facing big bet. 2/3 from Stato. No. Pot from Stato. Thought it was 50k. $75k called from Laurinus. Now 8 of hearts on the river. Clean as you like for the Stato. And now going to be looking for some value with the ace 5 suited. And it's a really bad river for Laurinus because now all this deuce X, 4X stuff whiffing out. Stato's checking the big blind, all combos in range other than the top end. So like deuce 10, jack deuce, 9 deuce, 4-6, 4-7. A lot of bluffs out there, Tower, and you also need to think where value is going to come from Stato. Where's he going to start value betting from? King X just going to go for one street on the turn and then check back. So now Stato basically saying that he has ace X or better. Some of the ace X going to be raising pre, some of the ace X going to be betting flop. So difficult river spot here for Laurinus, and it's pot on the turn, pot on the river from Stato.
Putting him in the blender. Another time bank used.
Sorry. Oh, frog in my throat.
Have a bit of water. It's good, it's Scottish water. Good for you.
And does pay it off with the jacks and sees the bad news.
Stato up to 1.3 milli. Sometimes they have it. Wilco and Mojan Fu, top 2 in chips.
Yeah, but 4 big separates.
Look at them.
The top 4.
Yeah. Some big stacks are brewing. In Glasgow, if you want to jump into the free roll starting at 6 p.m.
Ricky Kebab says, Stato ever potting twice with a bluff there? I'm guessing he would be. Like the best ones are going to be like the 4-7, the 4-6, the stuff that can never show down, blocking that turn wheel. But if we're going to do it for value, we've got to have it for bluffs, especially against good players.
Stato, out of small.
Yeah, we can't be there so short. May you get after Dave here. Now we've just become a central chip leader. Like these middling stacks are the ones we really want to go after. Any little 160s coming in here from Stato Tower? Doesn't take it.
No. Damn right. See a flop with ace-3.
Well, would you look at this set up central here. We've got Dan flopping top pair and we've got DD with bottom set, and Dan Gormley is going to do well to get away from this one. It's a board that Dave just gets to go after it with his king queen, his king 10, his queen 10. When we're as high up as an ace, we're going to need to strap him for at least 2 streets. Four of hearts on the turn. And that's Dave here. Going to be betting again. Two-tone now, so could potentially size up from that third flop bet. I don't think we're going to go extortionate though, because with Dan stacked, like, we could go half pot here, half pot river if we wanted to try and get the chips in. So maybe like 1, 2, 5 turn, which is going to put 500 in the pot and just shy of half in Dan stack for the river. It goes around there as Dave, 115, just shy of half. Just going that geometric size, going to be same percentage pot now. In on the end. And the best case scenario here for Dan Gormley is some wet river rolling off a 10 of hearts, a queen of spades. These type of holdings. But maybe thinking about running it here and now as Dan. Difficult though, because it's one of those, we just fold out all of Dave's bluffs that we're trying to keep in, going to rivers anyhow. This is the avenue you do expect to see, just a call. And it's as bricky as it comes. 7 of clubs on the end, no 8-5 or 5-3 in there for Dave. So 7 not changing anything at all here. And with everything bricking out, Dan unblocking the bluffs as well. The king queen, the king 10, the queen 10, the king X of hearts. Like, we're going to have a tough time getting away from this, especially when it's half pot back. And we're just praying for check now as Dan. We're not getting check, but we are just hoping to hear the check back from Dave. And there is the triangle. And nothing changing on this river as Dan. Like, in our head, there can be some rivers that we fold on. The queen of hearts, the king of spades, stuff like this that does bring in some bluffs for Dave. But we can't really find a better ace-x combo here. Like, much better to call ace-3 than it is ace-10. We have the 3 of spades, but kind of irrelevant because king 3 of spades is not going to open for Dan. So I think if we are going to start heroing ace-x, this is going to be one of our prime catches. Unblocking queen 10, unblocking hearts, unblocking king 10, unblocking king queen. It's a board that Dave will throw the barrels in on for sure. And can we find the fold, Dan Gormley, and leave ourselves with 10 bigs to work with? But if we make the call and we're right, we got 1.1 milli. It's a real grim river spot for Dan, and last time bank has been used. So in 30 seconds, we will have a decision. But like, so much better to call this ace than like an ace-10 with a 10 of spades or an ace-10 with a 10 of hearts. We're just unblocking all the bluffs here as Dan. And I guess we do need to call some top pairs, so maybe this one could be the one. And Dave Doherty up to 1.1 milli. Dan Gormley come in as one of the big stacks, but he is our 8th place finisher. Going to take £3,590. Good run from Dan. We are down to 7. And have just been told as well, guys, in 15 minutes time we are going to be heading for a quick 15-minute break. So just an hour and 20 minutes of play for the first session of the final table, but when we return we will be back on a full 2-hour session. So Lawrence with the ace-jack, opens to 50. Some newfound chips for Dave, 8-9 off, heads up, big blind only, should be in with a defend, getting 4-1 on our money here. Piece for both. Middle for David, top for Lawrence, both with the backdoor spade draw to go alongside it. Probably check bet call. Feel like just want to bet this board as Lawrence, especially with our hand. Lots to get called by, 9x, 5x, the 6-7, 6-8 and 8-7 and spade draws all there from the draws. 35 to kick things off, just shy of 30% from Lawrence. David, pretty clear call with the 8-9. Oh my word. Is it DD hour for David Doherty? Just snags off trips on this 9 turn and may start playing some leads here, guys. Like Lawrence with his stack and Cammy sitting there that short, he shouldn't open stuff like 8-9 suited, shouldn't open King-9 off, so it's only really the Ace-9 that's going to be in Lawrence's range that snacks a 9 here on the turn. King-9 suited actually won as well, although only 2 combos could be in there, so a very nice turn for Dave to do exactly this. Starts leading, just shifts the ranges. Yes, our opponent still has those 3 combos of aces, but Dave, now that he covers, going to defend most suited 9x down to like 9-7 off, all the way up to ace-9 off. So he just has this hefty 9x advantage on this turn facing Lawrence's range. So in with the lead for 1-2-5. Once again, choosing a size to set up a nice, comfortable river jam for 85% pot. And the queen of clubs on the end. Lovely card to see for Dave. May even start getting heroes from like the ace-2 suited up now, because ace-x chopping with all other ace-x. Ace-king not in range either for Dave. That's always going to 3-bet free when covering. So it's actually as grim as it gets here for Lawrence. There's the triangle. Well, I thought it was the triangle. It's the time bank, but the triangle will be coming shortly. And now we've got to think about this from Lawrence's perspective. Jack of spades, rough one to have. We don't really want that. Some of David's turn leads that are bluffs are going to be derived around the spade variety. So having the Jack of spades, not the best card, like the Jack 8 suited, the Jack 9 of spades, Jack 10 of spades, not there. So we just strip a few of these flush draw combos that have bricked out for David here. But he's not going to go for the lot. 180k. Okay, now we just don't have a decision as Lawrence. No decision now, guys. In my opinion, ace-jack, clear call. Dave could have some ace-x that we chop with. Just leading this 9 in terms of range on the turn, could still have some ace-x of his own, but against this size, no decision in my opinion here with ace-jack. Has to pay. Chop with some ace-x. The flip side of it, if you sat there, you would be asking yourself, hold on a minute, if David's bluffing here, why is he not asking for tournament life? If he's got one of these spade combos, if he's got something like 6-7, 8-6 of spades, why on earth is he not put us to the test for all of it? But the price is right. 3.5 to 1 on a call, don't need to be right too often, guys. 26-27% of the time. And we do run into trips of David there, but perhaps could have been the end of Lawrence if David did go for the lots on the river, but went for this not all in sizing. Interested to know why. May have a little chat with him regarding that hand when I see him next. It's quite interesting. I feel like a lot of people just jam for like 85% pot. Maybe feels like the ace-x always calling against that size. Could be the case. McNelly, I don't really get the chance because I'm always in the booth.
Always.
This year I've got Friday off on the UKPLs for the 888. I'm not working Friday, so I will be buying in day 2 to every high roller for a few big blinds this year.
Doing it for the team.
And then
we've taught him everything he knows.
It's literally just Vegas and Ireland for me.
How big is Ireland going to be, by the way?
It's going to be huge.
€250 buying, million guarantee. 500 buying for the mystery bounty, million guarantee. 1,000 main event, 2.5 million guarantee.
Right, how are you?
Unbelievable. And if you want to start somewhere, the free roll starts at 6 in 25 minutes time. And the password is in Glasgow.
We're going on break in 8 minutes.
Are we?
Yeah, they wanted a break the players,
How does
so
that work?
we are going on break in 8 minutes, I've been told.
Huh. What was the reason? That we were having one level in a break?
I think it weren't taken out on the clock, and by the time they realised the players were already on their feet, and you know how hard it is to get poker players back to their table when there's a break on the clock. I still get to play a lot of cash, McNelly. I've been playing some nosebleed Oldham the last sort of 6 months or so, doing it in as of late, but the variance in that game is just insane.
Remaining in the high roller, please retake your seats. That's all high roller players, please retake your seats. Remaining on your break.
Standard raise from David. Call from Jack with the Queen 7. Flop of Ace King Deuce. Shocking flop for Dave Doherty.
Yeah, just a board. We're going to see bet range as Dave and Jack out of there with the Queen 7.
So, heading to the break. Which we didn't know was on, but there we go. Keywords coming after the break. There'll be one around 6:30.
It's on you, David. Thank you. No, I don't mean like it's actually on you, I meant. I didn't mean like that. I was saying
Again, hat trick, first session. We're not even played an hour and 20 minutes yet, sir.
Easy game, this.
Save some aces for later. Third times Malgen's picked up aces.
Easy game.
He's had kings as well. Now, with the free bet to 175, not getting any action.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then a 15-minute break. And then back with the final table at this moment in time with 7 left. Free roll password is in Glasgow. Good luck. And now we've got ace king. Malgen has now got ace king. So aces back to back, aces and then ace king. Obviously. Just flying, the man.
I'm really hoping Wilco doesn't play back at this. Got a nice healthy chip stack.
Yeah.
Would love to see him win this. Some absolute superstars on this table. Imagine Wilco in front of the trophy.
There'll be a big wry smile, won't there? I didn't like how you stopped though.
What?
Well, you stopped short because you said there's some great players at this table and Wilco. That's what I thought you were going to say.
I said it.
Because you followed it on with I hope Wilco wins.
Wilco's a great player. Did you not see him in Vegas last year?
Wilco. I was there.
Hundreds of thousands of pounds.
I was on the rail.
Was that Venetian, wasn't it?
No, the Aria.
Aria.
I was on the rail.
There you go.
Until 4 in the morning, rooting for him. He's a good lad. 3 minutes to go till the end of this session. Some great players on this table, and Wilco.
I never said it, Wilco. It weren't me. I've already had one eye over my shoulder with Clemmy being here in Glasgow this week after you stitching me up in Coventry. Malgen setting the 2 short stacks in with the Jack-9 off. Very nice. Gets it through.
Final 7, 6 bigs for Lorinus. Cammy on 7, and then the rest are stacked. So you could strap yourself in for this one. Some great viewing on its way. In Glasgow is the password for the free roll yesterday. 6 o'clock free roll in Glasgow. Get yourself in 888 poker. We are heading to the break, 2 minutes to go.
Probably this hand and one more.
Right.
Looks like I might be getting a walk just from your face, but maybe not.
Lorinus with the King Queen.
All of it.
All of it, please. There we go. Final 6.
Double down. 8-3 into the muck for
8-3.
Stato. So final hand.
Why do you double down?
What, an 8-3?
No, I mean, why is it called doubling down? Surely you just double. I don't understand that bit. I know it's.
I guess
well,
you
I
put
know
your
what-
chip down
I
next
know
to
what
it.
you say is correct.
Because you put your chip down next to it, maybe.
Well, why do they call it doubling down? Because you double.
Why'd they call a flop a flop? Why'd they call the turn the turn?
Yeah.
Why's the nuts the nuts?
Oh, that's something to do with the wheels on your trucks back in the day. So the last 60 seconds of this session and then a 15-minute break.
Got to go for Cammy. Too good a hand, sir, as outright short stack. May leave himself some chips back if there's any carnage occurring behind for ladders. Oh, here we are. Here we are. 7's going to be way too good for Stato. Got Dave behind, so probably just going to call. No need to ISO, be a disaster if we shoved and Dave woke up with a monster. So there's the call. And Cammy.
You're going to need to hit one of the aces to survive. Cammy Williamson. Good to see him back at the tables. Great result in Edinburgh a couple of years ago. Oh, flops it. He flops it.
That's a sight to see.
It certainly is. There's only 1-7 in the deck. And we need to fade it to double up to 420 down. And there's Cammy still in. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
See you in 15, guys.
To consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy can often be a lot simpler too. You're not dealing with rising blinds, ICM, or worrying about busting on the bubble. But keep in mind, cash games aren't a walk in the park either. The competition is often tougher, and you'll find fewer recreational players at the table. They also require a higher skill level to consistently come out on top, and you won't get the types of huge scores you can get when you play tournaments. The swings in your bankroll, however, won't be as extreme as in tournaments. Handling variance. Understanding variance and your threshold for swings will help you determine whether to play cash games or tournaments. The variance in tournaments is very large, much more so than in cash. Usually, it's only the top 15% of the field that gets paid, so it's not uncommon to walk away from a tournament empty-handed. However, when you do cash and get a deep run, you can sometimes win a prize 100 or even 1,000 times your buy-in. Cash games, on the other hand, offer more stability. While it may feel like a grind, honing your skills at the cash tables can result in more consistent, small profits. So ask yourself, can you weather the storm of tournament variance, or do you prefer the steadier path of cash games? Finding the fun factor beyond strategy. It is important to consider which type of poker you enjoy more. Tournaments bring excitement, unpredictability, and an adrenaline rush, especially if you make the final table. It's an incredible feeling to have a deep run, and it's what keeps so many players coming back to tournament poker. On the flip side, becoming a cash game player is more consistent, and while you won't be involved in situations that will yield 100 times your investment, you will clash with your opponents for chunky pots regularly. It's all about finding what brings you joy at the poker table. Try both and see which format gives you the most enjoyment. And there you have it, cash games or tournaments, which form of poker works best for your personality. Of course, the best way to find out is to spend time playing, study the game, and soon it will become obvious to you which game you like the most. Are you a tournament player or are you a cash game player? Let us know your favorite form of poker in the comments below.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs. Because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know. If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players, it's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 888poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now, this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call, and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stat you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability.
Welcome back, and if you are tuning in for the password for the free roll that is starting in about 3 minutes' time is in Glasgow. That's where we are, in Glasgow.
Why are they just tuning in for the password and not the final table of the high roller?
Yeah, you lot. Just tuning in for the password.
And for our early viewers that have got in quickly as we return from break, we are going to a keyword.
When?
Maybe 6:05. We'll give you about 6-7 minutes, but we're meant to do one on the hour every hour. So we will go to a keyword quickly. I have 2 $25 888 tickets to give away to the chat. I will explain the rules in about 10 minutes time. So, who have we got left tower? We saw Dan Gormley bust just before the break. We also lost Craig Conway. So the final 7, Dave Doherty in 2, Wilco in 3, Jack Hardcastle 4, Maljan Fu in 5, Cammy Williamson in 7, Lawrence Jakutis in 8, and Stato Annie Hume in the 9 seats. How are we doing, Pedrino? Welcome. Good timing.
Absolutely. If you're just here for the free roll, then we're not telling you the password.
King 10 for Maljan. Opens from +1. Wilco, are you say off? Defends from the big blind.
Just the drinks. Queen 9 flop, Queen 6-4.
Quarter pot from Maljan. gets the better hand to fold.
Like the stream, says Nigel. Make sure to hit the follow button. And check out other socials as well. Make sure you come and join us. Will cash tables with webcams come back on 888poker? What, online? Did they do that? Did they? How interesting is that? Cash tables with webcams. Okay.
Well, one of them really good flops with David Doherty.
Look at that.
Jack just calls the ace queen. And Dave flops the wheel on 3-4-5.
Very nice indeed. He's like, come on, Jack, please get giddy. Good afternoon, live at the shed. This is indeed a great feast table. It's the actual final of the high roller. Ace of clubs on the turn. Not the card that Dave Doherty wanted to see. Jack turn the pair, river trips. Dave with the wheel.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because Jack, I assume, is going to go for value here with the ace queen, and then David going to get to raise for value with the ace deuce. And then it's going to be a real grim spot for Jack Hardcastle. See what size Jack chooses here, what he's trying to target, like sixes through kings, and like Dave on the button still going to open like king 5 suited, king 4 suited, king 3 suited. So some potential 3, 4 and 5x out there. And the ace-x, of course. I know it's very unlikely Dave has it when it has to be the case ace, but all this ace-6 up to like ace-jack. Potential to get some payment from.
About 3.5. Not a little bit less. 2.5. 2, 4, 5.
So now, David going to be bumping this up. Obviously 6-7 there for Jack. 6 deuce shouldn't be. 6 deuce suited probably defends, but I'd be shocked. Oh, he is just going to call. He is just going to call.
Why are you even there in the deuce? Oh, well, we're having words later.
Would have been. I really wish Dave raised, not because he's got the best hand, but I would have loved to see what Jack was doing with ace queen there, Tower, whether he was paying, whether he was folding. But Dave against that size maybe just feels like we're not getting called from worse. Doesn't feel like Jack's going to pay us with any ace-x.
Camera with the king queen off from gun.
Yeah, I'd try and still here as Cammy. Looking at Laurenus' stack, maybe the defining factor, but I feel like they are separated by about 3-4 bigs. Oh wow, a lot more actually. So I'm guessing that playing into account. Well, we didn't attempt to steal with the king queen, makes sense. In a couple of hands time, Laurenus is going to have to be all in. And potential to ladder a few quid. Stato's turn to open. King 9 suited opens to 60k. Wilco here, ace 9 off on the button. We are going to continue prefer free bet over call. I wouldn't mind fold either. Love this from Wilco. Very nice find. The sort of offsuit middling ace X LP versus LP. Nice candidates to choose, and going to get the King 9 and Stato out there. Nicely done from Wilco.
So the free roll is underway. Good luck, one and all. The password is in Glasgow. Loving Glasgow, Curtis. Thank you very much. Loving Glasgow. Able to get out on the evening yesterday. Nice weather so far. Bit of a walk around this morning for half an hour.
And now this
Casino's beautiful.
This has got to go for Laurenus. 7 bigs, ace 4 suited. May leave himself like a big or two back for that scenario that there's all in behind and we can fold, look for ladders, etc. But everyone aware once he puts in this percentage of his stack, not going to be folding.
Round to the small. Neil Wolfrey. Good evening, boys. Oh, glad to be home watching poker again. Neil, much love, man. You're the top dude. Get on the recovery, and we will see you on the golf course.
I saw you pointing. I was like, see you soon, Neil. See you soon, Neil. We'll be on the course. I saw you pointing then. I was like, who's over there behind the stairs? I honestly thought you was pointing at someone behind our comms booth or area, let's call it.
All the best, Neil.
So guys, after this hand, we are going to go to another keyword.
Are we?
I think it's the 5th one of the day, which will leave us 7 tokens, so we'll be 5 after this one. Just going to grab the keyword from Lime, and we will be going to it after this hand.
Excellent. Who got down good? Who got a damn goal?
He
2
lost,
or 3 hands, wasn't
yeah, he lost a big pot with pocket 9s against aces, and then set over top pair against DD to end him. Very nice find from Maljan here with the A7 off. Love that from him. Prime candidate, LP versus LP. Middling offsuit ace-X. I mentioned about 2 hours ago, first I've ever seen a Maljan, but seems studied, seems to play some fantastic stuff.
Has that got it? That's me Scottish.
Oh, has that got it? Is that, are we ready?
Now then, me old cocker, has that got password?
Password in Glasgow.
Keyword.
The keyword?
Yes.
Is ladders.
Ooh.
No snakes, just ladders.
No snakes. Ladders. Here we go. Get yourself in for another keyword. Ladders. Go.
And this is for 2 $25 888 tickets.
Yes.
So 2 people will be picked at random. Well, that's a sight to see when you're working with 7 big blinds. Big slick in the small for Lawrence and no fold equity. So Wilco always having to call this one off unless Stato wakes up with something in the big, which he does not.
Here we go. Big chance to double from 225 up to 500 and third, well, just shy of 20. What do you have to do, R-Gigs? Well, you have to be RG. You have to be on 888poker TV on Twitch.
That will dead it.
That will dead it.
Don't come running 7s, because now I have all these people in the chat box going, I thought you said he was dead. I thought you said he was dead.
He is now.
Ace on the turn.
Do it very nicely indeed.
8 of clubs river. I actually got so much stick for that hand. The one, can you remember when Ed flopped quads? And I said, yeah, that's the check mark on the flop. And then Gary Bush ran a quads. And the amount of stick I got for that hand, everyone going, oh, I thought you said it was a check mark. I thought you said it was a check mark on the flop.
For the giveaway. The giveaway is only on 888 Twitch. So 888poker TV on Twitch.
And there's 1 more minute, so if you're watching on YouTube, get yourself over to 888poker TV. If you're watching on Facebook, get yourself over to 888poker TV.
You have 1 minute, because that is a 1 minute warning. Warning, warning, 1 minute warning. Ladders, ladders, go, 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 ladders. Ladders. Here we go. Lime Ricky says, okay, here we go. We are ready. The countdown is on. Stato with the ace-4 suited. Evening, Johnny Brown. So there's the 105 from Dave Doherty. Stato calls with the ace-4, comes king, queen, 9. Top pair, David. Check the flop. Third club on the turn. Option on. Stato checks again. David mind bet small. I know he's turned 2 pair, but a bit flushy. Will be in the hand. And congratulations to Strongbow 5861 and Christoph 87. Is the Hendon Mob Championship main going to be streamed? When's that on, Manastro? Is that's not part of this event, is it?
I don't think so.
Where's the schedule for Glasgow? What way on? Here we go. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Saturday. Nope. Tomorrow we're going to be on from 12:30 with day 1D. On Saturday we're on at 5:30 with the start of day 2, and then Sunday at 1:30 with the start of the final day. When's the end of the month? They said what? This weekend?
Not here, it's not.
Not in Glasgow, it's not. And I have no idea what anybody else is doing at all.
Do you know what? Maljen has brought his own deck of cards, and they just contain aces. 4th time he has been dealt aces on the final table. You could go and play poker for a week and not be dealt aces once. He has been dealt them 4 times, plus kings, this final table so far. Maljen, distribution at its finest.
Hey up, Nate. Happy birthday for t'other day, lad. Well done to Strongbow and Christoph. Camera with the ace queen, he's all in for 345. All folding round. Lawrence with the ace 3 from 1. Gets out of the way with 17 bigs.
King 9 suited for Stato. Opens to 60. Maljan going to get to defend the Jack 6 suited.
Ace side flop, ace 8 deuce.
Just going to be Stato's hand. Ace 8 deuce. Probably one we see bet range on.
Cammy 14 bigs, Lawrence 17, Jack Hardcastle 20. Go with 10-9 out of the way, King 9 on the button. Also from Jack, going to be raising up.
Just going to get this one through. Cammy can't defend the 4-3 offsuit.
Jack 6 for David out of the way. Wilco just under $1 million. Just over 30 bigs. Going to raise it up. Not we're doing anything with those three. Nothing. Not anything.
I actually think if we've got like 9 or 8 there, we're supposed to defend the suited, any suited 2, just for like easy decisions, small SPR, but at 15, agree. Out there we get.
Wilco out of the way. Jack also doing the same. Now he's down to 22 big blinds.
Well, here we go, Tower, and it's short stack versus short stack.
Here we go.
So, Laurenus out in front with the ace-10 suited, but 2 live cards for Cammy with the king-queen. And this is a huge one for both, because we're both the short stack, it's a situation that busting the other player is absolutely massive for us. So, for both, this is a big old sweat. 40-60. Can Laurenus hold it?
8-9-4, 2 hearts. Doing it so far. Cammy needs a king and a queen. Running hearts. 10 of hearts. Or 3 hearts.
Just as good. Flush draws available. Kings and queens available. Are we going to be losing Cammy, or can he find the river?
Oh, the offsuit king does it for Cammy Williamson. Big double for Cammy, up to 750,000. Laurenus down to 3 bigs.
Big old river there. It's a big swing. Going to lead Laurenus with just 3 big blinds.
Thanks for breaking the ice.
Let's go, Cammy. Johnny Scott, good afternoon. How's the golf been, Johnny? You must have been playing every day the last couple of weeks.
That will do us. 3 bigs, queen 8 suited.
In they go. Triangle is in.
Qualifies. Well, Stato knows behind. Dave's going to have to call close the deck here, but the ace is going to be ahead of the shoving range of Laurenus. Does he want to go for like a little 200k, try and get this heads up with him, or will he let David Doherty do the work in the big blind. I'm going to go for this option, call. I guess one thing that's good about call, we'll bring Dave in, then we're splitting equity 3 ways. Should both be playing honestly, checking it down, trying to bust a player.
Yep.
So I guess
ICM is real.
I guess call actually does make a bit more sense.
So here we go. We can treble up. Lawrence is like, oh, really? Up against 2 of you? Well, he flops top pair and takes a big lead.
Yeah, that is great for him. Just fading the aces and the kings. Not that he knows that. Shouldn't be any betting going on here from either Stato nor Dave. We don't want to like blast off one of their hands that could potentially pass Lawrence by the river. And it's getting better and better. So offsuit ace or king. Only way we're going to see Lawrence's tournament end. 91% going to the river.
3-way. And being that far in front. Checking in. Here we go, off to the river.
And there it is.
Boom.
Treble up plus more.
I wonder who's going to sit right down before the hands are turned over. Feeling pretty confident. There we go, he says. Give me that triple. Back to 12 bigs.
Ace 10 for Jack from gun, raises to 60. And 10s now for Lawrence. 11 bigs here. Only thing Jack's not going to call ace 10 off. I don't think so for 11 on first glance for me. On first glance for me, seems like just finds the fold remit. The ace 10 here for Jack. Well, may not even get the opportunity. Well, definitely will not get the opportunity.
Wilco.
I feel like Wilco, when Jack only works with 20 plus, he runs it here with the ace queen. There we go. And I don't think Jack was calling anyhow, but ace 10 off into the mark and we're flipping.
Wilco with the ace queen, Lawrence with the 10s. Ace in the muck from Jack. Jack high flop, Jack deuce 6.
Anything else?
Fading at the minute. Jack on the turn, fading at the minute. This could be up to 800k. Oh, the dirty river. Lauren is sent to the rail with the river. Oh, we get trebled up. And we nearly get doubled up to 800k, and then we hit the ace on the river, the Wilco, taking out Lawrence.
Is that because I
he's already turned up.
Did I bring the filth? Is that what I
You
materialized?
just sat there nice and quiet, and then all of a sudden, boom, the ace on the river.
Hello everyone, how we doing?
This is Ian Simpson.
It's good to see you all. Twitchland, how we doing?
I tell you what, you've come in masses, you 888ers this week, haven't you?
Oh yes,
Everybody's
here.
here.
Oh yes.
Everybody.
Glasgow,
How is
new
Glasgow?
star.
You liking it?
Love Glasgow.
come here for music a lot.
Do you really?
Me and my dad come for live music quite a lot.
Oh, right, okay.
Because there's
Where do they play?
there's some great venues.
Oh, right,
for
just
live
local venues, small venues, big venues.
There's a couple of big-ish ones.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've seen some great bands here. But it's only like my second time playing poker here.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Nice casino.
Great casino.
Really
Lovely.
nice. It's very nice. Everywhere you go, I said earlier, that it's a place where you can come, sit, chat, have a drink, have something to eat, chill, vibe, without playing pit games all the time. You can sit around everywhere. It's
Chill.
fantastic.
And my-
Such a nice place.
And my hotel is overlooking the Clyde, the river.
Oh,
It's beautiful. I'm so happy.
you got put in the posh ones, did you?
La-di-da.
Ian Simpson with us.
What a lineup, by the way. Andrew Hume. I'm not going to list his accomplishments because we'll be here all night.
That is
David Doherty. Same. Jack Hardcastle. Withered reg, but I love him. He would say that himself. He knows I love him. Nate, hello there. Good to see you in chat. Hi, everyone. Oh, Shopna Yogi, 12 Pavlo. It's good to see you all live.
So friendly today.
The gang's all here.
First person in the chat this morning.
Oh, hello.
Line.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
We'll go with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way!
All right.
Oh my word!
Let's just give Jack a
What
thumbs up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face! What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Doherty's saying, I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow. Okay. Dealer, what you got for us?
Oh my word! Jack Hardcastle. 80% of the time is up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there. Yeah.
The dealer must have thought they must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh no way! Are you serious?
Oh my! 6-8 or ace for Jack. 6-8 or ace.
Oh!
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
It can't even be a walk of shame or anything, can it?
Oh. Can I go now? I think I've cursed the stream enough.
You've done it. You've done it. Lawrence, when the ace come on the river, you saw that one, and the 3 deuce. To be fair, if you stay, we could be over in 10 minutes.
Right, okay, yeah, I'll stay. I'll give you guys a short shift, yeah. Wowzers.
What is that about? Oh, man. If you're going to make a highlight reel, make a highlight reel in fashion.
Okay.
Oh, my.
Bye, Ian. I'm gone. See ya.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Wow. So in 5 minutes' time, we go to a 30-minute clock because that's where it is 500 and less. The whole table's just laughing. Can't believe it.
Well, they all got a ladder there, didn't they? How much did that get them? What's 5th to 4th or whatever it is?
The payouts from 5th is 7,390.
Right.
Is now locked up. 6th for Jack was 5,540.
So they got like just shy of 2 grand for that.
Absolutely.
Aye, easy way to get 2 grand. Sit and watch 3 deuce suited crack Jack's aces.
Oh no, he's got 3-4 suited now.
Oh, here we go. He's dominated. Don't think it matters.
Oh,
Don't think it matters.
Honestly.
Full pocket 4s in the hijack. Did the hijack full pocket 4s there? I've just got here, so I haven't looked at stacks, so I can't speculate on ICM considerations. So I'm literally fresh into it. It does feel tight. Oh my god, the bluff card. The bluff card. But the big blind's got the ace.
That's 100k.
We'll go, no, gonna... Just 100k, okay. I could have seen
100
him...
to 150.
Oh, okay.
You can't do it again, can you?
Yes, he can.
This
Oh,
one's,
yes, he
this
can.
one's a 2.
Both pairs. He might not bluff this card. He might just shut down after getting called on turn. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding?
This? Here we go. What's the bit? How many is it pulling up?
Is that 400k he's racked up?
No, it's pot size. That is nigh on pot size by the looks of that. 375.
A squeak more than the pot. I love it. As long as he does it with ace king as well, I love it. Oh, the big blind's in such a grim spot. Only beats bluffs. And it was a delayed c-bet, right? There was no bet on flop?
That's right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Makes total sense. Check back, flop with ace high. Turn an ace. Value bet it again. Can you sniff out the delayed c-bet bluff? Yes, he can. Good call.
He says nothing.
Nothing.
2 pips higher this time. Jack's just seen 2 hands that Adam's played. 2 3 of hearts and the 3 4 of hearts.
Outstanding.
So what's the plan for Mr. Ian this week? What happened to your stack this morning before you came to the feature?
I lost a flip.
Okay.
Like I max like regged into day 2 with like 17 big blinds.
Yeah.
And someone had made day 2 playing it from day 1 with 2 big blinds less than me.
Okay.
They jammed 10s, I had king queen suited. We flipped, we lost. I had 2 big blinds on the feature table. So I got to play 1 hand. So.
And the rest of the week, hopefully, just the main events all the way through.
Yeah, main event. We've got a lot of content making tomorrow. So there might be a chance to max late reg, or somewhat late reg tomorrow. If not, I'll be in the other flights, because there's a turbo on the morning of day 2.
There is. This is why day 2 for us starts at 5 p.m.
Right. So plenty of chances to get to day 2.
Yeah. Nice one.
And there's side events. Plenty of side events as well. And you can see in the prize pool there, High Roller beat the 100k guarantee. Lovely stuff.
It did indeed. Nice to be at new venues and getting the support.
First time 888's come to Glasgow. So the High Roller being successful.
First time we've streamed in Glasgow.
Right.
Well, at this event, we did one for the old GPS years and years ago.
Okay.
Like 12 years ago.
Right. So yeah, if it's a success, I mean, it seems like it's going to be a successful stop. It's already off to a good start.
Yeah.
It means that next year,
fingers crossed,
we can be back.
Fingers crossed. Are you doing Ireland?
2 weeks. 2 weeks of poker. Beautiful. In Dublin. Yeah. Booked my accommodation like 8 months ago.
Did you really?
Oh yeah. Because the hotels, poker players do everything last minute.
Yes, they do.
So the hotels are going to be hard to get from now until
the closer you get
April.
to the...
So and the hotels can be expensive in Dublin. So I thought I'll start shopping for deals immediately.
Right, okay.
And I got a really good deal, and then the hotel cancelled my booking.
Why? Because
what do you think?
Because they knew that they cocked up and then they realised that
I got a really good deal, and then they realised and cancelled it.
Wow.
But then I got a new place that's still a good deal. So.
Oh, that's awful.
I know.
And they don't ring you up and say, oh, by the way, you can have the room for an extra.
No, they just cancelled.
Oh, wow. Well,
glad I checked my emails. If I'd missed that email,
that's a bit dirty.
I would have rocked up to Glasgow with no. To Dublin with no bed.
Exactly.
Ooh, a turn card.
2 pair for Stato.
For the biggest prize winner in GUKPD history, is that right, or is it second biggest?
The third biggest.
Third biggest.
Yes.
I stand corrected.
The third biggest, and the other 2 were brothers.
That's right. I saw that post.
Unbelievable. Yeah, £220,000.
Never mind.
Yeah, but what did he win last week?
Never mind his 1 point something million score at EPT.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And his 17th place finish at the World Series.
Oh man,
2 years ago.
Can you imagine final 2 of that?
Yeah.
And now he's got 2 pair against an over pair when every bluff combo is possible. Pick a combo to bluff here, you can do it.
4 of clubs on the
Action
river.
killer.
Yep.
Is it an... Yeah. Ooh, God. Yeah, Stato can have all the 5x. It just depends which ones you would have bluffed with to get here. Can he go for value? Stato would turn a 4 into a bluff here if he bluffed the turn with like... Because the 4 spades and the 4 hearts aren't accounted for, with it being the 4 clubs on board. So Stato could have 4x of hearts, 4x of spades, and turn that into a bluff now, representing the 5. Where does a middling to weak 2 pair fit into all these ranges?
He's decided to check.
Gotta check those queens on that board.
And exactly, just a nod from Motion. So down to the final 5 players, 30-minute clock all the way through now with 5 players left. Great to see Cameron Williamson back at the poker table playing in 888's live event here in Glasgow and making the final table.
Why'd they use Nick on the background and not me?
I can't believe it.
Can you believe this?
Can't believe it.
Where's my boss? I'm gonna have words. How did Nick make the... It's his lush head of hair, isn't it? Is that what's got me picked by him?
You've got a nice 888 hat on though.
I've got a nice 888 hat.
The promo's there. The promo's for all to see. So I'll see you in Dublin.
Yes, you will.
Looking forward to that.
We've got UKPL Newcastle.
We have another new one.
Are you going to that?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful.
Of course we are.
Wonderful.
Can't stop up and down. This is it. We're on.
Yeah, week of poker. That's a £2 bus fare from me.
Is that still a thing?
What, getting the bus?
Getting on the bus for £2.
It used to be. I think there was strikes in my neck of the woods, and they got it back down to £2.
Nice.
I think the drivers got it to £2, not the public. I think. But yeah, so I can get to a poker venue for £2.
Like it.
My hotel is my own bed for once.
Love it.
Fantastic
Unless
stuff.
the wife says no, you're staying away. Oh, no, you stay out. You stay out.
I still want a week off from you. Go on. Absolutely, Yogi.
Love it.
Stato picking up another one. It's 50 bigs,
yeah.
40 bigs, 40 bigs, 30 bigs, 15 bigs. Okay.
Is Easty at the tournament? Yes, he is.
Oh yeah.
Is he jumping? Are you all just flicking in the main tomorrow?
We've been in now. I just bust.
Right, okay. Oh, right. Okay.
Nick's got half a stack. Vivi and Josh have both got chunks.
And they're on the same table.
All three of them. All three of them are on the same table. Hey, Moshak, how you doing? Maybe Nick's a better player than you, Michael Butterly. You might be right. You might be. You're not, but you might be. David Doherty, second in chips in the small blind here with a marginal hand. Against a little bit of a wild player, shall we say. Okay, both players have a piece of this. Double Gutty for Wilco and Doherty with second pair. Blind v Blinded Limped Pots has a lot of checking in GTO world, but this is not GTO world. This is a real life final table. So this pot could get big here because Doherty is not going to be folding second pair just at all. He's going to be seeing river here. He already knows that.
Off to the turn.
We'll go with the open ender.
Which is the 8.
Oh, David.
Wow.
Is Wilco... David can lead this for sure. I would love to see a lead here, because Wilco's going to check all of his draws on this card.
Snap check.
Yeah,
David knows
check,
he's in
check.
front.
3 diamond. Neither player with a diamond.
Not the greatest card for David on the river. We know whatever bet David does put in will not be getting called.
Could get raised.
I don't think Wilco's going to play like that. Day 2 buying Wilco.
Day 2 buy-in.
Down
Max
to the
late
final
reg.
5.
It's a powerful move, the max late reg.
Yep.
Is this Hollywood?
You can't ever raise.
He's used the time bank. He's using lots of time banks. What's this all about?
I don't know.
He doesn't have a diamond. You're going to pull a move here. Look, pretending to look for tells? What's this nonsense?
This has to be in the bin. There we go.
Silly. What's the waste of time banks
I
there?
don't know. He only used one. He only used one. So we're down to final 5.
What's the food options like there, Ian? I've had loads of people send me recommendations, but I've been in the casino the entire time, so I'll just say the casino menu. But I've heard the restaurants around the place are good, so I'm looking forward to trying some.
Haven't heard that phrase.
So blinds 40,000, 30-minute clock throughout. Cammy with the ace-10 from gun. And 15. Will he be in Barcelona? For some of it?
In the dates Barcelona?
Yeah.
Yes.
8th till the 18th, I know it's a long time to be away, so I'm
Yes.
guessing final weekend or something like that for the main event?
Yeah, I might do 6 or 7 days.
Nice, lovely.
Yeah. Depends on all the other live poker I've got to schedule into life, you know? Mm-hmm. There's a lot on.
There is. Got 3 weeks of it in April.
Oh, yeah.
Newcastle and Dublin.
Yep. And then in September, 888's in London.
Yes.
And a couple of weeks after that, it's WSOP Europe.
Oh, wow. Was that this year?
Still in Roswell.
Still?
Yeah, because there was rumours it was going to move.
Well, to be fair, the idea was for it to move around because it's Europe and not just one place.
It's been in Roswell for a long time.
It's been in Roswell for 10 years.
They've done Cannes, they've done London, they've done a few places.
Did it Berlin?
Did they in Berlin back in
I
the
think they did Germany once.
Was that when Germany had online poker?
Yeah.
Like, without,
Live
but
poker.
they still have it. Is it can you not have live in Germany? The regulations get so up and down.
Well, there used to be an EPT Berlin, didn't there?
Yeah. But the
But
live
I'm
offering.
pretty sure the World Series Europe was in Germany once.
Right. Yeah.
I know it's been in France. I know it was in London to start with.
Yeah.
Because we worked the whole four years of it.
You did?
I did.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. The 2007, 8, 9, and 10.
Look at that cheeky river for showdown value. Bluffing the turn, river's showdown. Check. Take the pot. No? Block? No cheeky value bet. Lots of things missed, to be fair. Ace high might just look him up.
Ace 10 did miss.
If he doesn't think Cammy has many pocket pairs, if he thinks Cammy doesn't check enough pocket pairs on flop, then this value bet's amazing. At the very least, his opponents have to use a time bank. No, Paul Fletcher, not as far as I know.
thought World Series Europe was in Manchester. Manchester?
Manchester? No.
World Series Europe would only ever be in London in Britain. Ever.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Does get the ace high fault.
The old Rosvedov is back.
Mm-hmm.
For the world. When's that? September?
End of September, October.
Okay. Will we see you at Goliath?
When's Goliath?
July, end of.
Nope.
What? No.
Afraid not.
What?
Because I'll be at the World Series and then family time.
No. World Series finishes.
Yeah, but then family time.
Yeah, we got 2 weeks between World Series and family time. You've got to play Goliath.
Summer's-
10,000 people there, man.
Summer's precious. Both my girls are off school. So the
Oh,
summer, yeah.
yes.
And
Yeah.
my wife's a teacher.
Sarah's a teacher.
Sarah?
Milliken.
Ah.
Just sounds like it. She just so much sounds like it. Sarah.
You're
Oh,
right.
Sarah.
You're right. Well, Sarah.
From the same town, are they?
They're from the same town.
Yeah.
Shields, yeah.
Both from South Shields. Yeah. Tim Buckley says should have it in Rotherham. Best thing in Rotherham's the bus out, let me tell you.
Sarah's a teacher.
She's my Sarah Milliken.
511 next
She
time.
is. She's your Emma, she's my Sarah Milliken.
That's it. She'll be in Dublin.
Superb, excellent stuff.
So try and catch us for breakfast if you can.
Will be good.
Yeah.
Working every day this year. Flying over on the 9th and flying out on the 22nd.
Big shift.
That's me, big shift.
I reckon you could get there a lot.
Every day with camera in hand. Jay says you're basically chatting to your mates
You are.
with a microphone in
Yeah.
your hand, and that's it.
It's a good gig.
That's
I
what
mean,
he
he's
said.
right,
That's
but
what he
it's
said.
still class.
I heard that coming down the stairs.
Right. I'm out of here, so the poker's probably going to get boring
Gonna
now.
wave to this man.
The curse
Wish
is
him
leaving,
well.
so
Wish him well.
lovely to see you all. I'll try and jump on comms again this weekend. So much love. Thanks, Tower.
Top man, Ian Simpson leaving us. Superb. Good luck, Mr. Ian Simpson, the rest of the week.
Do you know what? I was eating my food.
Yeah.
I heard you shout so loud. I had to put the stream on to see what had happened. And poor old Jack Hardcastle. I saw it. I was eating my food. I thought that's Tower. Something must have happened on stream. I've got to go and watch what's happened. Get up on my phone, and I see 3-2 soft, 3-2 suited versus the.
My aces. Oh man.
How?
Just
How? what was Wilco thinking?
oh, it was crazy. Absolute crazy.
We got an all-in and a call. Ian said he'll leave and the poker will dry up. That's not the case. So Cammy, who has been all in a lot this FT, gonna need to find it again. 2 live cards this time.
4, 4, 10. Here's the flop. Cammy needing an 8, a 9. Spade would be interesting. Oh, just an 8. He pings the 8.
Cammy.
He's surviving, this lad. It is survival, and he's been in that mode all day, and he's done it again. He's only gone and done it again.
The big question of the week, Tower, is,
Yes.
has anyone seen Bob Smith in the chat? Because he's usually always there. One of the regular viewers, he's always in there piping up, but I'm waiting for him to come into the chat box this weekend. He was telling everyone all season, Liverpool quadruple banker, Liverpool
200 to
quadruple
1,
blanker.
Get on it, he says.
Printing money.
200 to 1, you've got to get on it.
Maljan with the King 10. Opens to 80. Stato going to peel 7s on the button. David the King 10 off. Doubt we're going to be doing much here. From the small blind into the muck. And King 9 suited though. Fine to defend for Wilco. Please don't start him off, Mr. Peckish Whale. I feel like I've already won this week because it's international.
There's League 1, League 2 and all Scotland playing.
Great. What, so you're telling me the bloke that can't even pick the English teams correctly is going to be able to pick the Scottish teams correctly?
I've been studying really hard.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have.
The good news for you is that we'll start the live stream at 5:30.
I know. It's great news. The problem is the international start at 7. So Major with the continue. Maljan bets 75. Wilco calls with the pair of 9s. Turns flush draw to go alongside it. One potentially can play some leads on as well as Wilco once his bottom card pairs. Ace of Hearts on the river, so King 9 still good here for Wilco, but Maljan may fancy betting here on this Ace river, put the Jack X and 9X in the blender. Personally, I would be barreling here as Maljan played it a lot like an Ace High, but Wilco does not believe him. He beats him into the pot with third pair. He beat him into the pot, but Wilco, third pair, I don't need to tank. Let's not waste time.
Let me tell you.
Calls it off. Not even a second for 1.9 milli. Oh, we got 6 tickets left. I thought we had 5. I thought we had 15 to give away today, and we've already done 10. So I don't know where the odd number's coming from.
That's true. It is 5, Lime.
Let me know, Lime, if I'm wrong.
I think it's 5 lots of 10 we've done, isn't it? Or is it 7 tickets left and we've only done 4 lots? Oh, one of our players isn't eligible. So now we have 6.
Okay.
Oh, that's all right then.
Works well.
3 lots of 2. Plenty of time to have a go at it. So we have 6 now. Cheers, Live. Thanks for the information. We'll do the next one at 7:15.
Not 7?
Well, we'll change it up a bit. People might just tune in at set on the hour, just in case.
7:15.
King 4, deuce, flop, David, flopping best. Back down with another turn after it's checked.
Yeah, mixing in a top pair, check back as David. Good to have some of these. It does turn the backdoor flush draw, and we got Wilco reaching for chips.
better 16 a call. King of clubs is great for DD.
Yeah, and from Wilco's perspective here, I wouldn't be surprised if he played this off tower, especially against Dave. Like, gonna have ace queen, ace 10, queen 10, 10 9. Everything bricks out here from Wilco's perspective. The spade draws, the diamond draws, the wheel draws, the Broadway draws. Everything misses. But the problem Wilco has, Dave gets the value better jack here. Like, a jack is just the most comfortable value bet in the world once check 2. So it's not a situation that Dave's value betting a king or better. Once turn goes bet call, he's got all this like jack 8 suited plus. So I think as Wilco there, may have been some room to not hero off with the threes. I guess unblocking some bluffs, the higher end, the Broadway draws, the spade draws. Does want to see what his opponent was working with, and it was the goods on this occasion for David Doherty.
£7,390 now locked up for the remaining 5 players. Players remaining. 30-minute levels. And the next break is at the end of level number 22. DD chip leader 50 bigs, Margin Fu 42 bigs, Wilco 37, Stato 30, and Kami still fighting on with 17 now.
Anything to work with for Kami, jack 10 off and 16 bigs here. Yeah, I feel like too much to be open shoving this potential hand. I think complete call probably seems best. Maybe the suited one that could go for the complete jam, but just going to complete. Stato checks his option, 6-2 suited. Gets to realise.
Right, Queen 2-5. Flops best. Stato.
Going to have to continue a Stato, bottom pair, blind on blind, pretty clear call.
Which he does.
But if Kami's betting flop, we're not going to find many better turn cards to continue barreling on here with the jack 10. I feel like second barrel pretty mandatory now once we elect to fire the jack 10 for one big on the flop. Pressure some ace highs of Stato, pressure some 5x. Even like a king high, king of diamonds is going to want to call once on the flop, so can fold out that as well. 115 on the turn, and now Deuce really going to shrivel up. Stato going to have better hands to continue with on the turn with position, letting that one go.
Indeed. Darwin Classic is slightly late. FT hype.
Well, we're going to another one in 10 minutes.
Now caught up. Press the live button.
I doubt Lime's going to choose the same keyword.
Darwin Classic My sister's on her way to Darwin right now to see her daughters. She's got 2 daughters out there. One of them's having a baby next month. So she's out there in the air right now on her way to Darwin in Australia.
That's a walk for David.
On 5 players, Cammy 20 bigs, Stato 26. £7,390 for one of the 5 players that are left.
60 out of like 3,000.
Small and big blind coup. Ace 9 should be raising from DD. And Wilco probably defend any 2.
Any 2, you say?
He's defended 3 deuce.
He didn't defend it, he 4-bet jammed it. There's a huge difference.
A big difference.
Queen 8 off into the muck. 2 middling.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know where he is, this fella. He probably doesn't know either.
He's in Glasgow. What's he doing in Glasgow? Is it in Wilco Midlands area?
Yeah, Birmingham.
How did he find his way up here?
He's definitely closer to you than he is Glasgow.
So, blind's going to be at the 50k. Big blind after this hand, guys, and then 30 minutes will take us to the next break of this final table. Nice to have a quick 15-minute cameo from Ian Simpson. I'm sure we'll hear his voice over the weekend again.
Yep.
Hopefully not too much. We hope he's in the field chipping up rather than busting and coming to give us a 15-minute break. But I'm sure we'll get most of them in. Easty, Vivi's here. Josh Manley's here.
There's one thing, East's team can't lose this week.
They're not playing.
Correct. Nobody is.
Open from Stato here. King, Queen of Diamonds for Malgen. Defence.
Ace high flop, ace 3-5, 2 spades.
I would continue here as Malgen against quarter. 3-2, a straight flashlight. Stato going to open Jack 10, Queen 10, 8-9 suited, all this stuff. So King Queen suited should be sticking around once. I know you're probably thinking, what you're talking about? There's an ace out there. We can be drawing pretty thin, but against quarter pot, Malgen very clued up. Where we need to continue here with the King Queen of Diamonds.
Here's the spades turn. Check him out, stat up as it was just about locked anyway.
Beautiful card for Stato as well. Flushes galore in the big blind range. Ace-X in there as well. So it's as dreamy as it gets really for Stato here on this ace of spades turn. Sitting with the bow, and our opponent's going to have a lot of hands in range. They're going to need to continue here. Unfortunately for us, we are going to find the very bottom of Malgen's range in the form of the King Queen of Diamonds, and that will be hand over.
Into the bin, there you go. Pull the clock down at 1. Blinds up. Next hand, this hand, the blinds are going up to 25.50. 50,000 big blind. 7.2 million chips in play.
Round to Wilco, Jack 9 of hearts. I'm sure he'll treat himself to an open with this one.
He will indeed. Makes it 100.
Raise and take for Wilco.
Jack Darkcastle out in 6th. Bonus done gone with Craig Conway all that time ago. Out in 9th. 5 players left in the high roller. Show you the rest of the schedule for the week after this hand. $102 in the main event today. 1-0.
Level 501 close the big line on 511 next time.
Five's out of the way on the button. Cammy. Uh-oh. Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. Boy, the outright short stack want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy
is at risk again, and he's going to get the bad news.
And don't get me wrong. Yeah. I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to, but can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing to hit? I actually can't recall one where he's been in front, but take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it one too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
Take the jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat, this FT. Pings the jack off. You're thinking, just give us a chop, give us some life. Forget the chop, mate. Have it all.
I know we've not seen him for above 12 months, but he's having all the luck in one game. And the game's a high roller. And back up to 30 bigs. And now Stato is short stacked. Wow, this is the Cammy. Cammy Williamson.
You really had to try to get that in.
Come and go. You flop them all.
I don't think no one's going to catch on to that. You've had
No.
some golden ones down the years. Chun Man, my personal favourite. Phil Canal's come in the last couple of months as well. He's a new one, but that one, that's not going to work. I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
That's not going to work. Blind and blind. Dave with the A6 off. Going to complete. One that could potentially attack tower, but I feel against Wilco, Dave's maybe less inclined to bloat the pots out of position. Knows that like Wilco's probably not going to fold certain hands that perhaps he should theoretically.
8-high flop, 8-5-7.
Here we go.
Open ender for David, top pair. And the good shot for Wilco.
And the 4 rolls off. Could be a biggie. 3 of hearts turn. So Wilco's still out in front. I like check here still from Dave Tao. Just the fact we're blind on blind with the A6 high. Yes, we're up and down, but we still beat enough. We beat the king highs, the queen highs, these type of hold-ins. And Wilco with the check the whole way down to the river. Pretty clear check now for Dave Doherty. Still beating these king high, queen high, jack high stuff. But I feel like this is going to go check bet call tower just on first glance.
No, check, check. Wilco says check, check. Okay.
Did he not want a street from the top pair? I am shocked at that check back from Wilco. We've checked twice for a bit of deception. We go for our value on the river, but didn't fancy a value bet there, Wilco. All aboard the check train. 4 bets rip, 3 do suited. Doesn't value bet top pair after checking 2 streets prior.
Scott says, do you predict this tournament will take place around the same time next year? With no, as Lime says, we will be doing live tournaments next year, but dates and locations are always to be announced. The UK tour would be announced around November time. That's when it would be. Any news before that is a bonus to us, but we always head towards end of October, early November, when we announce most of the year's planning for next year.
Jacks for Wilco on the button.
Things you like to see.
And could potentially be getting some action from Malgen. We're at 30, so kind of actually sucky ace-9 off here. Can't really do too much. Maybe free bet to like 3-2-5 once in a while. Maybe we prefer having like something a bit lower down. But he's still going to take it with the ace in hand. And back over to Wilco. It's tiny though from Malgen. 5 bigs out of position here. Still think we would have had some added meat on this free bet coming in. And there's the 4-bet send from Wilco. Easy decision now for Malgen out the way. We don't use shuffling machines. We never have. Probably won't for a long time. Just all hand dealt by the dealers.
Yep.
No shuffling machines.
Yeah, we don't. I don't think we have tournaments big enough to warrant shuffling machines, especially on a regular basis. Remember this only turns up in Glasgow once a year, so they wouldn't stick shuffling machines into every Grosvenor casino. not as big as Vegas or the EPTs. There's thousands of people turn up to one stop.
Algen would open here with the Queen 10. Things starting to shallow. Obviously 50k big blind now. And Cammy with the King Queen suited. Hasn't really had much chips to work with throughout the final table so far, but some rooms for free bets now with the King Queen of diamonds. Maybe the offsuit potentially going to free bet more. It's just not one that we're going to be able to free bet call off if we're met with the 4-bet jam, but does still take the initiative in the form of the free bet, and it's going to be raising a free bet and take. Maljan can't do anything with Queen 10 off.
18 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a break of 15 minutes, and then more of the same.
And we will go to the giveaway right now.
Yes.
So guys, we have 6 more 888 tickets to give away, $25 a piece for 888 Poker. If you want to participate in this, you're going to have to move over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, it will not count. It's as simple as this.
About 5 minutes.
I'm going to say the keyword, write it down in the Twitch chat box, and then 2 people will be picked at random for a $25 888 ticket.
Simple as that.
So this keyword,
yes,
nice and easy, just 3 letters. It is
the
ICM.
Oh, ICM. It's them 3 letters are ICM. I like it.
Good luck, everybody.
Get yourselves in. ICM. Don't spell it wrong.
Go on then. Do you know what? I've not had a Tic Tac in years.
Tic Tacs are great. Where do you get these from? The McShop. Do they have a McShop like they have a McBookies? Thank you.
It's actually how I nearly got into the SAS.
What?
We're in an embassy. I'm there surrounded by hostages. I'm the one that's got to figure it all out. They go, what, you prefer tactics? I said, I like the orange ones. Only question I failed on. Keyword is ICM. 2 $25 tickets up for grabs for 888 Poker Online. As we see Stato kick us off with a stab for 1BB. We have this gut shot and position as David. Probably prefer the 10 deuce diamond. I'm pretty sure that would always come along. 10 deuce no diamond here for Dave. Seems kind of sucky. Gonna take this option. Goes for the raise, and that should be the end of hand. Going to be losing Stato from the pot. Nicely done from David Doherty. Wins it with the worst of it.
1 more minute.
1 minute.
1 more minute in the keyword. Keyword is ICM. So less than 20 seconds to get your word into the keyword, into the chat. It has to be on Twitch. 888 Poker TV on Twitch.
Cammy with the king 10. Raises to 100. Queen 3 of hearts for Wilco. Going to defend in the big line.
Here we go in the chat.
Here we go. We are ready.
We are ready. Wilco flops best on a 3-2-7 flop, and he's going to lead.
Congratulations, Box Waxer.
The Box Waxer.
And congratulations, Lime Ricky. No way!
No way! Get in there, Lime Ricky. How do you manage that?
You can't win your own giveaway, Lime.
Of course you can. He's an 888 giveaway.
She's not going to take it.
Oh, I think you should.
Of course she's not going to take it.
I think you should. I've never called your name out, winning a tournament, winning a comp before.
Lime Riggy, someone puts in the chat. Congratulations, PVD 2015. You win Lime's ticket.
No way, giving it away already, can't believe it.
Well done, Lime.
PVD 2015.
That was quite funny, that. Has that ever happened before, Lime, for the keyword? It must have happened before. She does so many streams, doesn't she?
It's not happened while we've been doing one, I'm pretty sure.
It's definitely not happened while we've been here.
I think you should have been able to take it. Get in the chat. You typed in the keyword. Anyway, Lime has given up the ticket to PVD 2015. You know the conditions. Make sure your whispers are unchecked and you can receive whispers off strangers.
There you go, it's happened before. When she did the blast off stream the other day, there was a $10 ticket, so she polled the chat and they said take it. So she did. As you should.
Yes. It's 8 for Valjean, just calling out of the small.
Flops best. 8-3 hearts here for Cammy. I actually kind of like this. Feel like a nice one to use. Fold out some king high, some jack high, some 10 high, 9 high type stuff. We got the backdoor flush draw. Maybe expect Malgen to be aggressive with some higher Broadway holdings. But on this 4 of clubs turn, probably now white flag wave. Can get behind the stab on the flop, but not really the turn card. Going to continue barreling on.
Queen of Spades River.
Nice little shutdown from Cammy. Malgen trying to induce a bluff, didn't get it.
Still on 5. Cammy up to 26 bigs. Stato on 18. Malgen Fruit on 23. 9 minutes to go till the end of this session, and then a 15-minute break, and more of the same after. Who's raiding us?
We got an old raid coming in.
Komodo Dragon Jesus.
Thank you very much to Komodo Dragon. 43 viewers tuning in. We are five-handed here for the High Roller title in Glasgow. We go on break in just over 5 minutes. Welcome to the stream, guys. Playing for £32,800.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Players and dealers in the main event. After the hand of progress, you're going to get a 15-minute break. So 15-minute break after your hand of progress in the main event.
103 in the main event today as well. Oh, flop time 7.
Oh my words.
Wow, 7-8 Stato, 10 Jack of Spades, and it comes 5-9 of Spades with a Jack of Clubs.
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous here for Stato Tower, because at 15 bigs in our stack, we just get it in here and now, and somehow with our huge equity hand, we're going to have around 20%. It's just not fair. We shouldn't have a double gutter and a flush draw and have 20%. It's just not fair.
Double gutter to the straight flush. Imagine.
Yeah, I feel like this always runs it here and now. Fold out ace highs, fold out king highs that are in front of us.
Yeah, and in they go, and a snap call from Adam.
And Stato is going to hate what he sees. One of the worst possible hands we can see in this given situation. We actually prefer seeing the nut flush draw, giving us the 7 and 8 as an out as well, but drawing to just 10s and 6s here. Ace on the turn.
And 7 on the river, meaning Wilco with top pair on the flop. Takes out Stato, Andrew Hume, who managed to finish 5th. Well played, sir. Well played to Stato for £7,390. Great effort. A couple of weeks ago, Stato winning £220,000 on our biggest stream of the year, the Million Guarantee. Well done to Andy. Stato Hume, who just finished in 5th. We're now down to 4, and Lauren shouts, "Come on, Uncle David!" Down to the final 4, Lauren.
Lauren's Louis Vuitton bag's just become a Marbury.
How do you know difference in price of handbags?
I just do.
And how do you know that one brand's more expensive than the other?
I just do. It's the same with like people. Puma
and Adidas.
Yeah, well, not like that, but like just with anything. Like watches, for example. Yeah, certain people, not me, but people that like their watches will know this watch is more expensive than this watch.
Right. Okay. True. True. So down to the final 4. Wilco will be chipping up some of them yellow stacks at the break in 4 minutes' time. Coming to the 7 deuce, doing nothing with the whip.
Walks for Wilco. And when we come back off the break tower, because the shortest stack now is going to be 1.4 million, that equates to just shy of 22 bigs.
Yes.
Wilco will actually get to start playing some open jams. Whether he's aware of that or not, we'll just be able to say the words, I'm all in. A lot of pressure on these guys now when they're so collated together. So it's a situation where Wilco can really start putting the hammer down. If he is aware that he can, that's obviously something key. You need to be aware that you can play some open shoves now.
Dave with the 9s. Raising up. Mosen says Queen 8, I'm calling. Out of the big. And a Queen on the flop. Things you like to see.
I still could see that here as Dave 5x, 4x potentially to get called by it from the big blind. Goes for the check back though. And 7 of spades on the turn. So Malgen with his top pair out in front. I'm going to try getting some value right off the bat. Going to need to call once here as David Doherty. Like Malgen may start probing some stuff like 6-7, 4-6. Trying to get some value from some potential ace high stuff. There is the call with the 9s. Going to be a tough river spot though for Dave if met with another street. Which I'm guessing he will be. Fairly clean run out for the Queen 8 and Malgen. Like Dave may check back some Queen X in position. Stuff like Queen 10, Queen Jack with a diamond could be viable. Malgen now going for his river value. For bluffs, going to have the 6x, going to have the 8x, going to have the diamond draws. This is where I believe bluffs are going to be built around. Obviously, value-wise, it's Queen X or better. Bluffs are going to be stuff like King 6, Ace 6, 9-6, something like Jack 8.
Sees the bad news. Does Dave sees the bad news when he calls with the 9s. Down to under 1 million and under 20 big blinds with 1 hand left of the session. And then a 15-minute break. And then back with more of the 4 when we return.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Mr. Ian Campbell. I do like my handbags.
So last hand of the session and then back with more straight after the 15-minute break.
It wouldn't surprise me either if the last session is the final session now on a 30-minute clock. We're going to play 60k, 80k, 100k and then 120k, which would be around 50 bigs in play. So potentially could be the final session for us when we return after break. Make sure you join us. Going to be 5 to 8. Wilco has the chip lead, opens the 8-4. And going to get punished. Malgen with the ladies, in with the free bet. And we're going to take a 15-minute break unless we see some Wilco antics that we saw against Mr. Hardcastle.
Take a break! Yes!
But he's going to take his 15. We will take our 15 back at 5 to 8, guys. We will see you in 15 minutes.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players. It's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
Oh, look at this!
way to start for Kieran. Welcome to day 2. Ace King suited, thanks. Under the gun +1. We'll be bumping that up. Dan in seat 2, pocket 9s, straight off the bat here.
What's happening here? It's a right setup for the first hand of the day.
16 blinds, pocket 9s, +2 versus +1. So Ace King +1 open. We'll probably just see, and Tom's got Ace King as well in the 6th seat from the small blind here. And lovely swell here for Tom. And it's going anywhere but all in the tower. There it goes. Over to Ben in.
Oh! What a setup this is!
Here we go. I mean, if this is the tone for Fridays this year, I can't wait for 2025. Let me tell you that. We got setup of the year already in the first hand of day 2.
It's like Sean Hayden's been dealing.
+1 open, +2 3-bet, small blind all in, big blind all in. And action back now over to Kieran. And like in this exact action, we just know that we're probably going to be flipping at best, but there's no way we can fold here. Ace King suited.
What do the 9s even do?
9s have got to fold no tower, to be fair. I mean, there's just no way that we're going to get even a reasonable representative equity here 4 ways with 9s. And
it's 2 day 2 binds.
I don't think Dan ever had the intention of 3-bet folding the 9s here, but just got to get him in the bin. And here we go then, straight off the bat into 2025.
Wow.
Ace King and Queens.
Oh, Thomas is like, oh God.
So can he dodge? Well,
no.
Doesn't need to dodge, do we now? So this is
what
it.
about flopping him dead?
That is absolutely wild. I think 1%.
2 5s, running 5s, that's it.
Backdoor 5-5, yeah. Thanks for coming, boys. Thanks for coming, Mr. Miller. What a start.
Wow.
What a start. I don't think he could have envisaged.
Thomas is probably already out the door.
Yeah, I don't think he'd have envisaged a better start to day 2 than this. That is absolutely wild.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty clean 3-bet jam here for Easty against Ben's open. And I don't be getting out of the way. I don't think we're going to be calling this one off tower for 10. Jake going to step out of the way and he's going to think about it. He's going to have a chuckle. Lays out the time banks. Yeah, at least you know each other very well. But even in this situation, I don't think we're going to see. Oh, we can see that make a call.
Oh no, Easty's face.
King 9 of Hearts is going to take it. King 9 of Hearts through. Easty's pretty happy to see that with the Ace Queen.
And we need to play it over here, says Easty.
Well,
that's clean.
10-7-5 is reasonably clean. 4 direct outs for Ben, but definitely some fun turns. That's not one of them. And now that takes our outs down to 4. Can't be finding a diamond, king or 9 as Ben now either.
Oh,
just
no!
9!
Oh, no way, man.
Josh Manley, hand over head. What is going on?
How bad do we run?
Look at Josh. Look at Josh.
How bad do we run?
Look at Josh.
Oh, the rucksack's on. There's no in it, but the rucksack's on.
So John's turn for the 9s. Picking up some hands here, 3-handed John, I must say. Some nicely constructed hands as well, but certainly getting the goods so far. Makes it 75. Oh, wow. Jakey.
Wow.
We talk about people getting hands.
Looks down at the boots.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Clear 3-bet here. 240 maybe.
Yeah.
235, close enough. So John just going to make the call here.
Off to the flop. Jake with the aces. Oh, look at this. 9-7-4. He's just out-flopped him again with another set. He flopped 8s against 9s, flopped an 8.
Oh,
9s against aces, he flops a 9. Delicious. God,
Well,
that tea's going to taste beautiful very shortly.
Well, with these exact hands, I don't really think there's anything wrong John can do here other than fold, which is obviously not going to fold top set.
Can we flat?
Yeah, I think so too. I think flat's perfectly reasonable. You know, I do think raise is fine as well. When we raise, we flush out hands that will naturally fall C-bets here as well, though. So ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen, king jack sometimes. I do like flat. I do like flat, personally, but I don't think there's anything wrong with raise. It's just one of those where you struggle to do something wrong. That looks like a raise.
He has raised it up. He has raised it up, and Jake's looking down now. You're not flopped another set, surely, John?
Jacob playing. I mean, John's got pot behind here, so we're already SPR1 for John. Jake doesn't have the ace of spades as well. Wow,
all in a snap. He can't win.
Get him over.
Look at that.
Get him over.
Flop set again. Oh, no, he's not.
No way.
Ace of spades turn. Where's that come from?
That's what I was thinking.
Where's that come from? And then he just pairs up on the river. Nines full against ace full. What's happened there for John Webb?
That is absolutely grim.
Ill.
Like this from Josh. Very nice set.
Ace five.
Unlucky
John
set.
just snaps.
Walks into it. Ace five of hearts. Not in great shape.
He
But
slaps down the ace five.
still, 36% of the time, he's going to win 100% of the time. We're going to need. Well,
I'm not being funny, but if you're behind, you're just being flopped dead.
He's going to need
99%
a heart.
of the
We need a
time.
heart on the turn hit out or an overcard to engineer us some kind of chop.
99%
Well,
of the
now
time.
we need a jack.
Can he find it?
Now we need a jack.
It's a jack to survive. It's an 8.
8 of hearts.
Josh Manley.
He'll be a bit gutted, but at the same time, should be really proud. It's a great run,
Absolutely.
Josh. A great run.
£5,590. Josh Manley.
Yeah, to navigate yourself
Well
through a
played,
day
Josh.
2 buy-in. Well done. So Ben, 10-8 offsuit here on the button. Just gonna take this one all in.
Send it first time.
Here
he
we
gets a
go.
call.
Queen
First
10
all
dominating
in the
as
call,
well here,
baby.
Jake.
First all in the call on the final table for the championship. Here we go. Queen 10
We are
for
playing
Jake.
for the title.
Well, we got
Deuce, 9.
not the best flop at all, was it,
It's
for
not
Ben?
the best flop, mate, no.
Tell you what, these flops have been brutal for the guy behind today.
So we are going to need an 8.
Or
There
an-
are 3 of them left. In the 888, we need one of the 3 8s.
Can he hit it?
Or
do we have
it's going to
a
be
we have a champion.
Campione.
Hey. We got a
Campione.
champion after one of the best battles you will ever see.
Oh, here we go, as I said about the Broadway for Adam.
No way are we. Oh, the ace king not getting this.
Any
surely.
tens about? Pocket tens for Trev in the hijack. Makes it 700, and Andrew, Jack's magnet. I think 3rd time so far, first session of the day, that he's found himself with the hooks. He's going to go for the free bet to 2k. Oh, wow. What a spot for Nige.
Wow, look at this.
And we saw him cold call the ace king earlier in a similar dynamic, although that was button versus small versus big. Surely we're going to see the 4-bet coming here.
Yeah.
Need to go small when we 4-bet tower, because just how polarised you are, you don't need to go large, like out of position. Like could even go like 4,800 here as Nige. But 5 seems okay. But like in general, like 4-bet size out of position around 2.3, 2.4x. In position goes slightly smaller, like you can go like 2x, 2.1 around that sort of remit.
Are we folding jacks again?
I doubt we are, because of the previous dynamic that occurred when we had to 3-bet fold jacks, and sometimes it's that psychological factor that you sat there, you're like, can I really fold jacks again after 3-betting? And it's a different dynamic. This time we can go post. We have position as Andrew. We're not putting all the chips in pre like we would have been on the previous occasion. But we're going to get in trouble.
We are indeed on an 8-eye flop. Backdoor spades for Andrew with the jacks. Nige leads just under half.
Yeah, too big in my opinion, ties. Fairly connected, but when ranges get so condensed in 4-bet pots, our C-bet doesn't need to be large. Like we can find 20%ers, but we get the induce from Andrew, and Andrew with a grimace knows that he's in trouble.
Oh, I found it on the turn.
Wow.
Diamonds. Ouch.
What a
Nigel.
turn.
Feeling for you.
No waiting around for Andrew.
Wow.
See you later, Nigel. I'm sure we'll see him jump back in, but what a turn. A little two outer for Andrew outer.
Has he made these graphics up?
Oh my word. Mark, how do you find this spot, sir? How do you find this spot?
Wow, what a setup.
Who gets this?
Wow, what a setup this is. Mark.
And Adam's probably going to be able to get away from this tower. I feel like it will go.
Does it depend how big he goes?
Well, Mark should probably just 4-bet here to like 6k, 6k, 6.5k, something like that. It goes huge. This is like a huge 4-bet. And now, Adam will probably fold the ace king. He can get away from it.
Like that, isn't he? Yep. All of it. Oh, Adam.
Like, what do we beat? Like, this, like, what on earth is ace king in front of here now when we're going to go three-way likely? It's gone gun open, we 3-bet, cold 4-bet.
Oh, he's gone for it.
Wow, he's ran it.
He's going for it. And the aces can't wait. Yes, of course. I mean, get me in.
I just feel like if there's ever a time to fold ace king, that's it. Tower, we got a gun open, we 3-bet, cold 4-bet, and there's a 5-bet all in before it's back on us. What are we up against? Queens and jacks?
It's isn't it?
I don't think so. So I feel like Adam, who's just come to the table, had a real chance to get away from this. He's going to need to make Broadway, or the nut flush in the spade form.
And Balbia needs the case king.
Literally, what a spot for Mark. You just don't get better spots. 85% three-way with 75k in the middle.
Pre-flop, 85%. Wowzers.
Well, here we go, as I said about the Broadway for Adam.
No way are we... Oh, the ace king not getting this,
Any
surely.
tens about?
Any king?
Oh, what about the case king? Imagine a 10 now for a chop between the aces and the ace king. Oh, it's a 2 of diamonds on the river. What a run out. Thinking about the 10, the case king rolls off.
Let's do it again. Here we are. Is this the final session? We're on 4.
David Doherty.
David Doherty on the left.
Wilco.
Oh, just above in seat number 4.
Malgen.
In seat number 6.
And Cammy Williamson.
In seat number 8 on his way. Like that. Wait for me. He's back. Here he is.
And as we are four-handed, guys, and this could be done within an hour and a half. In 6 minutes' time, 8 o'clock, we're going to go straight to a keyword because we've still got 4 tokens to give away. It may be done this session. We've got to get the tickets out. $25 tickets, so stay tuned. First one coming at 8 p.m.
Lime, get ready.
Lime.
He's on one.
Will drop me the keyword. And no, Lime, you can't win this one. Before you ask.
Oh, what is that about?
Walk for David.
Love it. So we're down to 4. There you go, unfair disclaimer unlocked. I think it's unfair as well. You're in the chat. You're in the chat more than anybody else. And longer. So this could be an interesting session. Cammy, who's been shorty most of the final table.
If you offered him
survived
last four when he come in TFT, I think he would have bit your hand off tower.
Absolutely.
So we could see some carnage if we're met by spades.
Which we are not, but top and bottom. Wilco top pair, Cammy bottom.
So Cammy, after checking back flop, going to go for the bet on the turn with the 4. Maybe feels like Wilco going to start leading some 10x, 9x. The 2 pair going to be good for Wilco. Check, check, river.
So the final 4 of the High Roller, been a great tournament. Really enjoyed it. Great names racing the tables up in Scotland this week. Main events, over 100 runners, 105 so far today. Tomorrow should be a cracker.
And Wilco got the chips to put the pressure on. Queen 4 bumps it up.
This is what you said he should be doing.
Yeah, would go bigger here though, tower. Problem with 2 bigs, out of position, blind on blind. Our opponent just gets to continue. So many hands.
Yeah.
Better to make this at least 3 bigs as Wilco. Malgen with 8-9 off against this size probably wants to be continuing. No. Scared of the chip leader. Against 2 bigs though. Feel like Malgen could have come along. I know we got Cammy and David sat there short with 15-16, but even still, might have seen 3.
Who's doing well in the free roll? Come on, give us a clue. Who's doing well in the free roll? Good evening, Apollo 18.
How are we doing, Apollo?
Good to have you on board for the final 4 players of the High Roller. We are back tomorrow. Show you straight after this and what the schedule is for the rest of the week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Dordonnie's still in. Blind on blind, complete from Malgen. Cammy gets to check the 7-4. Both players catch the 7. Dummy and gutter backdoor flush draw to go along with Malgen's. Checks it over to Cammy. And a check behind. Ace of clubs. Shouldn't really change too much here, Tao. Once we start the hand at 14, Cammy is going to be sending some ace-x into the middle. So much better card here for Malgen that could potentially still complete some stronger ace-x to trap. Whereas Cammy, if he's got like an ace-10, ace-jack, all this stuff, going to be wanting to get aggressive pre-flop.
And the 9 of clubs river pairing up.
Chop it up.
We're gonna chop it up. Should be a call from Cammy to chop up.
How are we doing? Hey, Baroni in the chat as well.
Hey, Baroni. We're all good, thank you. Hope you are well too.
You're tuning in at a good time. Yeah. Because I've got two $25 tickets for 888 Poker to give away.
Can an 888 streaming ambassador win it?
I'm sure he can. I'm sure he can.
Oh, I'll give him a chance.
So it's keyword time, guys. Two tickets up for grabs in this one. Going to be the penultimate keyword of the day. We've got 4 more tickets to give away. So for these two, the keyword is rigged.
Rigged. Well done, Lime. Well done, Lime. I love it. Rigged. Away you go. You got about 2 minutes. Oh, I love it. Well done, Lime. Oh. We just have the best chat, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
We have the best mods. We have the best chat.
Queen 9 suited for Marjan. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. Four players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. Runner, when will it end for the Doherty? Wow. 9,950 sounds great, but when you're on a bit of a downswing and it doesn't run well for you, getting outdrawn like that is not the best feeling in the world. But well done, Dave. All the family watching.
Everyone in the chat says rigged.
This game, this live poker is definitely rigged. Very unlucky, Dave, but a great run, finishing 4th in the high roller. I wonder if Simon knows. Look at me washed his hair this morning. Been on telly a lot as that ponytail today.
It has. And we haven't dealt another hand, guys.
No, we haven't.
I feel like Cammy is instigating something. And to be fair, if you're the short stack tower, ICM, it favours the short stack. Why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
There's no harm in asking. You ask the other two, you want to look at numbers? They say yes. Great for us as a short stack. Mejan won the big shot, did he? I did not know that, superhuman dude. Thank you very much. So, looking for his second trophy of the week.
He said he played well hours ago. Okay. That sounded pretty easy. They're flatting it to 30,000 by the looks of that.
So what is going to happen, if you have a look at the prizes, guys, at the bottom of your screen, it has been agreed to flatten the prize pool. So they are taking the 2,830 from first place. So first is going to get 30,000, and they are adding that 2,830 to third So third is going to get themselves £17,190.
Fantastic. That's a deal. I like that. So there we go. And here we go, by the way. 10-second counting clock down for your getting your word in. Rigged was the word. Everybody seems to be in.
Congratulations at Lover. Oh, at Lover.
At Lover. At Lover.
And drum roll for the second one. Congratulations, Gabrielle T22.
Very nice indeed.
So well done to you two. Line will be in touch how to claim your $25 ticket.
Just make sure your whispers are unchecked and you can receive them.
We have two more to give away, which we are going to be doing at 8:45 this evening.
Love it. Well done to the winners yet again. As we are down to 3.
Yeah, now Wilco with the King 4 suited. Opens button, makes it 125. Cammy in the big, you can have a look with the Jack 9 defence. But it's Wilco's flop, flops a flush draw on the ace high board. And snap fold from Cammy.
Seen your post this morning.
So well done to the 3. The final 3. 17,190 for third, 21,550 for second, and £30,000 for the winner. Well done, Dave Doherty, just finishing in 4th. Remember when we used to get Cammy Williamson in the chat talking about Cammy Williamson and other poker players, and it wasn't really Cammy Williamson? It's now great to have Cammy Williamson back playing poker.
I think I recall it, yes. Yeah. I actually think I do. Jig something in the memory bank.
Get the message saying, that's not me, Tower!
Once again, Wilco, like that he's putting the pressure on. Dislike the size, Tower. Like, you need to be meaty out of position. You need to deter your opponent from calling with position. Yeah. 3 bigs minimum at this stack depth.
You're falling behind, you see. Come on, Nakami, says Jordan Walker. Gav Patrick says 2 outers and a 30-70. The Cammy is back.
And someone who well and truly never left, Wilco. Beautiful turn card, turns it straight, and goes for 100k on the river, and for sure will be getting paid for this size. There you go.
There, the prize has been changed into the payouts. 30,000, 21.5 and 17.2.
$10.5 off from Malgen. Blind on blind could be one that we go for this sort of polar worst hand raise, like a little 170, 180 around there. 3 bigs out of position. Like fold as well, going to be perfectly fine. But if we are going to continue in the hand, then I prefer raise over call.
$8.3 for Cammy. Ace 4 for Wilco. Getting the old Wilco the chips. 4.4 million. Cammy on 11 bigs. Nothing new there. Play the short stack to perfection. And as Gav says, 2 outers and a 30-70. The Cammy is back. You can just see there, this one, can't we? 11 bigs, open jam, king 4 suited. Could just be in. And there he goes, home all in. Can't do anything. There we go, it works. The net jam. We're a little bit late with the word. Might need to put yourself on live poker. The old net jam.
Nice one for you, movement.
Ace Jack for Malgen in the small blind here. I like raise call here, going for the triangle tower, but I feel like when we're blind on blind, Ace Jack just way too strong a hand. Even at 12 of Cammy, I may have just gone for like a little 170 here to call off a jam, try and induce something from Cammy. Cammy may still call king six suited here, three-handed, outright short stack, playing closer to chips. Like I think in chip EV this probably calls king six suited, and now far away short stack on our own, free-handed, less ICM, can get behind this call for sure. And does have 2 live cards, Cammy. Does have 2 live cards, and we know he's been an absolute magician today. Coming from behind, left, right, centre. Can he do it again here? Wrong way round. 6s on the flop. No help for Cammy, but he's been saving it to the river a lot of the time.
Oh, not this time. I'll just take it out on the turn this time.
The turn.
Cammy.
Fading aces and jacks.
Unbelievable.
Is that the 6th time he's been all in bad?
Well, we've not seen him for 12 months and getting them all in one day.
Wow.
The Cammy just does it again. Gotta love it. You gotta love it. Write them all down, Cam. Write them all down, Gav. And when he's playing his local game and he complains about a bad beat, just show him, will you?
Literally, Gav, just show him this final table. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I don't think he's got it in good once yet.
Not yet.
I said earlier, that's not his fault. He's had spots that he's had to get it in. He's just run into higher end up range of his opponent. Like he's had pretty standard spots where we have to get it in, and we've just been crushed, dominated, 40% against 60%, whatever it may be. But it just seems to be the best at coming from behind today.
Yep.
Why get it in good when you can get it in bad and get there every time?
No, Mausen with the ace and less than 20.
Just a raise Tower at free-handed. Don't just want to open shove button here for 20 bigs, just shy of. Just want to attempt to steal. Don't forget, attempt to steal. How about just let it go as the short stack? Strange one. And now as Cammy, not really incentivised to play a big pot out of position versus Wilco. Starts with complete. Cowboys. So Wilco here. If we were shallower tower, we're not quite shallow enough, but could potentially play some checks as Wilco at top end. But at this stack depth, 25, just north of to start the hand. Want to be raising it up, makes it 180. Cammy wants to have a look with the suited king. And it's a 4 for Wilco on the 8-4-5, 2 clubs. Sorry, it's a 4 for Cammy. Wilco's got the kings, excuse me.
Yeah, Cammy's behind.
But against this size, just going to let the 4 go. Extortionate C-bet there from Wilco. Right, 180% pot. But there we go, there's the prize pool that has been pressed a little, guys.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a great week for Wilco and for Mauser.
You forgot the 8-9 versus the Ace-Jack, Gav Pat. There's one off the top of my head that you haven't put down there. So that's 6 we got, and they're the ones we can recall. Sorry, that's 5 we got.
Mauser winning the big shot, and Adam Wilkinson could be second in the turbo earlier in the week. So Wilco.
And as the outright short stack should be a jam here for Malgen. Does that exactly, and it goes. Sometimes it's just your tournament, Gab. I don't know what it is.
Yep.
People that are into their spiritual sort of spirit stuff feel like someone watching, changing all the cards up there. Sometimes it's just your day. Everything aligns, and
it is. That's true.
There's no scientific explanation for it, but sometimes everything falls into place. It's just your tournament to win. Get it in bad, get it in good, get it in flipping. Yep, Fluff Magnet with another one, A7 against the sevens. Like I say, I think it's 6 or 7 times. It's been in bad, and 6 or 7 times that Cammy's come out on top with the best of it.
A walk in the park for the Camster.
So Wilco now, blinds going up in 2 minutes, both going to have sub 20, could be open jam territory for Wilco.
Callum Reid come to the counter. It's Callum Reid to the counter. Thank you.
Jack 3-3, first sign of aggression, going to be taking this one. Forget that, goes check check, and Wilco turns the best of it in the form of an 8. Cammy turns a gutty, so going to start betting. Wilco with the raise to 200k, and gut shot here for Cammy, can't really do much. For Cammy, can't do anything. Wilco blind on blind. Ace King in the small. How are we doing, Icky, mate? Uncle Wilco steamroller in him. He is indeed. He played a unbelievable pot earlier where he decided to 4-bet rip the 3 deuce into Jack Hardcastle's aces. And well, Wilco's still sitting there, so I'll let you be the judge of what happens. How you doing though, mate? Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you indeed. Good to have you in.
There'll be no golf Saturday, Mel, because Tower's not got his clubs, and apparently he needs his clubs to play. I think that's a load of, yeah. I don't think you need. Maybe if you're a scratch golfer,
you can pick any up.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm not scratch.
No, but I'm saying I'm. Maybe it's like goes either way. Maybe it's like the high handicappers can play with any clubs, and then as you get closer to middle, they play with their own, and then the scratchers can play with anything. I can play with anything. Give me any set of clubs, and I will go round in under 150 shots.
You know anything the hand was over? An absolute non-believer.
Yeah, Wilco. Well, if we're non-believer on this doesn't change a thing. Is Wilco going to stick with his read? Just ace high for Wilco here. Blind on blind.
There we go.
He's going to choose to let it go on the river.
He is indeed. And to be honest, Mel, we didn't know we were starting until 5:20 on Saturday.
No, we did not. That's a good point to make.
We did not know. But no clubs up this week, unfortunately. They'll be up at some point during the year for sure. Seen Tom Gill actually playing today. Playing the main event. Oh, Tom. Man off Berwick buddy.
Ladies in the main event, open your blind was small blind 800, big blind 1600, big blind 1600. 8, 16, 16, next time in the main event.
How many levels they play in the main? 14? 14. We will be streaming a full day one for that tomorrow, guys. Day ones, as always, don't get the carnage action you're used to. Day twos, latter stages of the tournament, a lot of small pot poker. We'll have giveaways, we'll take some things away from it in the booth. (20:12). We will start tomorrow, Andy Exon.
Yes. We'll show you our live stream schedule tomorrow and the Saturday and Sunday after this hand.
Just going to be a fold from Wilco, so might as well pop it up here.
That is the streaming days, 12:30, 5:30 on Saturday for the main event day 2, because there's a turbo on the Saturday morning, and then Sunday at 1:30 for the final, on the final day of the festival.
We'll come back to it. Wilco's still dwelling it up here with the Jack-9 suited, but this is 15 bigs tower, and 15 bigs, forget that.
Whoa, come on. Hang on, we'll stop the clock. Stop the clock. Cam is in front.
No.
Cam is in front. See you later, Cammy.
It's basically a coin flip though, Tower. 52-48.
No, he's in front. His size better than Jack-Eye.
So what you're saying, Cammy doesn't win this one?
Well, he's not won one while he's been in front. Well, he's not been in front.
Yes.
He doesn't know what this feels like.
Cammy stays in front on the 5 at 6-3, looking to double up through Wilco, just fading jacks and 9s, 10 clean as you like on the turn.
Cammy looking to double, no jack, no 9, we get a double. Boom, we get a double. 2.4 for Cammy, 2.9 for Wilco. The deal that was done where they took the extra 2,300 off top and gave it to third. So the prizes were then 17,190, 21,550 and 30,000 for first. So the 2,300 was taken off first and it was put on to third. So look at that. Jamie Williamson in second. In
Jamie Wilkinson.
Jamie Williamson. Oh, you can't call him that.
Yeah, for one, it's Williamson.
Yeah.
I like the jammy bit though.
Jamie Williamson.
The jammy bit is.
Cammy Williamson. He was in front that time.
He was flipping. Kind of. It's a flip. Suited Jack 9 versus Ace 5 off.
Yeah. Wow. Mausian with the top pair against Wilkins. Wilco's flop 2. Wow. There's the raise, as we should. Defending bottom 2.
Should just be a call here from Mausian Tower. And the problem Mausian's got here, from his perspective, it looks like there's a lot of steam coming off of Wilco right now.
Yeah.
He's just lost a big one. He's had a commanding chip lead. He's lost a decent sized pot versus Cammy. Maybe thinking here that Wilco trying to get them chips back promptly. What a ridiculous turn. Turns up and down and a flush draw. And we got top pair blind on blind.
Wow.
There is the call. And somehow we're flipping again. We got two pair versus one pair, one card to come, and it's a flip. Because there is a ridiculous amount of outs here for the Jack 7 suited. We can find a diamond, we can find a 5, we can find a 10, we can find a Jack, we can find a 7 or a 9.
Was that one of them?
Yes, it was. Yes,
just the 20 outs.
5 of clubs on the river. Pretty sick one for Wilco after flopping 2 pair, but that turn's just going to create carnage no matter who you are.
Wow.
Can't let that one go as Mausian. We got too much equity, even if behind.
There were that many outs, I couldn't work out if that was one of them.
And what a horrendous free hands from Wilco. Goes from chip lead to short stack.
Wow.
Take a breather.
Woo. Wow, wow, wow. What can you say? Just checking the stack to perfection. And Wilco is down to 14 bigs. What a 5 minutes for Wilco, and he's done nothing wrong. He's done no wrong. What a 5 minutes from Wilco.
We've still got just shy of 15 though, Tao. Important thing,
Yes.
Keep that head. Don't just see the next hand. Any 2, I'm all in.
Yeah.
Still going to have potential chance to find our spot, get the double, get back in it.
What's Lime, Ricky? What's Lime doing?
Here we go.
Oh, what's Wilco doing?
Well, this is fine from him. King, Queen for 13, 14 bigs. Oh, my word. 5th time lucky, Mausian.
Oh, how many times have you had aces today, son?
Well, just on the final table, this is his 5th time getting dealt pocket aces as Mausian. And we have an open send in front of us. How are we running, sir?
And gleefully turns over aces yet again. Wilco has just run into it after not doing anything wrong and doubling up both. And now the aces for Mao Zhenfu. And Cammy's looking there, and it could be heads up, man. Cammy's thinking this is at least a 4K flip for me.
Finds a king.
Yeah, we need a king.
So direct outs now, 2 outs. We've got a king to find. 2 of clubs.
A king needed. Oh, what heads up. Whoa, we are heads up. A mad 10 minutes for Wilco and done nothing wrong. Just showed you how it goes. Cammy's there, fist pumping. He's now second at least, and another 4K into the pot. Well done, Cammy. Well done, Mao Zhen. But Wilco, well done
Great
to you,
effort.
sir.
So guys, it's just under a 10-minute break. We're back just before 8:45.
Yep.
And if you were here about an hour ago, slightly less, you'll know what's happening at 8:45.
Ooh.
So do not be late, because we will do the final keyword at 8:45 when we return.
Only for 5 tickets.
For 5?
Lime Nick is bossing in the chat.
I'm not the boss, Lime's the boss, so we're
The
doing it for
final
5.
keyword giveaway at 2:45 will be for 5 tickets instead of 2. You've got to stay tuned. Heads up, on its way.
See you soon.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players. It's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888poker, made to play.
9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But Spade's
Spade
available.
for the double redraw. That's a very good flop for the A6 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deravianko has also got a flush draw here.
This is why we got the dealer change. Look at this. Something for everyone.
I mean, not just something, like pretty chunky something for everybody here.
Everyone's excited, aren't they?
Yeah, Piras is like, okay, I mean, if you'd have offered me that, I'd have taken it. Bosco can't believe his luck, and Deravianko's like, well, I was in the big blind, so a flush draw.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for chaos.
Yeah, but
tonight.
this is rather chaotic
Saturday
as it
night,
stands.
Nick. I need violence.
Let's not use it all at once. But let's see what the turn brings. There are a lot of interesting turns that Piras will not like that the other two would enjoy more. Oh dear, that is the card in the deck.
That's sick.
Card.
That's absolutely sick.
It's the Queen of Diamonds.
Get this dealer a raise. Let's face it, pretty horrible beat. Flush over flush in Hold'em is always a horrible beat.
This is such a sick spot on. Piras needs to slow down here. Okay, there are 2 players in this hand, both of which can easily have flushes.
But can you imagine being Bosco? This never happened, right? You're sitting there, you go, oh my god, I hit my flush. That's awesome. That never happens. And then the first player bets, and then the second player calls. You're like, this never happened.
Great composure from Bosco just to call here. I wouldn't have blamed him for raising because I think Deravianko has a flush a lot in this spot, and you don't want to necessarily see the river kill your action.
Such a bad card for Bosco.
As the 5 of diamonds does. Bosco did the right thing by calling, but as we know, if he had raised the turn, Deravianko probably would have lost his whole stack. Now both players will check, and Bosco has to choose a price that will get paid by what he can only assume is probably some sort of ace and a 10 high flush-ish.
6,000.
I mean, honestly, that's like I wouldn't even mind it.
Maybe like 30,000 or something.
As long as you don't shove. Something very... No, I don't like this.
No, relax.
You need to get called. You have to remember, you need to get called.
Relax. His other problem is that his hand is kind of sort of crazy for face up.
Deravianko doesn't know it, and he's fairly annoyed, but he doesn't know that his tournament's just been saved.
Well, not yet, it hasn't. I keep warning you about this. Okay, now it has.
Don't worry, Nick. I'm okay with this. If Piras calls here, I don't really...
He's not going to call, he's just sad. This is the number one thing you see in live poker, which is sadness.
Stop predicting things.
He's sad.
He is very sad. He's not as sad as...
It's like, I had 2 pair. I had 2 pair, I remember it. It was just moments ago. I'm sad. Look at him, sad.
Well, he still does have 2 pair.
Yeah, but it's a sad 2 pair. It's a sad 2 pair of tears. Told you, it's sadness.
Yeah. Big blind now is Stevic with jacks.
Oh, look out. Strap yourselves in. I told you, it's a new table. It's a new dawn for this stream. Action wall to wall for the next 3 hours. That's what we're going to get.
I strapped myself in when I sat down, so...
All in a cool classic race, except for our odds on screen take account of folded cards, so we know that Stevic is a significant favourite here, but the players don't. It's 50-50. Deravianko needs to win this. He's the all-in player.
Ace Queen.
This is the pause for dramatic effect. You're not supposed to be talking. Boom!
Ooh.
Jack on the flop.
There's no club in Deravianko. Oh, the stand-up.
Stand-up, yeah. Now, he should have done it slightly earlier, but he has done it. He needs to put his coat on quickly, I think, here, for it to work. It's probably not going to work now. I don't know what I'd do. Sit down, fall down, or just leave. Unlucky Deravianko. He basically got smashed him out by the deck there. Flush over flush is hard to survive. And then loses a big flip.
And Bosco on the button picks up jacks. cresting that $500,000 mark.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was over $500,000. That's pretty sweet, whatever that is.
Ooh. Waris wakes up in the big blind with aces.
Wowris, more like.
Here comes 3-bet. If you are Bosco, I mean, now we will lose Piras. If you are Bosco, the alarm bells will be ringing because out of the big blind.
So talk us through what you do, though. So your alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
But you've got pocket jacks. It doesn't look like you've got pocket jacks. You could have anything if you just isolated a limper.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about how to play this?
Well, we call in position and hate our lives and continue with extreme caution. Specifically from the big blind. We got an all-in from Bosco. And a hold.
He'd quite like it to hold.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind holding. Only spades working for Bosco.
Let's see if it holds. Huge pot. Clean flop.
Yeah, hearts covered by Waris as well, so only a jack, which there are 2 remaining of.
This is the biggest pot we've seen on stream, Nick. Nearly $500,000.
Yeah, 477,000 in there. Big moment for both these players. Waris on the line. Turn card. Oh!
Oh, that's gross.
The jack of clubs is a dagger to Waris, and now only one remaining ace would save him from elimination.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Bosco.
Pain in the chat, pain on the table. Waris has done the full bottle, bag and coat manoeuvre.
Hammer blow for Waris as the 5 of spades sees the end, and he is not happy.
And Bedell's lucky that he has missed ace king. By the way, Bedell's only been dealt premiums, basically.
Yeah, he has, but...
now there could be some trouble. See, we asked for action. We got a lot of action.
We can barely finish talking about the previous action before we're at it again. Check on the turn. Bedell finds check back. King on the river. How are you ever losing here? Check again from Bosco. 3 checks. Bedell's going to bet. He should bet large. He's going to believe he has the best hand almost all the time. Bosco's found the sneak attack. Triple check raise with a set.
The only problem for him here is when he raises.
Shall we do it? What shall we do? Heads up. What? Go on then. Marjan through Cammy Williamson, or Jamie Williamson, as he has been today on the final table. He won't mind us saying it. He will know. The main thing is, it's not like he's been getting it in just bad plays. He's been getting cornered or set up. He's had spots where he's had to get it in and just been behind. That's how it goes sometimes. But we are down to the final 2 guys. There was a slight deal pressing the prize pool with 3 players remaining. I think the guys here are having a chat amongst themselves whether to do any dealings heads up. But we will be going to a keyword after the first hand. So Lime's going to get that in for me as soon as possible. There you go. Look at that tower. As if by magic. There's the prizes. They've just narrowed it a little bit more between themselves. 28,500 and 23 grand and 50 pounds. There we go. Well done, boys. Well done indeed. Mao-Zhen and Kamit. Well done indeed. That's what we say. And it's on the screen already. 28,500, 23 and a bit of change. 23 and 50. Well done, one and all. That's what you're playing for. Now, Jen already won the big shot this week. Adam Wilkinson came second in the Rush Turbo yesterday. And Cammy back playing the game he loves. And he's going to lock up his second biggest win. Oh, you had to be quick. If that kettle was over steaming, you had to be quick to see Wilco. He just had a bad 5 minutes, basically. So, guys, yes, final keyword of the day, and we have five
$25 tickets to give away to the chat box. Thank you so much for that. I'm sure the chat is happy. Better chance of winning a ticket themselves. You need to get yourself over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch if you're watching on YouTube.
Correct.
If you're watching on Facebook, come over to 888 Poker TV to participate.
Yeah, they're participating in the giveaways on Twitch only. If you want to go back to wherever you fancy watching on a regular basis, you can. But 888 Poker TV on Twitch is the only place where you can win the dollars.
And the final keyword for this evening, guys, 5 tickets up for grabs is Bink.
Bink?
Bink.
B-I-N-K.
You've not got one wrong today, 100% on spelling.
Get me my wordle.
There'll be a couple of minutes.
Bink, love it.
Such a great word, Bink, isn't it?
Bink. It means what it says, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Bink.
Bink to 2 outer.
Right.
So 10 of clubs on the turn. Ace do still best for Malgen.
So we are heads up for the title.
This one will go Malgen's way with the ace high.
Belgian Foot on the left. Cammy Williamson on the right. £28,500 first place, £23,050 the runner-up.
Battle of the Queen Threes.
Oh, that's the start of problem and Cook going. It's not. Ace, 9, 9, flop.
Malgen going to take the initiative, gets the same hand to fold. And Lion says last chance for Bink.
Last chance for Bink. What's 2009 play show? You know when we finish?
Yes.
Do we then go and raid somebody else with all these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of
Lion
people?
will do it for us. Whoever's streaming as part of the 888 team, Lion will send us over to their channel and raid.
I love it.
That's why whenever we're near the end of the stream, Lions are always like raid time. We're ready to raid.
I see. I see. So, the countdown is done. Who's getting the 5 tokens? Who will it be? Let me know.
So, congratulations. Final table 11.
Final table 11.
You are one of our winners. 4 more to come.
Like it.
Well done to Abercanary.
Abercanary.
3 to go.
Final table 11. Love it. Abercanair is flying.
Congratulations to Eureka 90.
Okay, I'm glad you said that one. As Cammy turns best with a straight. But has to fade. Aces and nines and does. Next.
Cam's May, I missed that was first. Thank you, Lime.
Cam's May.
There we go. I didn't miss it. Cam's May. Final table 11. Abercanair. Eureka 90. And the final winner is Torian Cadera.
Thank you very much.
There we are.
5 tickets. Well done. Good stuff. Thanks, Lime. You've been amazing all day yet again.
And we're still not finished yet. We're done with the giveaways, but we still got this heads-up coverage to enjoy until we crown a champion. I fancy it being before 10 o'clock, but we have had some long heads-up battles over the last couple of months that has lasted 3-4 hours.
Oh, we have. So you know what to do with all the tickets. If you got your whispers on private, take them off. Let Lime Ricky give you a message. And good luck, everybody. Well done. We'll be doing more of the same again tomorrow from 12:20 p.m.
Little bit for both. Big bit for Cammy, small bit for Malgen. We have a gutter for Malgen. We have top pair for Cammy.
Congrats to all the winners. Well done, everybody.
Malchen going for the little raise here. Nice one to choose. Little gutter. Definitely viable with the 8-9. Being really picky, prefer like 8-9 diamond, but heads up here, battling for pots. Cammy calls with the King 10. Ace of hearts on the turn. Not going to be any ace-x that want to check raise here for Malgen. Maybe ace 3 of clubs is the one. But other than that, there's really not too much ace-x that want to check raise flop. Like even the nut flush draws tower probably want to call. Just because ace high can still be best blind on blind. So this ace, really bad card for Malgen in my opinion. Like we just don't really have ace-x tower. Like all the ace high stuff wants to call flop. Even like the nut flush draw wants to call flop. So when we check raise and continue barreling on this ace, like what are we trying to say? Are we going to continue betting some of our 10x that we raise for value on the flop? Probably not. And Cammy, just aware of this here, how the ace isn't really going to connect with our opponent's check raise range. Queen of Hearts on the river. So Malgen, are we going to continue telling the story? We've flopped something like 10-6, 6-3, 10-3. Because other than that tower, our story's not going to be making too much sense.
Looks in the time bank.
Does give it up, and I think I like give up here. It's important as well, as I always say, try and tell a credible story. Like once we check raise flop this ace on the turn, we just don't really have much ace-x. As played, heads up, ace highs just want to call because of the showdown, can be ahead of some value. Nut flush draw, same scenario, just want to call. So it does shut it down correctly, and I actually think Cammy would have heroed correctly there, tower with King 10. Would have seemed like a nice little catch as played. Well done to Sean, man. Come third in the free roll with the thumbs up he gives us. Bit of money for free, you don't mind that.
Absolutely. Well done, Sean, man. What did we get, do you think?
I reckon he got $30.
$30. Like it. Let us know what you got, young Sean, man. And well done. Good effort. I'm guessing there are over 3,000 runners, as there always is. King 9 flop, King 9 5.
Yeah, and obviously Cami has run pretty well to get here heads up, but Maljan definitely started heads up with the better distribution, flopping pairs, flopping draws, just getting some better pre-flop holdings. So difficult to play against at the moment for Cami, and it really is heads up when you are what seems like getting run over, but some of the time your opponent's just making better hands than you time after time. And Kev Smith with the tip for the weekend. Bonnie Rig away banker this weekend.
Okay. Whatever you say, we'll agree with.
Thanks for that, Lime. I know you have to do a bit of admin yourself to get all those tickets to our chat box, but well done to you. There'll be more tomorrow. Thank you for your support in the chat as always.
Cheers, Lime. Top stuff. Again.
And once again, Maljan just continues getting the better of Cami. Top pair here on the Jack 7-5. Cami with gut shot has to continue and going to get in some bother here.
The 10 of diamonds turn.
Yeah, so have the call here on the turn as Cami. Don't think this is much of a decision. The decision's going to occur river. Maybe already calculating what we're going to do on river, which is actually kind of nice to do when we're on a time bank clock, and if we already know we're always calling turn, we can start running some rivers in our head. What river's going to be good for us, what river's going to be bad for us. That is bad for us, Tower. That is shocking. Because one that's probably going to have to pay now. Like, better to call the 10-9 than it is something like potentially Queen 10, Ace 10, King 10, just blocking that 8-9 that's going to be in there for Maljan. And then like bluffs for Maljan derive around stuff like 8x, some 9x, some King 9, some King 8. Like, feel like the bluffs from Maljan are going to have some sort of 8x, 9x interaction here. It's a real toughie for Cami Tower, but this one's going to be difficult to fold. We're heads up. It's heads up poker. We've made second pair. We blocked the nuts with a 9. And as well as that, like, our opponent can just be getting after it with some 8x, some 9x, this type of stuff. Like, if we're just calling top pair plus when we get to rivers facing triples in heads up, we're just going to get run over because it's hard to make top pair and top pair stay as top pair. So we are going to need to delve into some second, some third pairs to hero with. And yeah, feel like this 10, I feel like absolutely fine from Cami here. Obviously incorrect decision against our opponent's given hand, but try and take the whole cards out of account. Try and look at this range versus range and how our hand can potentially play it. going to really struggle to let that one go as Cammy heads up.
Chopped it heads up slightly. 23,050 and 28,500. Second and first.
How are you feeling, mate? You had an hour and a half. You're feeling good again, ready to go.
I've had a few star prominence and I'm feeling loose and ready to go.
There you go. Are you planning the main?
Yeah, I busted
I was going to say, what about the poker?
To be fair, mate, you got a highlight reel hand. 3D
yeah?
suited. I haven't seen your Jack 7 at the grand final check raise barrel off against Midi in ages, so you're back on the highlight reel.
That's good. I mean,
you're back on the highlight reel.
It does show the two different Jacks that existed. Like that kid a few years ago, I wish I was him.
Experience, mate. Live poker is an insane beast, and I'm sure you know that. Cammy, Malgen. Final two here. 3-1 chip lead now for Malgen.
Did I ever tell you the MIDI story from that hand?
No, I don't think so.
It is quite a good one. So, like, he posted a bunch of different home games, I think, like in Leeds or Manchester or whatever. And apparently they have, like, a miniature bin that goes around the table, and they award the bins to whoever got destroyed.
Yeah.
And then, like, before the game's even started,
That's a
like
great
a 2 game, they just award MIDI the bin before the home game even started.
I've seen that bin passed around. It's been up and down the country, that bin, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
They pre-awarded MIDI the bin.
Cammy on the button. Shouldn't be too long left of this one, guys. Blinds rocketing up on a 30-minute clock, heads up. King 7 against the 6-4. Finally, Cammy does get the better of Malgen post. Flops middle, Malgen with bottom.
I'm here for a Malgen win.
Yeah, he's been dealt aces 5 times today on the final table.
And he 3-bet we were kings on the FTW.
Yeah, and he did have kings as well. But
always king suited.
He's played the hands well. I've liked how he's played. To be fair, there was like
you can't begrudge a man for making good hands.
Yeah, exactly that. Just little things that he's done amongst the FT. Seems like he's pretty studied. Like there was a spot where went open early position, call middle position, folds to him like third from bottom in chips. This when we were 8-handed. He's got king 10 off in the big and just decides to let it go. Like doesn't defend it three-way, little stuff like that. Where I think most people just chuck in a call, not realising how likely there are to be dominated when we go three-way. Queen of spades on the river. So Cammy with the check mark here, with the king 7. If check 2, would love to see. I doubt he's actually going to value bet 9x out there as well.
It's
probably
a really
just
good
check.
value bet the king of clubs though.
Seems close. Does seem
the
close.
problem is with heads up hands like this, you don't actually get to lead flush completers because both people have flushes. It's like wide range versus wide range. It's not big blind versus into the gun, for example. So he's actually turning what I would say is an unnecessary hand into a bluff.
It goes for quarter pot.
Well, now I guess he's value betting.
I feel for quarter I've got to be value.
Yeah, if he went big, it was definitely a bluff. But yeah, this is the problem. Heads up, you don't actually get to lead like board pairing turns or flush completing turns the same way you would in like hijack versus big blind. So anyway, I'll leave you to it.
Cheers, Jack. Thank you, mate. Gate crushed the boo from here.
I think I deserve it after today.
Yeah, you do deserve it. We'll get you in over the weekend, mate.
Cool.
Not even a text. Didn't have to be a one. But it's just
Thanks all players. This evening's turbo flight of the event will now take place at 9:30. That's 9:30 for the turbo flight. We will require at least 5 players to have this run, so if you want to play, please register before 9:30.
They're all in, not really.
Malgen. Queen Jack going to raise on the button. And Cammy 6-5 of hearts.
I've had a change of heart.
Better change your heart.
We're in.
What, you're in the turbo or you're in the booth?
I'm in the booth.
You're in the booth, okay.
I'm not doing the turbo, that's for sure. And I could give my very limited knowledge on heads up.
To be fair, I'm exactly the same. It's so funny whenever I do comms with Andrew Headley. He used to play spins years and years ago, play spins all the time. As soon as we get the free-handed, as soon as we get free-handed, I'm like, off you go, mate. I'm not talking any any hand breakdowns from me now. It's all in your court. But definitely a side of the game that difficult to know what to do. So it goes for the raise here with the 6-high flush draw, and it's kind of interesting. Malgen is up and down with the Queen Jack.
Yeah. It's quite clicky, but you have to defend pretty wide versus it, so you might get some overfolds. I'm fine with call or raise for the 6-5 suited. I'm definitely always calling Queen Jack. Yeah, Cammy probably just slows down now.
Yeah, picks up some showdown, jumps in front of some ace-high stuff. And Lime has clipped your big hand to 888poker TV, Jack. So if you want to go back and watch that later.
Cheers, mate. I also like this check back. I'd rather bet like Jack 9 or Queen 9, but I actually like Queen Jack as a check.
Going to get to value bet now. One check two. I doubt there's no merit in Cammy betting here. Feel like we just want to check over up to Malzheng and then
fairly happily bet like around half to 2/3 on the river, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, snap. Yeah. That's very hopeful.
Just north of 20%, maybe trying to get a hero from like ace-x of hearts. I don't know.
Problem is 7 to 6 of hearts does kind of ruin your plan a little bit. And an ace-x probably jams on you and not calls, so you're probably just in the bin regardless of what you do.
How are you finding Glasgow? First time here, or have you been here before?
I was actually here 6-7 years ago. I was here with actually Ian and David.
Okay.
When I was probably like 22. So yeah, I have been here. I'm just staying around the corner. It is cool. I'm enjoying everything except playing poker. So.
As long as everything else
Everything else is,
good.
yeah, I'm enjoying.
So nice hand from Malgen. An absolute card wreck. That's been a bit of a car wreck, this FT. Aces 5 times, kings once, ace king a fair amount.
You can't begrudge someone for picking up hands.
Exactly, it happens to everyone at some point. It's as simple as that. Sometimes it's just your tournament.
Now, if he was bluffing everywhere as well as having aces 5 times, that would be something. You wouldn't see him fold a hand for the whole final table.
Won the big shot earlier this week, did Malgen, so looking for his second trophy of the week.
Some run. I know it's just a random 300, but to win 2 tournaments in a week is, I've never done it.
It's hard to do, it is.
Yeah.
And this is, like, I talk about variance a lot, Jack, but unless you're actually a live pro and you play tournaments for a living, like, you don't understand how much of a beast it is.
Oh yeah.
Like, you go back a couple of years, Cal was final tabling everything, winning stuff left, right, centre. Now he can't even make an FT. Can't even get to an FT. It's like it's just such a beast in live poker. This variance is just there.
Yeah.
So Malgen with the 9 high.
It's live poker. Yeah, live poker is so silly like that. Because I was looking at the amount of bullets I played in a year, and I played between 200, 250 a year for the last couple of years, which is not bad. It's quite a lot of travelling around and playing. But I could just play that much in a week online. Do I expect a week?
Yeah, you can. That is true.
In a week online, do I expect to win? No. I'd obviously think I'm a favourite to, but I don't think I'm definitely going to. And that's what live variance is year after year.
It's a tough old slog, especially when you're on this side of it that you've been sort of the last sort of year and a half. We all saw you 3 years ago winning this, winning that, running hot.
Oh yeah,
it happens.
I could have missed a single.
When you're on this bottom end of it, obviously tough, but you just got to keep your head, keep on going, keep turning up, as they say.
That is what they say.
All right, well, I think we're going to bring Tower back in because he's waiting in the wings. He's itching his head. He don't know what to do with himself.
Mate, he loves poker so much. I've never seen a man who loves it more. So we'll get him in.
Cheers to Jack. You may see him throughout the weekend, guys, on the feature. He may even pop back in the booth. But Tower is going to join me.
Mr. Starter Problem
for
himself.
the remainder of this heads up.
Mr. Starter Problem himself.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. That's gonna be on the breaks for the streams for the next like 4 years. I think it's already been captured as like their biggest. We could hear them from here, like on the going absolutely crazy.
20 minutes later.
That makes us more amazing. I was like, wait till you see this hand. I'm not involved, but wait till you see this hand. He obviously just thinks Jack's at it, right? But really took a bit. Huh?
What other Glasgow events will be streamed? I'll show you the live stream schedule after this hand, but you may not get the chance because we got an all-in and a call here. Cammy, ace-4 suited, Malgen, king-8 of clubs.
In front again.
Cammy is in front. Can he hold? Or is it going to be GG and the second trophy of the week going Malgen's way?
10, 5, 6 flop. Still good for Cammy with the ace-4.
Well, 7 for Sweats.
A 4, a 9 and a king, and we have a champion. It is not. It is not. So Nico with the double up. What other events will be streamed? Here we go. That's what we're streaming this week. Tomorrow we're doing day 1D of the main event from 12:30. Saturday it will be day 2, and don't forget there's a turbo Saturday morning. So that's why we're starting day 2 at 5:30 p.m, which will mean round about 2:30 in the morning finish on the live stream. And then Sunday, when we crown a champion, we will be starting at 1:30 p.m. for day 3.
Perfect.
So 3 more days of live streaming, and day 1D tomorrow from 12:20.
Well, you know, there's time and place for that. Time and place for that. This wasn't on the stream then, absolutely. I believe that.
Oh, we got a raid.
What? Hey, who's raiding us?
Robin Poker.
Yes, Robin.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Robin. Thanks for the raid. Boom, boom, boom. Is that Robin Poker who was on the TV?
Game of Gold, yeah.
Have they done that again yet?
Well, I'm not meant to.
I was just thinking about. Oh, don't tell me you're in it. Go on. You're not meant to say it, but.
There might be.
There
might be a game. No, I'm joking. I have no idea. I had Tower for a second, but I have no idea.
Imagine. I'm not here for the next 3 streams, lads.
You just see me on Game of Gold.
Oh, brilliant. Well, nice one, Robin.
I'd love to go on that, to be fair.
It is the Robin Poker from the famous Scouser streamer.
Just so I can ask D-Nex why he didn't put the huge pot we played 3 tables out for a bracelet in his vlog when he absolutely beat me on the river.
Can't believe that weren't even in it.
All good putting in these hands when you're getting unlucky. You don't put in the hands when he gets lucky.
Only showed the bad beats is no good.
Literally. I remember I couldn't wait for that vlog to come out. I was like, this is it, this is the tournament I'm in, 3 tables, I'm going to be in it. Nothing.
Can't believe it. We'll have words with him when we see him in Vegas.
I will do.
How are you, D-Nex? Come here. plenty going on before Vegas. I know we've got the Irish Open for 2 weeks as well. Going to be over in Dublin.
Gonna probably go for complete jam here. We're complete in the sevens as Cammy would be sending for 20 if Maljen did elect to raise over the top of us. And once again, just been running better distribution, making hands, better boards for us in this heads up bout. Not really much Cammy can do.
Turns a 9 of diamonds.
So probably going to check back a lot now here as Cammy, and then like if the river seems bricky, like something like a king, a jack, a queen, then potentially target some deuce X, some 3X, some ace highs. But it's just going to go for the second street higher on the turn, and maybe this one just to check back river. It's a hand that going to struggle to get 3 streets from worse on this board, so I feel like it's one that only wants to go for 2 streets. I personally would have checked back turn and then gone for my street of value on the river, but Cammy going to go for his street of value on the turn. So all rivers now. I can't see a situation where this doesn't go check check. King of diamonds on the end.
And if you do want to get involved in the final week of the big one here in Glasgow,
okay, there we go. There we go.
You told me not to press buttons. Friday tomorrow, day 1D, day 1E turbo at 8 o'clock tomorrow. There's a cash out satellite as well, and then Saturday the Dragon is on. The day 2 is on, the turbo is on during the beginning of the day, the PLO bounty, and then Sunday there's the Dragon, there's the ambassador, beat the ambassadors, and the closer. Now we're with King 10 of clubs. Lenny going on. So now Jinfu, chip leader, Cammy on 8.27, needs a little bit of help, but he's had it. Cammy with a 10-3, nothing we can do with them. 100k blinds. They are adjusted payouts, they are indeed. They've done it twice. They made it 30,000 to the winner when there was 3 left, and now they made it 28.5 when we are heads up. 28,500 and 23,050. There are bounties on the ambassadors, yes, on the Sunday. Beat the ambassadors. I don't know whether it's merchandise or what. I'll try and find out of Keno during the week.
Keno.
But I think the beat the ambassadors merchandise. That's what I think. But we'll find out for definite. Beat the ambassadors is a good one. Coming with the 8-5 on the button and the small blind. Nope, he says have this one. Ace 10 for Maogen. Just calls. Like the call with the Ace 10. Thinking should be always be raising, but you got the chips. You want to see if you can outflop. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Check mark for Maogen.
Do you know what? You could have put Doug Polk up against Maogen and he would have struggled, Tower. I'm not even joking. It's just when your head's up and your opponent's making top pair every other hand, you can't do anything. If you're just whiffing, you can't do anything because you can't bluff because they don't fold because they got top pair plus.
Yep.
It's just been an uphill slog this for Cammy. Yes, he's ran well the final table, but as soon as we hit heads up, the distribution all going Maogen's way. This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah.
Of course! Of course he's got aces!
Of course he has! Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7 times it's turned round, I've got aces! I've got aces, boys!
Do you know what?
All like, and?
Of course, he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring. And that's it. We've got a champion. We've got a champ. And it had to be, it just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this! That's what it means. That's what it means. Maogen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely superb.
I don't think I've ever seen an FT where someone's had aces that many times now. 7 times in one final table has got to be a record for me. 7 times aces, one final table.
Right, I better go and see Mr. Aces.
His name was wrote on the trophy. We're going to send the Tower off out of here, and then when he is down at the floor, the problem we've got, this leg, Tower has to go up some stairs, he has to go round a bit, so we could be waiting a while until Tower is actually down there at the feature table. You can see the top right there. We are just going to wait for him to grab the lads. We're going to grab Cammy first for the runners-up interview. We're then going to grab Maogen for the trophy presentation and the winners interview with him. 32,000 was originally up top. That was chopped up three-way. They done a little chop three-way, 17,190 becoming third. They then done another deal heads up when it was Maogen and Cammy. Cammy taking 23,050 and Maogen taking 28,500. But the Tower is there. He's made his way there promptly. We're set and ready with the cameras, and we will be heading down to the floor for the runners-up interview first with Cammy Williamson. And then we are going to come back to the booth, guys. We'll finish up here, Tower and I, let you know what's going on tomorrow. It does look like we are set and ready.
Cammy. Hey, 3 years ago.
Yep.
An emotional time up in Edinburgh
yep.
for the Duke APT.
For sure.
3 years later, second again, but glad to have you back, young man.
Yep.
Glad to have you back,
Nice
and
to be back.
what a day.
Yeah, to be fair, I cannot complain one single bit today because I was short stacked through the whole final table, and I think every time I was all in, I was at least a dog slightly, and just won every single one, right? So
And even when you were in front, it was 50-50.
even, I mean, I don't think I was actually ever in front, to be honest with you. So, like I said, I was short stacked the whole final table, just picking up hands at the right times. I mean, obviously, getting there obviously at the right times as well. I mean, obviously the one with David, I thought there's no chance I get here this time, and I was hoping for at least a chop and then get there, right? So it's one of them, right? But I'm definitely happy, and obviously it's my first week back in Grosvenor, so I'm happy to be at least getting a score. And
Fantastic.
I think I maybe redeemed myself slightly a little bit in the heads up compared to the way I played last time. So
Do you think with Wilco, the way he was running, do you think this was just it? It was just his time?
I mean, he was definitely running insane, right? But the big hand, obviously, for him was the 6-8 against the Jack-7.
Yeah. Slot bottom two.
Yeah, it's just an insane cooler, free-handed, right? And obviously has to avoid half the deck, but if he does so, then he's obviously a massive chip leader against me heads up as well. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Wilco will be happy. I'm sure if you gave him third at the start of the day with his day 2 entry, he would have been delighted with that, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, all the lads been watching. You can never complain about a bad beat again in your local game. You know that, don't you?
I don't think I can. Yeah. I think I've took all my run good for the next 6 months at least out of this game. So it's a good time to run good, right? Like, if you're ever going to run good, it needs to be on a final table. So I'm pretty happy.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Yet again, well done, buddy. Top man. Cammy Williamson, second in the high roller. But where's the champ? Here he comes. I tell you what. Fantastic. Yeah, he's cheering on, and fully deserved as well. 2 this week. 2 this week. Well, we don't know much about you. Are you local? Do you play?
I play. Yeah. This is my first playing live poker for a series of event here, and it's really difficult to play against all those players, and it's kind of different compared with like online poker.
Yeah.
And I get lucky on this final table. 7 times aces.
As always, we look down and we see the final hand being aces. This just had to be, didn't it?
Yeah. That's a lucky one. Yeah.
7 times in one year. Now we know you still have to win with them, but you did, and you got all the chips.
Yeah.
Are we going to see you in the main event? Are you playing the main?
Yeah. Of course, I hope I can do another final table. Yeah.
Well, we've loved watching you because Jay was saying you played near perfect, which is a great compliment.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just did my best to think about every hand and try to make the best decision at that point. Yep.
Well, it was a pleasure watching. Congratulations. We're now going to get Simon with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a massive round of applause for the High Roller Champion, Maoje Fu! Fantastic effort. 2 trophies, but can he make it 3? Because he is going to be playing the main event. Congratulations. Jay, finish it off for us.
There we are, guys. We are done for the day. I'm going to wait for Tower to jump back in with myself, and then we will show you what we're going to be streaming.
Get my steps in this week.
I just thought that. You've got to go up the stairs, you've got to go round and round and round.
Tell you what. Woo! What a journey.
What a day.
Whoa, fantastic. Loved every minute.
It has been great from start to finish. But it's Mao Zheng, someone new, someone that we haven't seen before, someone that played great poker. Second trophy of the week for him.
Already?
Don't mind that, do you? Could he do the hat trick?
His biggest cash so far is about 600 quid.
Literally that.
Fantastic.
So guys, we are done for the day. We're going to be back tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. More giveaways, more action. Day 1, sort of poker a backseat a little bit of banter in the booth.
Yes.
We'll get some Tower and Jay Finks going.
And we were giving away about 12, 15 tokens. It could be anything up to 30 tomorrow. We're live just for those that matters. It could be absolutely anything. Please tune in. But we do have a brand new champion, Mao Zhenfu. Absolutely brilliant and great to have Cammy back, and such a good talker. It's nice listening to him. off the table. It's nice listening to a lovely interview from Cammy. So welcome back, Cammy, and good to have you. And great effort. £23,000 in your first comeback.
Not bad, is it?
It can only go downhill. Don't tell him. It can only go downhill from here.
Exactly that.
Because he's got 23,000 reasons for it to go wrong. But well done, Cammy, and well done to Mao Zhenfu for winning the event. Great to have you guys in the chat. It was a great day. Had a lot of fun. Thanks to that, and thanks to Lime. First in the chat, last out yet again. Well done, Lime. We will see you tomorrow, 12:30 for day 1D, and a lot more fun on the 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. But we have a new champion. It is Mr. Mao Zhenfu, champion of the High Roller. See you tomorrow from 12:30.
Good night.
Ta-ta.
Calling all low to mid-stakes players. It's time to light the torch. From March 16th to 25th, 888 Poker presents the Championship Games, an exciting series where you can qualify for free every single day. And don't miss the $100,000 main event with a buy-in of only $25. Register today and take your place at the top of the podium. 888 Poker,